Over the past year, WallStreetBets users have collectively made and lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Like one user going from 0 to $1 million while in college, to another user YOLOing the money that was meant for his grandma's funeral. Today, we're gonna look at all the crazy trades I've looked at in the past year. Grab some popcorn and enjoy. Let's begin with the not-so-lucky tale of Lucky Lucy. 9 months ago, Lucky Lucy complains that people are so quick to switch from bearish to bullish. His first post reads, "Sure, I get that being one or the other is not great, but weren't y'all saying that this Monday is gonna crash and then you said Tuesday will, and now I see no one posting bearish posts or comments. No wonder you guys will lose your dad's $100,000 will." This last sentence is especially ironic, but we'll get into that in a bit because Lucky Lucy's time on WallStreetBets was initially filled with relative success. They came to the subreddit with impressive DD on Apple, claiming that they were gonna make everyone rich. Apple was trading between $150 and $170 over the past few months. Luckily enough, Apple was announcing their earnings the next Thursday. He talks about how a whale at JP sold 500,000 shares, and Nancy Pelosi bought $20 million equivalent in shares right after. He talks about fear-mongering for a bit, but from there on out, their due diligence takes a confusing turn. In fact, it gets so confusing that I'm just gonna speed it up for you. Lucky Lucy says,
"Slow purchases by whales were offset by average Joe traders like me and you. This is what we call the market being so efficiently priced in because the big boys know what's gonna happen already."
5 minutes later.
It is 2 days after Friday is Sunday. What is open on Sunday? Not Chick-fil-A.
12 seconds later.
There is a reward waiting for us created by him. Friday is his offset with nature.
Despite having iffy due diligence, Lucky Lucy would get back to us the next day in a post titled "I on Tim Apple face." For some odd reason, he removed the image attached to the post and changed the tag to a loss, but looking at Apple's price for when he placed the trade, it really does look like the title of the post held true. Apple shot up 4% after earnings, which is great news for Lucky Lucy's options. However, since the image isn't attached, we can't be too sure as to how much he really profited from the jump in price. Regardless, Lucky Lucy seems to be doing pretty good for someone who recently joined WallStreetBets. After making this profitable play, they made posts about selling options, lending shares, and all this stuff, but this is generally unimportant when it comes to Lucky Lucy's massive downfall. A month and a half would go by, and Lucky Lucy would be relatively dormant on Reddit. They would previously talk about nofap, cold showers, calculus, and lingo, which really represents their sigma male tendencies. Lucky Lucy seemed to be in a lot of self-improvement subreddits, which is a pretty good thing, but he remained silent when it came to the stock market. Was the young college student done trading stocks, or was he getting geared up for his biggest and most life-changing trade yet? Well, his next trade would definitely be life-changing, but not in a good way. On June 16th, 2023, Lucky Lucy would return to WallStreetBets with this screenshot. Somehow, he had gotten his account into a deficit of $619,025.26, and he wasn't allowed to open any new positions until this deficit was resolved. Shucks. Unfortunately, we don't know what his positions were that led him into this situation, but looking at a SPY chart, it shows us that this is the exact date where the market put a hold on its surge. Lucky Lucy was betting that the market would continue its rise towards the moon, but he happened to be one day too late. He titled this post, "My life's over, here's my final advice." He states, "Quit now. Options is rigged and ultimately controlled by market makers and hedge funds. 6 green days in a row and then a pullback? Like, what happened that is so significant in these past 7 days for a bull run to occur? If you don't want to quit options, at least stay away from selling options and a margin account. If I could go back, I wouldn't have done it this way, but it's too late for me. TLDR, save yourself from one man to another." Obviously, Lucky Lucy put way too much confidence in the market continuing its bull run. He also starts to blame hedge funds, even though the market was green 6 out of the 7 days in the week he's talking about. We can chop this up to bad judgment, but the whole situation gets worse when you learn where his funds came from in the first place. As you can imagine, it's pretty difficult getting your hands on $600,000 as a college student. Even though Lucky Lucy lost it all, people began to question how he got his hands on such a large amount of money. Apparently, Jim Jim's parents left him and his brother a house. He then split ownership of the house with his brother. After that, he took out a $600,000 loan against the house and ended up betting it on this detrimental options play. This means he is now down $619,000 and no longer has a place to call home. Taking such a financial blast would surely make some people change their lifestyles so that they can live by their means and be able to pay off their debt faster. In some cases, as we see here, some people turn to a higher power to obtain a better life. One day after posting this insane loss screenshot, Lucky Lucy posted to the r/Christianity subreddit. This is where it gets dark because he talks about how he knows he won't be accepted into heaven if he continues going down this dark path. Though he admits to not being quite a religious person, he now seeks to transform his life for the better. He even commits to regularly attending church starting that Sunday. Despite all this big talk, he would return to Reddit with a post titled "No Big Winners Today," along with a picture showing a few scratch-off tickets. All jokes aside, this is pretty unfortunate. It seems like he's only gonna dig himself deeper and deeper in this hole until he stops risking all his money like this. Specific Ship 3208 made his first post to Wall Street Bets on March 23rd. And things were already looking dangerous. Specific Ship took out a $20,000 loan on his credit card to YOLO it all into GameStop. Specific Ship wasn't worried though. He liked the stock. Those store credit trade-in deals were really buttering his biscuit, so he decided to throw in another $50K from his Roth IRA to fuel the fire. On Friday, GameStop was trading at about $13.20. He lassoed up 15 calls at the $14 strike price and 5 calls at the $20 strike price. GameStop was reporting earnings in a few days, so he made sure to get calls that expired next week. In addition to these calls, he also wrangled up about 5,000 plain shares. Specific Ship's finances depended on GameStop, but things were off to a pretty smooth start. GameStop flew up to $15.12 a share, and this put him up $12,000 on his position. He added 10 more calls to his portfolio and hoped for the best because this was pretty much all he had left in buying power. Specific Ship isn't your average Wall Street Bets investor though. He made the wise move to hedge his loan by buying 1 share of Citigroup. GameStop was reporting earnings in a few hours, and Specific Ship was ready for war. GameStop's army was apparently too big though, because Specific Ship returned to Wall Street Bets as a defeated trader. He was down 20K since yesterday, and just about 10K overall. GameStop had wretched earnings, and the stock fell 17% in just half an hour. Hurley53017 is a man who wanted to double his net worth, but in the process of trying to do so, ended up soiling his account. Over the past 3 years, Hurley's been sharing some of his 5-figure gains to Wall Street Bets. His Reddit history doesn't look too shabby, but on March 26th, he made a post to the Fire subreddit that shows he was ready to turn things up a notch. He wanted to know how he could turn $2.5 million into $5 mil. He's 35 years old and wants to retire ASAP. Users would give him advice in the comments. Wait 7 years with a $2.5 million in an index fund. Hurley didn't want this boring advice though. Exactly 1 week later, he YOLO'd $142K into SPY calls that expired the next day. He was already up $25K, but he decided to push his luck and see how SPY would treat him the next day. SPY had a decent run, but it didn't reach the strike price of half of his calls, so whether or not he made a profit on these trades is pretty up in the air. A day after this, Hurley YOLO'd another $120K into calls that expired a day later. His last trade wasn't wildly successful, but he knew that this time it would be different. I'm confident that SPY will hit $525 tomorrow. Who else is with me? Whoever was with him would be pretty happy at market open because the stock was trading at almost $524 a share. Hurley was up $308K on the trade, and things were looking pretty good for him. Hurley did not want to sell though. He needed $5 million to retire, and he wasn't going to reach that goal by settling for lousy 261% gains. Well, unfortunately for the bright-eyed investor, the upcoming jobs report had people on edge, and SPY dropped 2% right before the market closed. These calls were now way out of the money, and of course, they would expire worthless. Hurley lost a whole lot of money money by being a bull, but Remarkable Argument 57 is someone who was able to resurrect his portfolio by being a bear. It was April 4th, and things were going normal enough, but something about the way SPY was moving struck a nerve with Remarkable Argument. While Hurley was holding on to his SPY calls, Remarkable Argument decided to buy some puts. His portfolio was only worth about $1,000, and he only had $12 in buying power left. So if SPY didn't come crashing down, his portfolio would be a goner. As the day went on, things weren't looking so good. It was already 1:30, and his portfolio was down 20% for the day. Suddenly, as we already know, the market did a complete 180, and Remarkable Argument's portfolio started to skyrocket. Only 52 minutes later, his portfolio jumped up to $7,500. This gain is already insane, but he felt like SPY still had some falling to do. An hour and a half later, Remarkable Argument would return with his final update. His portfolio that was worth only $800 2 hours ago was now worth a whopping $40,500. He locked in a 3,500% gain for the day, but this was nothing compared to the gain Leo Wash his name too got his hands on. Mega Jigglypuff 714 is a user who has just taken his portfolio to $1 million value at the young age of 25. Mega Jigglypuff started his investing journey at 15, where he took his summer job money and put it into a custodial brokerage account. Mega Jigglypuff made a decent amount of money by buying and holding tech stocks. MJP, like everyone else on the subreddit, started to get sick and tired of plain old shares and wanted to start dealing with options. He shifted on over to Robinhood and actually wasn't doing so bad up until March of 2020. When March came along, his portfolio dropped like a rock by 90% and was worth less than $10K. He moved this over to his Roth IRA, but was still eager to strike gold. Finally, in 2021, he was able to quickly turn $12,000 into $90K with GameStop. This was great, but somewhere around this time, MJP's parents called the cops on him and got him kicked out the house. This leads us to the start of 2024. MJP had a portfolio worth $170K, which was from the trading we had just talked about and 4 years of salary. MJP decided to ditch the QQQ he'd been holding and put some faith in Jensen Huang. He started buying Nvidia shares, but eventually evolved to buying options. On May 24th, he showed us his Nvidia calls that went up over $30,000. Nvidia was already up 120% for the year, but MJP braced himself for an even longer ride on the bull run. He came back only 4 days later to show that he was up another 77K since the last post. At this point, he was ready to go big or go home, so MJP dumped even more money into this Nvidia position. A week after this post, he came back to show us that he had taken his 70K into now just about $320,000. That track guy said, "You barely 5x on a YOLO, nominal value aside, this was stupid AF." Others said, "When sell? This regard gonna hold till zero." MJP didn't listen though, and Nvidia kept on rallying. Nvidia briefly broke $140 on June 20th, and MJP officially obtained $1 million portfolio. These gains are all unrealized though, and he pretty much has everything sitting in Nvidia calls. With only $89 of available cash in his Roth IRA and negative $9,600 in his main account, let's hope Nvidia keeps its momentum. The next story we have actually involves multiple people on Wall Street Bets, and let's just say things are a little bit heated. Soul Eater is out for blood after what SDF IT did to him, but let's talk about what led up to this kerfuffle. Back on June 3rd, SDF made his grand debut to Wall Street Bets to let us know about his master plan. Bath & Body Works was set to report earnings the very next day, and SDF practically had insider info. SDF had been on paternity leave for 5 months. He used this as the perfect opportunity to do market research with his newborn options trading baby. He had 3 different malls nearby, and this was all he needed to conduct his master plan. Every single day, he took his newborn baby to these malls to scope out the Bath & Body Works stores for a couple hours. This may sound pretty darn unorthodox, but SDF figured he could get a close enough estimate as to how Bath & Body Works was performing by comparing traffic to other stores in the mall. SDF would keep track of how many bags he saw people walking out with, and even walked inside to count how many items people had in their cart at times. After doing this for 124 days, he gathered some solid data. He found that Bath & Body Works was a much livelier store than the other ones in the mall and was doing similarly to Sephora. He includes some photo evidence and brings up some other bullish cases for the company, including the rise in male skincare, talk on the Bath & Body Works subreddit, and dupe culture. SDF concluded his thorough research and bought $20,000 worth of shares and $8,000 worth of calls that all expired by next week. Soul Eater saw this post and said, "Yep, seems solid enough." He also loaded up on $3,800 worth of calls. The stock was trading at just under $52, and based on all of this research, there was no way things could backfire. But of course, things backfired and the stock fell by more than 12% the following day. The company had beat expectations, but overall guidance was a bit rocky. Soul Eater posted, "Alright Bath & Body Works guy, where the are you? I listened to your bipolar rant and ran with it. Maybe my dumbest impulse trade of all time. Have you returned to Bath & Body Works since your previous 200 visits?" Soul Eater was down $3,400, and of course his calls would expire worthless if he held till expiration. The story doesn't end here though, because Moonbaby1969 is another user who got in on the risky action and lost 6.5k. Moonbaby actually brought in a 270% gain the next day with GameStop, but he never made an update post after this, so this gain could be wiped out as well. Ruger1004 is a user who got his hands on a once-in-a-lifetime gain as a 19-year-old. Back on April 25th, Ruger posted about his 117% gain from Metacalls. Users would tell him to take the $3,000 profit and run away as fast as he could, but Ruger didn't listen to all these comments and kept on making risky trades. A week later, he showed us that his portfolio was still alive and healthy. 3 days after that though, Ruger was down $1,200 with Apple calls. This is where Ruger really put the pedal to the metal. On May 21st, Ruger revealed his $8,700 position in Apple and overall $10,000 portfolio. Ruger was up an outstanding 418% year to date, but he wasn't ready to hang it up just yet. Only 2 weeks later, he shows us that he's up another 7k on the same Apple calls he's been holding. Ruger didn't know that he was about to be in for a rude awakening. Only 5 days later, the Worldwide Developers Conference would be off to a rocky start. Ruger was down just over 50% for the day and his portfolio was now only worth $7,600. This was just a minor setback though, because Apple flew 7% the following day and Ruger's portfolio was now worth $45,000. This was the most amount of money he had ever seen and was asking the subreddit for advice on what to do next. With a 600% daily gain, users would tell him to take this money and put it into an ETF or high-yield savings account. He's only 19 and this money would surely help give him an easy retirement. Ruger didn't want to go the safe and easy route though. Even though his calls were already up 633%, he decided that he wanted to keep holding. The very next day, his portfolio jumped up another 133% and Ruger was officially a six-figure teenager. He sold the majority of his calls, but left about $9,500 worth to ride out. Ruger said, "So for everyone wondering, I'm setting money aside for taxes and the rest just go into index fund, and I'm going to trade for fun with 10k, but after this is my goodbye to the sub, feel free to ask any questions." This was a very short-lived statement though, as he would be back the very next day with Lunar YOLO. He bought 10,000 shares of Lunar and put $40,000 on the line. Lunar has fallen 16% since then. It doesn't end there though, because on June 21st, he would reveal that he was down 22k on short-term Apple calls. Safe to say he didn't stick to his plan of investing into ETFs, but hopefully he doesn't lose it all in the process. Ghost Serpent is a user who struck gold on back-to-back short-term SPY calls. Ghost Serpent came to Wall Street Bets with only $400, but it was May 31st and he was ready to do some damage. Not too long after market open, Ghost Serpent loaded up 22 out-of-the-money calls that expired Monday, which was the next trading day. SPY jumped 0.91% for the day and Ghost Serpent's calls were quickly in the money. These calls didn't expire till Monday, but he didn't want to let Theta eat at his position. He sold his contracts for a total value of $5,082. Some people might want to take a break after getting a 1,200% gain, but Ghost Serpent felt like the job wasn't done yet. On Monday, he was ready to spring back into action, and what better way to spring back into action than by buying 0 DTE SPY calls? Ghost Serpent loaded up on 4K worth of calls. SPY quickly started crashing for the day and put him in the red by 25%. Luckily, after about 40 minutes, SPY would go on an unstoppable run for the rest of the trading day, going from 529.04 all the way to 531.64 by market close. Ghost Serpent was able to get his paws on a $16,000 gain. He even says that the position was worth 28K at one point, but the market dipped in the last few minutes of trading, which caused it to drop down to 21K. Ghost Serpent told other users to not follow his footsteps, as he reveals that this string of trades started when he was at his last $1,000. He was down 88% over the past 3 months, but luckily SPY saved him. Comfortable T 1177 is a user who has a very volatile portfolio. Back on June 1st, he was showing off his $5,000 gain on Nvidia, followed with another $1,000 gain a week later. Comfortable T had some skeletons in his closet though. Even though he had a few green days, he was actually down 82% over the past 3 months. After losing 80K, he said, "I don't know what to do. My head hurts." Nvidia and Apple calls had completely demolished his savings. Adding insult to injury, Apple had a huge jump the next 2 days. Apple's 10% jump would have sent his portfolio to the moon. He sold his Apple calls for 16K, when he could have sold them for $400,000 if he held for just a few more days. On June 17th, he was out trying to revive his portfolio and was actually off to a decent start. Buying Apple calls in the morning and selling them later in the day, he got a 43% gain. Comfortable T said, "I'm trying to recover 80 Gs. See previous post on how I sold Apple calls I paid 50K for that were at one point worth 300K last week." Hopefully Comfortable T is able to retrieve his 80 Gs, but he hasn't given us any updates since this post, so things are pretty up in the air. Chunky Monkey 755, Empu ZD, and 1 Week 8880 are all users that temporarily got themselves into debt due to a glitch in the New York Stock Exchange. On June 3rd, a catastrophic glitch caused Berkshire Hathaway Class A to temporarily plummet from $631K to $185 in the blink of an eye. Brokerages would not be able to fill orders at this low price because, of course, this was just a glitch. A few users on Wall Street Bets saw this as the opportunity of a lifetime and decided to place a market order on the stock during the glitch. Realistically, they knew the order wouldn't get filled, but they decided they may as well try. Things turned for the worst as all of their orders got filled at the real price of the stock. This is already bad enough, but the worst part of it all is that some of these orders got filled at horrible prices. 1 week's order got filled at $700,000, so he was immediately at a loss of 75K. He only had $500 in his account prior to this, so he would technically be $75,000 in debt even if he sold the share back to them. All of these users had cash accounts, so they felt like their brokerages got one over on them. Chunky Monkey gave us the update that his account went back to normal, but the 2 other users never got back to us. Hopefully things are going alright for them. Ashimu is a user who almost immediately 3x'd his portfolio after joining Wall Street Bets, but proceeded to lose it all only a few days later. Ashimu started his wild journey back on May 14th. He had $6,500 in his Robinhood portfolio and had been eyeing Tandem. The stock has been on a downward spiral pretty much ever since it went public, but Ashimu was feeling undeniably bullish. He bought Tandem calls and, luckily enough, the stock rose 21% in only 2 weeks. Ashimu was up 180% and now had over $18,000 sitting in his portfolio. He then bought GameStop and Micron calls, but unfortunately, Roaring Kitty would not come back to save the day. His portfolio shrunk more and more until it completely evaporated into nothing. He had a whopping jaw-dropping total of $34 left in his account, so he spent $30 on 0-day till expiration SPY puts, and of course, these wouldn't save him. With only $4.36 left in buying power, things are looking pretty bleak. Skip M3 is a user who made the wise decision to take his student loan and not spend it on college, but instead throw it into the stock market. After investing for a few years, Skip had about 6K in his portfolio. After a while though, his student loan check came in for 16 Gs. Skip thought, meh, Why spend it on college? That being said, he YOLO'd it all into the stock market, and luckily made a pretty solid profit. Going from $22K to $38,000, he's lucky things didn't go bad.
Tasty Twix is someone who turned 18 and immediately decided to download Robinhood. He deposited about $1,600, which was pretty much his life savings at the time. He decided to jump in head first and kickstart his options trading journey. He made sure to never use more than a third of his portfolio on a single play. With a string of different calls and puts, he was able to take his $1,600 investment into more than $11K in just 3 weeks. With 5 figures now in his Robinhood portfolio, he was debating on putting the money towards a car or keeping the money in Robinhood and going for $100K. As we all know though, no one withdraws the money this early. He decided he was going for 6 figures. Only 2 days later, he came back with some more good news. He was up 180% on a 1-day till expiration SPY call. He had made his way up to about $20,000 in just about a month of trading. This is pretty impressive considering he was only 18, and he only started trading about a month before this. On March 20th, Tasty Twix came back to Wall Street Bets with phenomenal news. He got lucky and took his portfolio to $100K. Is what I would have said if he didn't end up losing it all. I went from $6K to $25K to 0 in a month. Tasty Twix now only has $5.48 in buying power. Hopefully he takes this as a valuable lesson and stays away from the risky trades. Jack is a Wall Street Bets user who inherited $30,000 from his grandmother and proceeded to lose everything. Jack is a business student who is turning 20 years old this year. His great-grandmother left them with this money so he could make relatively safe investments into real estate. Jack knew he didn't want to invest in real estate though, because he already had experience day trading. It was November of 2023, and Bitcoin was trading at about $38,000. He felt like crypto wouldn't stay up for long, so he decided to start shorting Bitcoin. Jack slowly started taking out a few $100s here and there to fund his position. He was still trading with his own money at this point, and he was using 10 to 20x leverage. Bitcoin was slowly climbing, and he made the decision that it was the perfect time to start pulling money from his great-grandmother's inheritance. He took out $5K and continued being a diligent day trader. Things initially went pretty well. With his early success, he continued to take out another $10K from the inheritance money. He figured that he was already a professional day trader, so why not take out more money? Surprisingly, things were going smoothly for Jack. He managed to make $10K in a single day, but things were starting to look a little less promising for our sophisticated investor. He started using more and more leverage, eventually reaching the highest legal limit that Kraken would give him, which was 50x. Jack didn't want to blow through his inheritance money, so he started to wonder if it was time to switch from being a bear to a bull. Unfortunately, Bitcoin started going down when he was a bull. Jack was baffled, and he decided to become a bear once again. No matter what animal he decided to be for the day, he was losing money. He threw in another $10,000 as a last-ditch effort to bring his portfolio back to life, but as we know now, Bitcoin's bull rally would completely wipe out his account. Bull Trader K is someone who was willing to put his life on the line for the $1.50 Costco hot dogs. It was March 7th, and Costco was trading at about $786. They were reporting earnings after hours, and Bull Trader K was pretty confident in the company. He buckled up and went on to throw his savings into the company. He was up 38% on his calls during the trading day, but things would take a turn for the worst after hours. Costco dropped over 6%, and Bull Trader K would be out of luck. He came back to Wall Street Bets with Nvidia and Costco calls. He was down $20,000 for the day, which was nearly 45% of his portfolio. Bull Trader K still had $25K left in his account, and he felt confident in his ability to get his money back. He hopped on the Lululemon train and waited for them to report earnings. All he needed was for the train to keep chugging along, but unfortunately, the train did not keep chugging along. the train came to a dead stop and broke apart. Bull Trader K's $10,000 worth of calls would be completely wiped out. Lopsided Nectarine is someone who has stumbled upon a groundbreaking financial discovery. Like our buddy Bull Trader K, he also got flipped over by Costco schlock earnings. He was down $18K for the day, which was about 29% of his portfolio, but he says there was a massive glitch in the matrix. That's right, fellas. Whenever a trade doesn't pan out the way you thought it would, don't be too hard on yourself, because it might just have been a glitch in the matrix. Sharp Direction 6894 is someone who made money on Wall Street Bets and continued to lose it all in the short span of a few months. Sharp Direction was starting off his year right. He closed out February already being up $38,000 for the year. It was March 8th, and Sharp Direction wanted to see if he could keep bringing in consistent gains. He got 3 Nvidia calls at the $1,100 strike price, 20 calls at the $1,200 strike price, and 20 other calls on SPY at the $525 strike price. These all expired about a month out, so they weren't as risky as some of the other trades we're used to seeing on the subreddit. Nvidia was trading at about $950, so as long as the stock kept pumping, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Sharp Direction was initially feeling as cool as a cucumber. Nvidia rose by about $20 an hour after market open. He was up about $25K and decided to go on a nice morning run. Sharp Direction was out exercising and enjoying nature. Little did he know, Nvidia stock price started crashing. Sharp Direction came back home from his hour-long outing and decided to take a peek at his portfolio. Nvidia sneakily dropped almost 7% while he was out on his run. If we've learned anything from Lopsided Nectarine, it's pretty likely that the Matrix dumped the price of Nvidia while they knew Sharp Direction was away from his portfolio. This massive drop had Sharp Direction feeling squirrely. He decided to get 5 calls at the $920 strike price and 20 calls at the $515 strike price. Only this time, these calls expired a week later. Sharp Direction was now $75K deep into this play. He admits that he was completely over-leveraged and overwhelmed. A few days went by, and on January 12th, Jerome Powell gave the good old CPI report. Luckily for Sharp Direction, stocks started rallying, including Nvidia. He could finally sell his calls and erase the huge losses he had not too long ago. Unfortunately though, Sharp Direction was in a gosh darn work meeting. Nvidia was up $30 overnight, so he still had the chance to sell his calls for a decent price the next morning. Sad to say, Nvidia ended up crashing at market open, so he was still in a pretty dire situation. At one point, Sharp Direction was down $50K and was feeling really stressed out. He ended up closing all of his positions, putting him at a loss of $35,000. But luckily for him, he's still up about $2,700 for the year. Grimcore says, "So you purchased at the very top and sold low? I think I heard of this strategy." You may have heard of this strategy, but No Atmosphere 9132 is the dragon warrior of this strategy. No Atmosphere is down 95% all time, which puts him at about a $130,000 loss. He says for some odd reason he just keeps losing so much money on 0 day till expiration SPY options. He follows all of the news, has a deep understanding of different option strategies, understands a plethora of finance terms, listens to Fed calls every week, listens to podcasts, listens to earning calls, and has been consistently trading for a long time. Considering No Atmosphere is someone with this much dedication, we know that the only possible explanation for him losing this money is obviously the glitching of the matrix. Over the past few weeks, he's been sleeping less and less and wakes up an hour early every day to conduct thorough market research. I think No Atmosphere needs to step away from the options and become a bogglehead. Speaking of boggleheads, 2 Mango 2 Tango is someone who pointed out a mind-boggling fact. Apparently, Lisa Su, the CEO of AMD, and Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, are cousins. Well, I'll be a gosh darn monkey's uncle. Ancient Wyvern Shield is a user who had humble beginnings, but leveled his way up to making six-figure gains. Making his first notable post to Wall Street Bets on February 6th, he would present us with a $3,300 gain on his Palantir calls. This is a pretty respectable trade, but it's nothing compared to what he would be raking in only a few weeks later. 2 weeks later, he said, "Wish me luck." He had puts on SPY that expired 3 days later. SPY stayed pretty stagnant though, and he never updated us about this position. A week and a half after that, he got his hands on a $25,000 gain with the help of some more SPY puts. A day later, he still had that bear mentality and bought 600 SPY puts with the $510 strike price. Despite a pretty rocky ride, SPY ended up closing down for the day, and Ancient Wyvern Shield was able to walk away with a $70,000 gain. A $70,000 gain really wasn't enough for him though. 2 days later, he would batch up his most diabolical trade yet. QQQ was soaring at market open, but Ancient Wyvern Shield felt like the Matrix was about to glitch. He scooped up 1,200 zero-day till expiration QQQ puts for a total of just about 170k. QQQ dropped 2.17% over the next 3 hours, and Ancient Wyvern Shield got his hand on a gain that'll knock your socks off. He profited $407,000 in the span of just a few hours. Was he done yet? Of course not. 3 days later, he would throw 460k into calls on QQQ that, once again, expired on the same day. QQQ moved pretty haphazardly throughout the day, but Ancient Wyvern Shield walked away with a $120,000 gain. A day later, he would continue testing his luck with QQQ. He threw 120k into calls that expired the same day. Another day, another dollar. Ancient Wyvern Shield snatched a 90k gain for the day. He would clock in yet again the next trading day for another day of trading QQQ. He coughed up 124k and spent it on 1,000 calls at the $439 strike price. Once again, he ended up on the winning side of the trade and added a $51,000 gain to his portfolio. At this point, Ancient Wyvern Shield has made close to $1 million. Would he walk away and let this money safely grow in an index fund? Did Punxsutawney Phil see his shadow? He would be back at it again doing what he was best at. He threw 148k into QQQ puts, closed out the day with a 70k gain. The day after though, there would be an upset. QQQ opened at about $436. He purchased 2,800 calls at the $434 strike price that, of course, expired on the same day. Unfortunately though, QQQ just wouldn't budge. QQQ ended up falling pretty hard for the day, and Ancient Wyvern Shield's calls would have expired worthless if he ended up holding till expiration. 3 days later, he saw the rise in Google's share price after they talked about the possibility of having their AI integrated into Apple phones. He thought this was some dim-witted stuff, so he got some puts that expired a few days later. Google stock dropped by more than 3% over the next day, so Ancient Wyvern Shield was able to walk away with a $90,000 profit. On the same day he sold his Google puts, he bought 76k worth of FedEx puts that expired that Friday. Unfortunately for him though, FedEx's earnings report was pretty solid, so these puts became worthless. Bean Cow is someone who took a pretty long break from trading options. He made his grand return to Robinhood sometime in March. Playing SPY calls and puts, he was able to take $1,000 into 6,100 bucks. That's not too shabby, but Bean Cow wasn't done just yet. Over the next few days, he would keep trading SPY calls and puts, and on March 15th, he updated us with his now $9,200 portfolio. On March 21st, SPY opened up for the day, and Bean Cow decided to get his hands on some SPY puts. SPY wasn't really dropping, and in the middle of the trading day, Bean Cow decided it was time for a good old-fashioned switcheroo. He got rid of his puts and and got calls instead. Despite originally being down about $1,500 for the day, he was now up by almost 400 big ones. Sold my puts intraday and went to calls. Thank you, JPow, for keeping my green streak going. Need for Sleep 9 is a user who made money on Wall Street Bets and continued to lose it all in just about a week and a half. Early on in March, he made his first ever true YOLO and was confident that it was going to bring him the gold. He dumped $13,700 into TSM calls that expired over a month later, and he was already up $5,400 on his position. On March 8th, his portfolio made its way up to $28K. This is where things started to take a turn though. TSM started plummeting in price, and Need for Sleep 9's portfolio was starting to take a tumble. He wasn't worried though. He said, TSM will get me a white Ferrari soon. Carrying over into the next trading day, TSM fell about 12%. This leads us to his latest update on Wall Street Bets. A story in two parts. Falling from what was once $28K, his portfolio was now only worth $8,700, which actually puts him down $12K all time. Puzzleheaded Bank 89 is a user who's letting us know that he is out. Starting back in August of 2020, Puzzleheaded Bank began investing in meme stocks and started learning about options soon after. Since then, he has racked up a loss of $96K in his Robinhood portfolio and an additional $15K in his IRA. Also, part of this money he lost was from a $30,000 loan. He's turning 26 soon and still lives with his parents. He could have bought a house if it weren't for doggone Robinhood. According to him, he's gonna tell his family about the loss and go back to the construction grind. Puzzleheaded Bank is an example of what happens when the matrix glitches for 3 years straight. Stock wizard Sarkis is someone who managed to do what most people on Wall Street Bets could only dream of. At the start of March, he made a post with a simple title, "I'm back to zero." After trading for so long and continually losing money, he finally made his way back to just about break even. 2 weeks later, stock wizard Sarkis would take things up a notch. With the help of MicroStrategy calls and shares, he was able to take his $66,000 portfolio into $118K. NoLook3111 is a user who said, "Stop trying to find the next Nvidia. Just buy Nvidia calls and dollar cost average. Price target 1500 or bust by next earnings." After making this bold statement, he would return to Wall Street Bets 2 days later with, "Picked a great week to YOLO into Nvidia. See y'all at Wendy's." NoLook3111 lost over $16,000 with his Nvidia calls after telling everyone to buy Nvidia calls 2 days prior. These are the all-star investors that we need more of in the subreddit. Germs is someone who has lost so much money on Wall Street Bets that he is now in physical pain. Germs saw the hype surrounding MicroStrategy, so he picked up some calls that expired on March 22nd. He bought $53K worth of calls in his Fidelity account and $31K worth of calls on Webull. Luckily for him, the stock was jumping like there was no tomorrow. MicroStrategy hit all-time highs on March 15th, and Germs was up 19K when you combine the gains from both accounts. He was up about 20%, but just like everyone else on the subreddit, he wasn't gonna settle with a gain like this. Unfortunately, MicroStrategy dropped over 32% over the next 2 trading days. Germs was hoping that the stock would pick back up, but by March 21st, 1 day before his calls expired, things were looking pretty grim. His Webull account that was once worth $40K was now only worth $2,100. On Fidelity, his once $64,000 position was now only valued at $604. Germs said, "I'm in physical pain. I held MicroStrategy options over the weekend and was waiting for the rebound. Every once in a while, the money printer 9000 is gonna let us down." Speculating farmer, the man who was financially ruined thanks to weak pomegranate demand, was pretty dormant on Wall Street Bets for a couple of months. This was until he came back on March 7th to let everyone know that SMCI was a big rug pull. The stock was trading at over $1,100, but Speculating Farmer had a sneaking suspicion that the stock was gonna drop over 10% the next day. This didn't end up happening, but Speculating Farmer remained bearish on the company. money. A week and a half later, speculating farmer got puts that expired on the 22nd. This time, it seemed like speculating farmer was right. SMCI dipped below $900, and he was able to bring in a $30,000 gain for the day. Beneficial Battle 42 is someone who took his Roth IRA and threw it into puts on Nike. He's also apparently someone who doesn't know how to take a screenshot on his phone. Beneficial Battle had about $23K on the line, and he was hoping that Nike's earnings would help him have a peaceful retirement. Nike dropped about 7% after reporting lousy earnings, but Beneficial Battle's puts were still out of the money. On the bright side, it looks like he finally found out how to take screenshots now. Club Poke 101 is a user who posted to WallStreetBets on May 13th to let everyone know that he was YOLOing his life savings. Club Poke 101 was ready for round 2 of the meme stock rally and threw $42K into shares. The stock was already up over 100% for the day, so people were clowning on him for buying at the peak. Little did everyone know, the peak would keep on peaking. Club Poke woke up the next day and rassled up a $19,000 gain. This boosted his portfolio by 45% in just 6 hours. Club Poke knew that it was time to walk away from the position, but Curly Noir is someone who wouldn't be as lucky. Curly Noir is a young 18-year-old looking to come up on a quick buck. Guided by his fellow ANSI investors on the subreddit, he decided to scoop up calls on AMC. Unfortunately for him though, he bought these calls bright in the morning on May 14th, and the stock would only fall for the rest of the day. Going from $11.82 in the morning down to $6 4 hours later, Curly Noir was hit with a 76% loss for the day. An $8,000 loss is pretty rough, but since he's only 18, he still has a lot of time to learn from his mistakes. Looking at his Reddit history, we can see that he was active for round 1 of the meme stock craze. 3 years ago, we can see comments like this. "Come on boys, hold till 1,000. Don't sell, don't give in. Hold, rocket, 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 buy more, rocket, 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 rocket." And AMC had a short interest of 78%, which means if we buy it up, we can be like GameStop and go over 300. So we gotta buy it up. Short sellers are forced to buy it back, so $50 is guaranteed. We could probably push to 300 by Thursday. Come on boys, we got this. Rocket, 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 hands, diamond hands. So yeah, it's nice to see that not a darn thing has changed over the past 3 years. Jesus Nados is a user who is currently 23 years old and in college. Despite his age, he made the trade of a lifetime and became an overnight millionaire. On May 13th, Jesus saw the craziness going on with AMC and GameStop, so he decided to get in on the action. Jesus is only 23, but he already had $250,000 to play with. According to him, he went from $20K to $40,000 a couple years ago with AMC's first run. He then saved up even more money and put $70K into Bitcoin. Bitcoin rallied and brought him up to $100K. After that, he bought Shiba Inu until he finally reached $250,000. Flash forward to May 13th of this year, and he was ready to make another move. He then dumped $250K into calls that expired only 4 days later. His calls were already slightly in the money, but this obviously doesn't take away from the riskiness of the trade. Not too long after opening the position, Jesus was down $15K, and he was worried that he was about to lose his life savings. He laid in bed the whole day scared that he was gonna lose everything, but he didn't jump the gun and sell too early. This move paid off as he woke up the next day as an overnight millionaire in college. Jesus was staring at his portfolio and decided that it was time to lock in his gains. He sold his 2,037 calls for a total profit of $1.003 million for the day. A story like this sounds pretty unbelievable, but after being confronted by a mod on the subreddit, Jesus was able to prove that these trades really did happen. The Real Beanloaf is a user who was going through a pretty tough time in his life, so he decided to YOLO half his net worth on risky SPY options. This is a pretty dangerous move, but luckily for him, things went better than he could have ever expected. Towards the end of May, the Real Beanloaf unfortunately had a few deaths near to him, and he just wasn't feeling the greatest. He was searching for something to make him feel alive again, and that's when he stumbled upon what he had been looking for. A YouTube video made him convinced that the market would jump up at least 10% over the course of the next 2 months. The Real Beanloaf had $23,600 in his account that was asking to be YOLO'd. He threw $11K into SPY calls with the $550 strike price. SPY initially wasn't making any crazy moves, so he eventually averaged down with the whole $23K. He had another $40K in savings, but this was
was still almost 40% of his net worth on the line. Once June came along, SPY continued its rally. After 3 weeks of holding, SPY was up 4% and the value of his position had tripled. Not too long after this, SPY reached his strike price. His calls were now worth about $120,000. He took out $30K to secure some profit and take a vacation. Nvidia started dropping as he was on vacation, and this would be reflected in SPY's price. He was down $60K from the peak, but according to him, he wasn't gonna sell while down cause that's what losers do. A week into July, SPY started picking back up again and once again crushed his $550 strike price. He was up $120,000, but he was hungry for more. On Monday, July 15th, the Real Bean Loaf sold $101,000 of his position to lock in some more gains before Jerome Powell started chatting up a storm. His options dropped a bit after this, but he still had 4 more days until they expired. Tuesday came along and he sold right before the end of the trading day. Little did he know, this was perfect timing. If he waited any longer, these calls would have become cheaper and cheaper, eventually expiring worthless. He sold his last 130 contracts for a total of $132,340. The Real Bean Loaf was up $267K over the past month and a half. In his Reddit post, he also talks about losing $20,000 in the whole FTX fiasco, so it's good to know that he's finally out here getting big wins. An 1100% gain is absolutely magnificent, but the next user is someone who can do you one better. Real Matthew DR is a user who put his faith in Elon Musk and was rewarded with a 28-bagger. On June 28th, Matthew bought 50 Tesla calls for a total of $7,418. Tesla was only trading at $197 on this day, and his calls had a strike of $220. So Tesla was gonna have to have a crazy run in the next 2 weeks or else his calls would expire worthless. Out of nowhere, Tesla jumped over 6% the following day, another 10% the day after that, and another 6.5% the day after that. Tesla's wild 3-day run let Matthew return to Wall Street Bets with good news on the 4th of July. He was up 1,750% since buying these contracts, and the craziest part was that he wasn't even done yet. Only a day later, he YOLO'd $40,000 on out-of-the-money options that expired the same day. He expected the stock to jump another 5.5% for the day, but unfortunately he bit off a bit more than he can chew. Tesla closed up at $251.52, but this was not enough for him to be profitable on the trade. He didn't post what his losses were on this trade, but if he held till close, his 150 contracts would have expired worthless, and his other 100 contracts would have only been worth $15.2K. So overall, an estimated loss of about $25,350. This was just a minor inconvenience for Matthew though, and he kept holding his original Tesla calls that he was already up 1,700% on. Only 4 days later, he would come back to the subreddit with yet another update. His originally $7,000 position was now worth $210K. Matthew was sitting on a 2,734% gain in only 10 days. We once again don't know when Matthew sold since he didn't update us with his realized gains, but if he waited till they expired, his $210,000 position would have been chopped down to about $141K. Either way, still an outstanding gain. Environmental Emu 87 is a user who is just about to start their first year as a middle school special ed teacher. Being a teacher and an active user on Wall Street Bets is definitely an interesting and maybe even worrying combo. On July 2nd, Environmental Emu revealed a dark secret. He had been given a nearly $10,000 grant for going to school to become a teacher, and instead of saving this money or investing it safely, he decided to YOLO it on whatever random stocks the subreddit was talking about for the day. Luckily, he was able to double his investment with a snap of a finger. Not Black Guy said, "Okay, well, just don't do it again." Don't do it again? Environmental Emu was just getting started. He sold 92 Nvidia shares and YOLO'd the whole shebang into at-the-money Microsoft and Tesla calls. It only took him 6 days to grow his portfolio by another 10K. He is now up $29,000. Some users would comment about the legality of YOLOing your grant, but Environmental Emu said, "Don't even worry about it, I already checked in on that." Array ZZ is someone who had a genius plan only for everything to come crashing down. Array's theory was, quote, "If I found a way to trade the market open, reliably, from my phone, at work, I could quit this dog shit and do something I really want to do. All he needed to do was start with $2,000. He thought he could get a 5% daily gain and make his way to six figures in 80 days. Array threw $25K into Robinhood so he wouldn't be flagged as a pattern day trader, but things started to go bad pretty quickly. In the first 2 weeks, he already lost $22,000, which was 80% of his initial investment. He may have gotten rassled up, but he wasn't ready to quit just yet. He started 0 DTE SPY trades and eventually made back a few thousand, only to lose it all again. Adding insult to injury, he was involved in 2 car accidents. He has now ditched Robinhood and moved over to a different trading platform on his computer. Array says he has to move differently, smarter, with more aura. 1JB is a user who threw his life savings in weekly SPY options after getting denied from a job. After getting hit with rejection, 1JB bought about $32,000 worth of SPY puts that expired at the end of the week. It was Tuesday, July 16th, and little did he know the whole market was about to take a tumble. By the end of Tuesday, 1JB was sitting at a 30% loss. The following day, SPY immediately dropped 1% at market open. He didn't waste any time and quickly sold these for $83.5K. This was 157% in one day. He would have been able to sell these for a few $100,000 if he waited longer, but he still got an insane gain either way. Tony Azazi is a user who started his trading journey on May 24th, and since then, his portfolio has been steamrolled. On May 24th, XOP rose a decent bit, and Tony's portfolio sprouted 37.5%. With $52,000 to trade with, he was looking for his next move. 2.5 weeks later, he got his hands on another $4,000 gain with the same stock. Tony needed to switch things up a bit, so he did. He bought some TQQQ puts and got a $6,700 gain with that. So far, Tony was looking unstoppable. In his next post, he showed he was up $42,000 and said, "So glad I learned options." Tony wouldn't be glad for much longer though, because things were about to go south. He posted one last $1,300 gain before getting back to us on July 18th with bad news. Don't YOLO your account net worth. Tony bought calls on a 3x leveraged ETF, and as you can tell by the screenshot, things immediately fell apart. Undervalued My Stocks is a user who is reaching out for help and wants some of our input. When Nvidia dipped at the end of June, UMS bought $11,000 worth of calls. He figured that it was a pretty safe play given that shares were down 7.5% from all-time highs. Unfortunately, he learned the hard way that this was not a big enough discount, and his calls would dwindle down, becoming nearly worthless. UMS was down 11K, but he wasn't too bummed out by it because he had another trade ready to go. He had been tracking EPAM Systems since their last earnings report. The company was taking a huge hit for the first half of the year, but UMS did some research and he felt like a rebound was imminent. He threw $4,700 into calls at the $220 strike price, and luckily for him, the stock sprouted more than 10% since the end of June. He's up 180% on his calls and wants to know if he should sell. The contracts still have a couple months until they expire, but if he sells now, he can secure an $8,500 gain and help wipe away that Nvidia loss. Static Optic is a user who has been getting the wrong end of the stick for the past 3 years, but has finally gotten a life-changing gain. Static Optic has been fighting this monstrous bull run for the past 3 years. He lost over $200,000 and things were looking pretty bleak. He went about his day as usual and wanted to lose even more money, so he threw $150K into SPY puts. The market immediately crashed on July 17th, and Static Optic quickly sold to lock in profit. If he would have rolled over his options, his position would have been worth several million a couple days later, but Static Optic realized that risky trades just flat out aren't worth it. He agrees that once you take a break, you realize how ridiculous some of these YOLOs get. He's keeping his day job, but says he might treat himself with an exotic car. JG Wool and WA Hooligan are both users who YOLO'd pretty small amounts of money, but managed to get 100 baggers. JG Wool saw that there were $68,075 Starbucks puts expiring on July 19th. He assumed the stock was going to close above $75 to not pay out these contracts. He felt like there was a market maker behind this trade since there were about 40,000 contracts bought or sold in an hour. Basically, JG Wool saw that there was an extraordinarily high amount of interest in $75 puts, which meant that this must have been someone in the know selling before the news came out. or he just got insanely lucky. Either way, this trade netted him 10,925% in just a few hours. He only put $50 into the trade, so his total profit was only about $5,500. But still, this is a fantastic gain. A 10,900% gain is tough to beat, maybe even almost impossible to beat, but WA Hooligan did just that. He bought two $850 puts for a grand total of $20. His puts expired in 2 days, and they were obviously way out of the money, so it seemed like these would just expire worthless. Soon after buying these contracts, news broke about Roche's promising weight loss drug, which would directly slice at Eli Lilly & Co.'s stock price. Falling about 10% in 2 days, WA Hooligan's puts were now worth $2,600. Redditron is a user who is gonna have $1 million in gains by the end of the year. On July 8th, Redditron would show Wall Street Bets his 77.5k gain for the past year. He was asking the sub if they thought he would be able to take this to 1 million by the end of the year. Users doubted him, saying that he wouldn't even last till Wednesday, but Redditron proved them wrong a week later. He was up another $30,000 over the past week and says he was on track for $1 million. SPY ended up falling 3% over the next 3 days though, so hopefully Redditron's gains didn't get wiped out.
On November 1st, he would make a post with the caption, "What have I done?" The only issue is that the post would be automatically deleted for not following the subreddit's guidelines. This is until he came back a day later with one of the most insane stories I've ever heard on Wall Street Bets. On November 2nd, German whip addict shared the following screenshot along with the caption, "My family's gonna disown me." Now I know what you're thinking. Sure, a $4,500 loss is gonna sting, but let's be honest, $4,500 is nothing for the subreddit standards. Not to mention, German whip addict says his family is gonna disown him, which I think is a bit harsh for $4,000. That is until we get a bit of context from the user. German whip addict says that this money has been saved up since his mom went to Wisconsin and his grandmother passed away. You may be thinking, oh, this is just inheritance money, and he happened to make some sour investments. But no, with this money, he was tasked to give his grandmother a proper burial and notify the rest of the family. He made a 200 IQ play and decided not to bury her. Instead, he made posts to make it seem like she was buried, even though he actually cremated her to save some money for some sweet options. He posted a phony funeral photo on social media that had no image search attached to it. According to him, he thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do options. However, things obviously didn't go quite as planned, and now he's got himself in quite the pickle. He wonders if he should just counter-trade himself, and is looking for an easy way out. His portfolio is still made up of a large percentage of options, and he's worried that he's gonna lose more and more money. He reverse traded Jim Cramer, but he realizes that he was the one to be reverse trading all along. So yeah, given his sketchy way of obtaining money, it's safe to say that German whip addict is definitely deserving of his spot in the video. Reddit user Get Rich Quick, I don't care how, is someone who shows how addicting trading options can really be. At the end of October, he shared the following screenshot along with the caption, "Please don't trade options. It will ruin your life." His screenshot shows that he's down about $6,500 for the day, but this dollar amount is just a drop in the bucket when we look at his account as a whole. Before we do that though, let's take a look at what he has to say about his portfolio's current status. He says, "Today is my last day. I can't do this anymore. Every time I say I'm done, I still trade, but this time it's over. I can't do this anymore. I have no saving, nothing. I'm poor and not supposed to. I don't have food for dinner since I just lost it all. Please, if you're reading this, don't trade options. It will ruin your life." Yeah, as you can see, this story shows the dark side of Wall Street Bets. On the bright side, he includes another screenshot that shows he put in a request to close his Robinhood account. This sounds like a great course of action considering how much he's messed up by trading options, but the only thing is that this isn't the first time he's quote-unquote closed his account. Sometime in September, he made a post saying, "It's been a long ride, but I think it's over for me. I'm officially a wagee. I say farewell, my brothers, sister, and goats." even though he hinted at closing his account at this point, he obviously didn't end up doing so. And it really just gets sadder as you look through the rest of his account. As we can see, Get Rich Quick, I don't care how, lost his confidence in his trading ability. But what if you're someone who is so confident that you're willing to live stream yourself trading with nearly $1 million? This young man live streamed his portfolio that contained a large amount of Astra Space stock. This incident happened a while ago, but during this live stream, Astra Space was trying to launch a rocket. Moments before the launch time, Astra Space stock began to surge as eager investors anticipated good news. However, this is not quite what happened. Before his very own eyes, the launch failed and his portfolio plummeted in seconds.
I have my money on gravity. This would be a good time to sell. Look at the stock.
Again, abort called right near T0. Teams are currently working through their abort procedures and we're standing by for word of the next attempt.
For the next attempt.
As shown by this clip, his portfolio peaked at about $807,000 and dropped to $683,000 in the span of about a minute. Losing $100,000 in really the matter of seconds can be extremely devastating. Lucky for him though, Jack Rains is a man who came up with a genius plan to easily make approximately $100,000 per month. If you want to learn how to get rich, throw all the fake gurus out the picture, because this plan is foolproof. Jack says he just booked a month-long trip to Rome, but he's not going to just dilly-dally and enjoy his time. He's going to get rich. He says Rome's Trevi Fountain is one of the city's most popular tourist attractions, a mainstay on the Instagram page of every US college student who spent a semester in Italy. The Trevi Fountain is not only a beautiful place to snap some pictures, but people also regularly throw $3,200 into the fountain every day to help their dreams come true. Jack Rains' plan is to take his Italian custodian outfit and sneak his way into the fountain. He'll sweep the coins into a pile, vacuum them up into a waterproof bag, and deposit them into his bank account every morning. And as simple as that, Jack Rains is going to make a 7-figure salary. Although this strategy may sound a bit unconventional to most, Jack Rains wants to know what your thoughts on his plan are. Users in the comments would be quick to bash on Jack's ideas. There is literally a police car with 2 policemen sitting next to the fountain to avoid these situations 24/7, 365 days per year. The City Hall already do this. Despite these snarky responses, I think we gotta appreciate Jack for thinking outside the box. And hey, he apparently has a finance blog. So maybe we just aren't intelligent enough to understand his way of thinking. Harold King 20 is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot along with the caption, "Not sure when I will learn my lesson." He is down over 97% all time and only has $5 of buying power left in his account. He says he had a slight comeback and then got it all taken away again in just one day. This loss isn't really too insane for Wall Street Bets, but I think the title of the post really speaks for a lot of us on the subreddit. We just never learned this lesson. That being said, J. Gabriel B. is a member on the Wall Street Bets subreddit who was constantly losing money over and over again. The only thing is that he managed to do what most of us only dream of. After constantly losing money for 5 years, he miraculously turned his portfolio green in under a week. His screenshots don't show how low his portfolio got, but he made almost $44,000 for the week, so you can kind of estimate what his low was based off of that number. Goldilocks04 is a user who, unfortunately, is still in phase 1 of Gabriel's strategy. They haven't hit the point where they stop playing with their money yet, and this is definitely evident when you look at their portfolio. Goldilocks04 is down about $30,000 all time, which is just over 97% of their portfolio. Goldilocks says, "God, I feel so empty." This was money that they saved up when they first became an adult. This first drop on the chart shows their initial downfall after losing their hard-earned money that they saved up. After taking some time off from trading, they return again with hopes of turning their portfolio around. However, this wasn't the case, and they managed to dig themselves deeper into the hole that they were already in. R. Trebs says, From Wendy's thou came, to Wendy's shall thou return. Goldilocks responds with, I'm headed there for a biggie bag as we speak. I'm glad to see that things are coming full circle, and hopefully Goldilocks stops this dangerous trading, because clearly it hasn't been working out so far. Kytran40 is someone who saw the re-emerging hype around GameStop and felt like it was a bunch of baloney. Pulled in by Theta Gang, he thought it would be a good idea to, quote, sell covered calls to Little did Kytran know that this would be a half-baked move. GameStop's crazy run put his position in the red by $303,000. New Set 3059 is a user who got risky and put his diamond hands to the test. New Set has gone on record saying that all he wants, all he can ever ask for, is to just make 4 to 5K per week besides his full-time job. Some people would start talking trash to New Set, saying things like, hey, how can you expect to make $250,000 a year in passive income? Hey, how are you gonna manage to stay consistent? And a bunch of other doubtful comments that you would expect from naysayers. On May 10th, New Set returned to Wall Street Bets, and it seemed like the naysayers were right. He was down 36K on GameStop calls. This was 45% of his position, and these calls expired in a few weeks. So things weren't looking too promising. Elusive Dragon 47 said, LMAO dude, 80K and you blow on options? You could have bought shares at 5,000 units on a dip and sold for profit. Snoo Dingoes 3776 said, you're cooked with deep out of the money calls. Pray for a miracle, dip. Lurking in a Cape said, what a nerd. If you're gonna play the memes, you just buy the stock. It's that easy. Have you learned nothing from the blood, sweat, and tears of the GameStop saga, idiot? Suddenly, with the help of Keith Gill, New Set would prove these people wrong. His $40,000 position would quickly turn into $342K. His position would have been worth 7 figures if he held another day, but that's alright because his gain was already impressive enough. On March 13th, NiroGain spent $9,500 on GameStop calls that expired a few months out. GameStop hadn't made any major moves, of course, until May. Suddenly, his $9,500 position was now worth $22K. This $126 gain wasn't enough for him though, so he held off on hitting that sell button. Only a day later, he came back to the subreddit to show that it was now up 300%. NiroGain got his hands on a 5-figure gain with GameStop and decided that it would be a good idea to push his luck with AMC. Lo and behold, AMC also went on an insane rally. NiroGain's $3,300 AMC position skyrocketed to $59,000 in value. Nathan is another user who managed to get pretty lucky, except Nathan didn't quit while he was ahead. Nathan bought 10 AMC calls at the $8 strike price that expired on May 17th. AMC's rally sent his calls flying to a value of $4,000. He 21x'd his money, but he was confident that the stock was gonna keep rising. Unfortunately for him though, May 15th would not be a good day for AMC, and his calls came falling back down to a total value of $380. Nathan is still sitting on a 100% gain, but according to him, he is not ready to sell. Ash Options is a user who made his first post to Wall Street Bets on April 30th. He showed off his $24,000 gain for the day, and people in the comments would tell him to take his profits and leave quickly. Little did they know, Ash had a dastardly options play that was about to pop out of the toaster. Back on March 22nd, Ash dropped $300 on AMC calls that expired on June 21st. The only thing is that Ash's story starts to get a little bit suspicious. He got calls that had a $20 strike price, which is pretty outrageous considering he bought them back in March. But for now, let's just go along with his story and believe that he got this lucky. On May 15th, his $300 position blossomed to a value of $16.5K. Ash posted this to Wall Street Bets, but this is where the naysayers would start to re-emerge. And this time, it seems like the naysayers were right. NYC Walker 76 says something doesn't add up. Market value is $16,500 minus your initial bet of $300, which is $16,200. Why is then your total return shortchanging you $15 at $16,185? This is a pretty valid point, and it definitely pokes a pretty big hole in his story. Robinhood only charges a 3-cent fee per call, so what do you guys think? Did Ash Options really get a 5,100% gain, or Is this story a bunch of malarkey? MathGuy100 is a user who shared this lovely screenshot to the subreddit. The crazy thing is, I think I have a chance. Fly corn fly and save me from myself. Despite being down almost $143,000, MathGuy still thinks he can dig himself out of this hole. His portfolio's future depends on Mara, so hopefully things go well for the company. Before we move on though, sometime in July, MathGuy shared this screenshot to Wall Street Bets. He had a 413% gain for the week and was getting prepared to quote-unquote finally have 6 figs. Obviously, he didn't end up achieving those 6 figs, because now he's down to $2,000. But the funny thing is that his losses amount to a number greater than his goal, so he clearly would have been a lot better off without Robinhood. ColdFlame23 is a Reddit user who linked the following tweet. Just in, the SEC has charged a former Goldman Sachs employee with insider trading, alleging he used Xbox 360 chats to pass insider information. He ended up making about $400,000 from this scheme, which is pretty crazy. If you're interested in hearing more about this story, I'll be making a full video about this whole ordeal. DirkAblaze is a Reddit user who shared the following wholesome photo. Just got approved for margin trading. I think this is such a wholesome photo, and it really encapsulates that initial phase where you think everything is going to be sunshine and rainbows. The next person is not someone from Wall Street Bets, but a screenshot of their tweets made it onto the subreddit. Phenomenon is a user on Twitter, or X, who was absolutely shell-shocked when Bed Bath & Beyond went bankrupt. He says, "What do you mean expired? How can shares held in a cash account expire? Can you please explain what is going on with Bed Bath & Beyond to the masses? Otherwise, thousands of complaints will be logged with the SEC." Fidelity themselves respond with, "Hi, shares of Bed Bath & Beyond have been delisted. This security has been deemed to have no stockholder equity. It is now considered worthless." Phenomenon responds with, "Deemed to have no stockholder value by who?" They even try to bring the SEC into this. Apparently, Phenomenon doesn't understand that companies can go out of business. I don't know if they visited their local Bed Bath & Beyond, but well, I guess they can't. Ordinary Course 3254 is a Reddit user who made the following humble post. "My losses are $230K in 3 months. Ordinary Course says that they started trading September 1st and have managed to stack up $230,000 in losses. He says that it's a huge loss and notes that it's over 50% of his savings. After losing this insane amount of money, he decided that it was time to take a more reasonable approach. His new plan was that he would start with $2,000 and target 1 to 5% in daily gains or losses. He quickly realized that this plan wasn't necessarily foolproof either, and it ended up falling apart in no time. He was once again at a $0 balance. This catastrophe affected his work, studies, and journey to become a quote-unquote wise investor. After going through this tough situation, he notes 3 main flaws he had: greed, awful risk management, and low technical analysis skills. That being said, he is expecting $10,000 from his broker next week as a rebate. He wants to know if it's possible to make his money back with this $10K, or if he should just stay away from the risky trading. If you're wondering how he's getting a $10,000 rebate from his broker, I think it's because he's trading Forex instead of stocks, based on his account history. This story is still developing, and we'll have to see how things play out for Ordinary Course over the next few weeks. License to Post is a user on Wall Street Bets who went to Panda Express. Now, I don't personally go to Panda Express, but apparently they throw out daggers in their fortunes. License to Post opened up his fortune cookie and was greeted with the following: "Your thoughts are highly regarded, Panda Express." Apparently, these fortunes really do tell the truth sometimes, because this is what License to Post's portfolio looks like. Down over $22K with $0 left in his portfolio. I don't know what type of secret agent pandas they got running Panda Express, but I would be absolutely devastated if I were to pop open my fortune cookie and get a fortune like this one. Another story that's hot off the presses is one shared by Super Barefoot. End of the road. 1 million loss in past 2 years. I officially retire. Despite losing $1 million over the past 2 years, Super Barefoot has one last trick up his sleeve, although he doesn't think it's very likely to play out in his favor. With $16,000 left in his account, can you guess what his last and final play is gonna be? Before we look at that final play, Super Barefoot says that his 50K put position got demolished on Friday's market rally. At one point, he was up about $500,000, and his $1 million loss is calculated from the peak of his portfolio. So really, he's down about $500,000 on his starting position. He knows he's too much of a degenerate to make trades successfully, so he says he's hanging up the towel, right after he YOLOs the rest into SPY puts. Whether or not these SPY puts treat him well, he says he has an amazing career and that he's going underground to work on something that may pay more than the markets could ever give. Whatever that means. I don't know if he's going underground to go mining for diamonds, but hey, he must be pretty successful if he was able to save up $500,000 in the first place. Super Barefoot leaves us with, I'd rather be broke and healthy than rich with poor health. OMG Josh 925 is someone who is a prime example of what it takes to be great on Wall Street Bets. He shares this Vanguard screenshot. A $14,000 loss is pretty average, let's be honest. But don't worry, because he also includes a Robinhood screenshot of a $56,000 loss, which equates to about 100% of his portfolio. But that's not it, because to diversify away from only stocks, he also includes a Coinly screenshot with a whopping $82,000 loss. OMG Josh shows that a big loss doesn't mean you give up. It just means that you open up a new brokerage and try again. Edging Till Moon is a Wall Street Bets member who got in on Bitcoin pretty early. He bought some Bitcoin back when it was somewhere around $400. He sold most of it not too long after and didn't really wait for the major crypto bull run. However, when Bitcoin had its second major bull rally to over 60K, Edging Till Moon realized that he still had 0.35 Bitcoin left in his wallet. He quickly found the key for this wallet and cashed out the earnings. The only thing is that he wasn't fully happy with this 150x gain from Bitcoin. He decided to take this money and put $16,000 into a Robinhood account with hopes of doubling or maybe even tripling his money. Unfortunately though, this didn't happen, and it's not too hard to tell when you take a look at his portfolio. He's down 92.25% all time, which is almost $15,000. I will say though that his Apple calls seem to be a good play because the stock made its way up to $186.40 on the expiration date of the calls. The stock was $4 above his strike price, so hopefully these contracts helped his portfolio out a little bit. Glass Breakfast 2542 is a Reddit user who shared this screenshot along with went out with a bang, 39K loss with the help of 0 date till expiration options. Bank account and 401k drained trying to recoup losses. These $367 QQQ puts really helped him say goodbye to his portfolio. All time, he's down about 99.41%, which is almost $39,000. Hopefully, he still has at least some sort of savings left, but hey, if not, all he has to do is upload a picture of his driver's license to keep making these sophisticated trades. Internal Rule 1838 is a member of Wall Street Bets who just doesn't go out easy. His portfolio shows that he's down just over 84% all time. At his peak, he had almost $27,000 in his account, but he is currently down to 2K. Despite this, he says, massive losses, will be green in 6 months. Internal Rule is a true warrior, and I don't know if these Disney calls worth $2 are gonna do it, but I think some way he will manage to get his portfolio on track. I'm Vaughn says, comeback time, and includes the following screenshot of his Webull portfolio. He is down over $116,000, but this doesn't faze him. NRA Forever says, you can do it, thumbs up. And I'm Vaughn responds with, thank you, I really feel like this time it's gonna work. It seems my portfolio is forming a cup and a handle. I'm Vaughn's portfolio now relies on URA, an ETF dealing with uranium. He's currently up 3% on his position, and I hope it continues to stay green for him. Jeffrey C96 is someone who is slandering Wall Street Bets. He says, I don't think day trading is profitable. Can you believe this guy? Day trading not profitable? Jeffrey has a nearly $30,000 loss on his Webull account, and he claims to have a total loss of $45,000 across all his brokerage accounts. Jeffrey says that he still has about $10,000 in cash and a BMW, so at least he didn't lose everything. Yummers is me, and I gotta throw myself on here because I made quite the insane trade myself. On September 28th, I made the call to buy Roblox on my Patreon, wink wink. Fast forward about a month, and Roblox went up 20% in a single day after reporting earnings. In total, it went up just over 40% after I made the call on my Patreon. I personally 5x'd my money with calls that would have expired in December. My next big trade will be on my Patreon, so hey, if you just so happen to want to escape the Matrix, you know where to go. Kello Trading is someone on Wall Street Bets who is pretty mysterious. They have been active on the subreddit for only about 2 weeks, but have created quite the rabbit hole since then. And at the same time, they've gone pretty undetected while doing so. Kello Trading also goes by Doggo-san, and they play the role of some sort of samurai doge. Their first post reads, I am Doggo-san, along with a screenshot showing an almost $7,000 gain for the past month or so. Even though this is a pretty good trade, the more important part of this post is who exactly is Doggo-san? Their next post, made the same day, includes the same Doggo-san picture. That same day, once again, they also post, follow Doggo-san. One day after that, Doggo-san up big today. 2 days later, Doggo-san just passed level 2. 2 days after that, Doggo-san opened credit spreads on SPY. 5 days later, he hits us with some big news. Doggo-san loses trade today. Doggo-san closes credit spread for 1300 loss and goes all in with SPY calls. Looks like market going to keep ripping. Doggo-san will try to sell credit spreads again at 450. Doggo-san out. It doesn't end there either. Doggo-san constantly comments on other posts on Wall Street Bets. I am Doggo-san. I am Doggo-san. I am Doggo-san. And it keeps going on and on. The About section of his Reddit account says he is doing a 1 to 100k challenge, and that he is already 11% of the way there. After looking at such a strange occurrence on Wall Street Bets, you can only wonder, who is Doggo-san? Why is he acting like a dog? Why is he referencing himself in the third person? And why is he actually making money? He could be a decoy troll account, or maybe Doggo-san really is out there outperforming the best investors of all time. All jokes aside, I'm assuming this is just a troll account strictly to be a troll account, or maybe he's even posting fake screenshots to try to sell people a course or something like that. Overall, it's all really just speculation. 2Marlin8 is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot to Wall Street Bets. He wants to know, can I get a refund? Marlin has a 100% loss, which is almost $73,000 all time. He only has $3.09 left in his portfolio and wants to know where he can ask for his refund. I don't know how long it took for him to get these losses, but it seems like he actually clung onto profitability up until the downfall of this spike. After that point, it seems like he took non-stop losses. Fizzykilla is someone who made his first post to Wall Street Bets on March 10th. Even though it was his first post, he was already in some pretty hot water. A minor miscalculation ended up costing him a brokerage account deficit of over $659,000. After holding some MicroStrategy call debit spreads, Robinhood exercised his long call and assigned the short. The short call got voided, and according to him, if things don't pan out well, you're gonna have the chance to see him at your local Wendy's. A day later, Fizzykilla returned with an update. Luckily for him, he was no longer in a deficit. His portfolio was up over 52K for the past week, and he was able to walk away with 6 figures in his account. The next story involves a knucklehead losing so much money in crypto that he ended up amputating his friend's legs for insurance money. Zhang was a university student in Taiwan. His good pal Liao reached out to him with devastating news. He had just lost a whole lot of money in crypto, and now gangsters were after him. When Zhang heard this, he didn't even break a sweat. These two great minds collided together to cook up a master plan. Liao told Zhang, "Hey man, look, I'm in some hot water. Can you just do me a solid and amputate your legs for me?" Liao persuaded Zhang into amputating his legs to help him dig out of his financial hole. The two were hoping to get a $1.3 million insurance payout. Liao wanted $800,000 of this payout. This means the man who was actually amputating his legs would be getting less money than the one who was just sitting there for moral support. You might be wondering, hey, Liao is the one that got himself into this mess. Why doesn't he just amputate his own darn legs? And although that's a great question, it doesn't matter, cause Zhang and Liao were set on their plan. Early on in January, Zhang purchased various expensive insurance policies. A few days later, it was finally game time for Liao and Zhang. The two drove around Taipei on a motorbike in the evening. They were gonna tell the hospital that Zhang got frostbite from this chilly ride. This was all just a part of their scheme though, because right after this nighttime drive, Zhang went home and soaked both of his legs in dry ice for 10 hours. Zhang made his way to the hospital, but medical staff felt like something was a bit off. They noticed that his legs had no shoe marks or sock marks. On top of this, the frostbite injuries were for some reason symmetrical, almost like he was just sitting with his legs in a bucket full of ice. Even more incriminating than that is the fact that on January 26th, the night the two went on the ride, the coldest temperature was 42 degrees. Given that Taiwan is in a subtropical region, getting severe frostbite, as you can imagine, is not something that really happens. After contacting insurance companies, Zhang was only able to get $7,200. That's quite a bit less than the $1.3 million he was hoping for. The story doesn't end here though. A few months later, authorities investigated Zhang and Liao. They found a plastic bucket, insurance documents, a white polystyrene box for dry ice, 8 mobile phones, and a tablet. This is quite the list of items, and police would end up arresting the two almost a year after the incident happened. On top of this, the $7,200 he got from his insurance company would be seized. The moral of this story is that no matter how much money you lose trading 0-day till expiration options, it's never a good idea to amputate your friend's legs. I Has an Email is someone who coincidentally managed to get his hands on a 290x gain. I Has an Email takes us back to the year 2015. One of his travel buddies, who we'll call Alex, was out living it up in Morocco and unfortunately ended up getting mugged while on the trip. I Has an Email is a pretty noble man, so he decided to lend Alex $250 in cash. This was a kind thing to do, but his friend Alex was pretty darn broke. He didn't want to pay him back in cash, but Alex did happen to own some Bitcoin. Bitcoin was trading at $230 a coin, so Alex decided to pay back I Has an Email through crypto. He sent over 1.05 Bitcoin and they called it even. After a couple years of stagnation, Bitcoin's hype started to snowball. I Has an Email had insane diamond hands and held onto this Bitcoin for 3 bull runs. His position is now worth 70K, and it doesn't seem like he'll be selling anytime soon.
Long Was Here is someone who we've covered in a previous video, but he just made a trade so wild that his portfolio is now in jeopardy. On April 23rd, Long was getting ready for his 30th birthday. Coincidentally enough, his birthday fell on the day that Meta was reporting earnings. Long decided to throw just over $1 million into calls on Meta. April 24th came along and things were going all right during the trading day. The stock dropped 0.5%, but this didn't worry Long cause Meta was reporting their earnings after hours. Mark Zuckerberg was also seen rocking ice on his neck, so surely there was no way that earnings could disappoint. Another user on the subreddit said, "I just followed with 30K of my own. In Dragon we trust." Finally, Meta reported earnings. The company did decent in the first quarter, but overall had weak revenue guidance, which caused the stock to fall 16%. Long's $1 million position was now only worth 10.4K. About 2 weeks later, Long got his hands on a 60K gain with Reddit stock. He also adds a screenshot of his roller coaster of a portfolio. Serial Forehead Kisser is an options trading doctor who is in desperate need of our help. On the week of May 12th, SFK made some pretty solid gains by getting in on the meme stock action. He sold for a $44,000 gain and was looking for the next trade opportunity. Unfortunately though, his next trades wouldn't be as lucky as his first. He ended up falling 60K from his peak and 17K overall. SFK is 23 years old and has $100,000 of school debt since he's currently in a doctoral program. He doesn't work since he studies while living at home. This was all the money he saved up working before he started school, so now he feels like he's at an all-time low. GXD Assassin would tell him that it's time to stop trading, but JB Costan is a user who would do the opposite. After being dumped by his girlfriend, JB Costan decided that his best course of action was to YOLO his portfolio on 1 to 3 day till expiration puts. He dropped $1,300 on 1 day till expiration SPY puts, $1,500 on 3 day till expiration Tesla puts, and $3,700 on Nvidia puts that were also 3 day till expiration. He said, I'm sad already. Can't get any sadder than this. Right? Other users would talk a whole lot of schmack about trading on emotion, but luckily enough, JB Costan was able to sell these puts for a profit. Selling them for $8,100, he was able to secure a $1,600 gain. Z Ricky Ticky is a user who followed a fellow Wall Street Bets member's due diligence, and it actually paid off. On May 28th, Watt Eugene posted due diligence on why Salesforce would not have a good earnings report. Eugene says enterprises are too heavily focused on AI is eating into their business, and 2 other AI-related reasons. He bought 50 puts at the $250 strike price that expired that Friday. Lo and behold, Salesforce's underwhelming earnings report sent the stock falling to $223 after hours. This put Watt Eugene's puts in the money by $27. He closed for a $150,000 gain, which means that he 15x'd his money. Going back to Z Ricky Ticky, Ricky was originally blown away by Eugene's intelligent DD. After reading Eugene's post, Ricky did some of his own digging and decided that he would get in on the action. Starting off the week with 15K, he was quickly able to 4x his money. Ricky didn't stop just there though, because he saw a similar setup with MongoDB, another software company. Just like Salesforce, MongoDB had terrible earnings and the stock fell 26% in a single day. After hitting a double whammy, Ricky decided it was time to step away. He's a dad expecting another son on the way, so he doesn't want to get too reckless with the insane profit he's made over the past week. He thanks Eugene from the bottom of his heart and says that he's gonna protect this gain like he protects his kids. Overall, a pretty wholesome story for once. The Adam Cooper is a user who almost sent his portfolio down the drain in the middle of the trading day. On Friday, May 24th, the Adam Cooper was feeling pretty risky. SPY was trading just under $528, and he thought the market was due for a pullback. So, he bought at-the-money SPY puts that expired later that day. His portfolio rocketed up from 25K to 32K in just a few minutes. But the Adam Cooper didn't hit the sell button. He had a stop loss set in place, but the stock rallied so hard that the order was never able to execute. Now, SPY was making its way up for the day, and he was down 5K. The Adam Cooper decided that the worst had already been done, so he canceled all stop losses and started averaging down. SPY flew past $529, and his options were down over 90%. What was once $106 a contract was now only 8 cents. The Adam Cooper was visibly sweating and yelling out prayers until his losses were almost at 12K. Adam decided that he should probably cut his losses and just walk away, but he still had a tiny bit of hope left that things would turn around. In only 4 minutes, SPY dropped from 529.40 to 528.40, and his portfolio was saved. He went from being down 48% to being up 18.5% for the day in literally just a few minutes. If SPY didn't have this mini crash right before market close, his portfolio would have been a goner. When it was all said and done, Adam walked away with a $4,800 gain. Fosterion18 is a user who, as we've talked about before, has over $20 million to play with in his trading account. This huge amount of money just keeps growing though, because on May 25th, he would show us that he was up another 2.4 mil. Nvidia's earnings beat had the stock setting new all-time highs. Dell stock also set new records and broke past $160. Fosterion's 43K worth of Dell weeklies rocketed 2,000% and were now worth $836,000. He also had 450K worth of Nvidia weeklies that were now worth a whopping 2 mil. Flash forward 4 days later, and Fosterion was already back with another 7-figure gain for the day. NDX had a small drop the morning of the post, and Fosterion loaded up on 176K worth of calls. He ended up selling them for a $1.3 million gain the same day. That's not even all of it yet though, because he also closed out of his Nvidia call spread that put his total daily gain at 2.5 mil. Only a couple days later, he set a new personal record. After being down $1 million on 0DTE options one point in the day, his portfolio surged by 5.5 mil, bringing his daily gain to $5,500,000. Fosterion has been on just an insane run the past year, and it's gonna be crazy seeing where he ends up the next time we talk about him. The last latchkey kid, aka Sid Brody, is a user who's been making casual posts to Wall Street Bets for years now. But on May 27th, he finally came clean about the dark past of his portfolio. Sid started trading when the pandemic was first getting started. He started off pretty tame and would only get a few shares of whatever was popular at the time. This was until his newfound knowledge of metamaterial science. He found out that the company Metamaterial would be reverse merging with Torchlight. Sid had metamaterial fever and loaded up on shares that were only trading at 23 cents at the time. Sid was living as usual until his dad spilled the beans about his top secret portfolio. Sid's dad revealed that he had 16K sitting for him in a Voya financial account. Sid quickly linked this to an E-Trade account and kept loading up on Torchlight. Not too long after this, Torchlight flew up to $1 a share. This was nothing though, because the stock would eventually surpass $10 a share. Sid's once modest portfolio was now worth $460,000. Sid's dad told him that he better sell those shares if he knew it was good for him, but Sid told him he was waiting for the merger to happen. Also, the merger was happening on his birthday, so it seemed like things were meant to be. The merger wasn't all it was cracked up to be though, because his $460,000 portfolio would drop to $360K the next day. The day after that, it would drop again to $260K. Long story short, Sid ended up holding the bag and kept his shares until they were only worth 16 cents a piece, which was less than what he bought them for. He transferred what he had left and shuffled it over to Robinhood, where he is now an avid options trader. He hasn't had the hottest start so far, but hopefully things smooth over for him. Powerful Cry 4049 is a user who has lost so much money that he is now sick to his stomach. His investing journey began about 3 years ago when he was buying stocks in a custodial account at 15 years old. He did a pretty good job, and by the time he was 18, he had an $18,000 portfolio that he accumulated from profitable investments and saving money. Besides this $18,000, he was also trading options in a Webull account that was in his mom's name. Given that he was now 18, that meant the Fidelity portfolio would be officially transferred to his name. Powerful Cry initially pledged to stay away from options with this money, but according to him, his high risk tolerance got the best of him. Ready to make some wicked trades, he took this $18K and bought a variety of in-the-money options. With Coin, Mara, Enphase, and Lily, he was able to take his portfolio to $30K. Things were smooth sailing until he started aggressively buying Lily calls that were out of the money. He was quickly hit with a $6,000 loss, so like all all intelligent investors, he started revenge trading. He bought more Lilly calls that expired in only a day. Lilly stock fell about 2% the following few days, and his $30,000 portfolio was now only worth $11.4K. He moved on to shop calls, and once again, he was gypped with those. He had $8,000 in his portfolio and knew that he needed to make a crazy trade to make his money back. He bought 2-day till expiration SLV calls that inevitably dropped his portfolio down to $1,100. On May 31st, he bought good old 0 DTE SPY puts that were out of the money. And luckily for him, SPY fell 1%, which sent his portfolio to 10.3K. SPY fell all the way down to $518.37. But he didn't sell his puts yet because he was waiting for the stock to hit $518.28. Powerful Cry waited for a 9-cent drop that unfortunately would never happen. SPY ended up rebounding, and his 10.3K portfolio once again dropped down to only $2,700. He had been on an absolutely wild ride, but he still wasn't done yet. Eager to make his money back, he YOLO'd the whole enchilada on SPX puts that expired in only an hour. SPX kept rallying for the rest of the day, and his portfolio fell to $601. Introduction Week 244 is a user who can't get away from Robinhood. On May 13th, he made a post titled, "Do I give up because I have no self-control?" He's down 99% for the year, and things are looking pretty grim. It looks like he didn't give up at that moment though, because he was back 3 days later, showing that he added more funds to his portfolio. The only thing was that he was sick and tired of always losing money. He said he finally reached his limit. He's been trading for about 6 or 7 years and found out about options along the way. He says he officially quits again and wishes he spent the money on something more worthwhile, like going on a vacation with his family. He then starts talking about how his manager and his manager's husband paid $20K to fly to another state to be hypnotized into losing weight. The hypnosis didn't work, and they ended up gaining some weight since then. This may sound pretty darn unrelated, but he says this to show that someone is always worse off than you are. Apparently, Introduction Week needs to be hypnotized into not trading options because he would be back at it again only 2 weeks later. He was up 270% for the day, which put his portfolio up to $7,400. Only a day after that, he shows he barely broke even after being down 42% at one point in the day. Introduction Week seems like he seriously needs to stay away from options, so hopefully he gets on track soon. Bear to Be Bull is a user who took 120K to Wall Street Bets and ended up cutting his portfolio down to only 12K. Until he miraculously got his hands on a 20x gain. After trading on Robinhood for a few years, Bear to Be Bull finally realized that things weren't going so well. What was once over 122K was now only 12K. Bear to Be Bull couldn't handle the continual losses anymore, so in December of 2023, he decided to jump on the AI train. LowAd1262 is a user whose portfolio has been on quite the ride. After trading a string of 0 to 2-day till expiration Kava, UGI, and PM options, he was able to take his portfolio all the way up to 80K. It was May 2nd, and he was up over 1,300% for the month. Kava was trading at just about $68, and after seeing its insane rally over the past several months, LowAd decided that now was the time for a pullback. He took his entire portfolio and YOLO'd it on $70 Kava puts. Kava's momentum wouldn't stop anytime soon after this post though. The stock rallied far past $70, and LowAd's portfolio would sink down to a whopping $59. Now, he doesn't know what to do with his life and advises others to not be like him. It Never Gets Better 1 is a user on Wall Street Bets who has seen better days. Back in March, he was making 20K plus gains. Now, he is completely out of money and technically in debt. On March 21st, he made the post, "My first big win," where he was up 13K for the day. He even says it went up another 10K the next day in a comment under the post. On April 29th, It Never Gets Better 1 YOLO'd 20K in clean spark calls that expired on June 21st. Since then, the stock has been trading pretty darn sideways. He was down 15K, so he averaged down with another $5 grand. This leads us to the end of May, where he is is now down 20.5k. He also lets us know that he is 20 years old and most of this money was borrowed from his dad. He says, "What do I do? Please help." UVCool02 is a user who has lost 97% of his portfolio and says that he needs extreme help. In his first post to the subreddit, UVCool lets us know that he needs help after losing $80,000 in his Robinhood portfolio. In the past 2 years, UVCool has been a self-proclaimed double downer and revenge trader. He lost everything and hasn't really learned much of anything. After an unforeseen upcoming event, UVCool02 now needs to recoup some of his losses. UVCool02 anticipates the negative comments, but he says he just wants to learn more about options and the stock market in general. Athlete Illustrious47 would comment, "0 DTE spy calls. You're down 97%, can't get much worse. Send one final YOLO." Remarkable Argument 57 is someone who is in a similar boat as Long. Just over a month ago, Remarkable Argument was able to take $800 into 40k with the help of spy puts. This is already pretty insane luck, but Remarkable Argument wanted to take it a step further. He spent 7k on spy puts that expired only 1 day later. It seems like he was still on a hot streak because his puts would rocket to a value of $32,000. Kevin FOMO the DGen is a user who was in the hole 100k, but was brought back to life by Jensen Huang. After taking 20k to 1.2 mil with First Solar, Kevin's been on the hunt for the next big trade. Kevin was dormant for about half a year until he finally made his grand return on May 28th. He showed off his Nvidia position that almost made him lose 6 figures. Kevin got spreads and calls, but his 1150 calls in particular rocketed 2600%. With a $600,000 gain, it's nice to see that this user is still doing alright. Is a user who managed to lose his life savings at the young age of 16 years old. Has posted to the Porsche subreddit, Fortnite competitive subreddit, and WallStreetBets. 2 days after posting a gain screenshot, he would hit us with this monstrosity. In his Robinhood portfolio, he has lost over $7,700. It doesn't end here though, because he says he also lost another $700 the week after that. Even had to sell all his Pokemon to be able to fund this trade. He's still young, so hopefully he learns from this and invests his money into safe ETFs in the future. You might think losing it all at 16 is wild, but Wall Street Chicken is a user who accidentally got himself fired for getting a little bit too comfortable in the workplace. Wall Street Chicken has been posting due diligence to the subreddit for a few months, but after getting fired, he thought the best course of action was to start YOLOing his mother's retirement fund. Wall Street Chicken's mom moved her Roth IRA over to E-Trade and gave him the password to the account. This was a pretty dangerous move considering Wall Street Chicken is an avid Wall Street Bets consumer. Nonetheless, Wall Street Chicken started selling options and buying Tesla, SMCI, and Nvidia. Wall Street Chicken's investments immediately started to pay off, but things weren't going so well at work. Let's just say Wall Street Chicken really put the chicken in Wall Street. He commented, "In my defense, I had no idea my employer had security cameras." Wall Street Chicken was in a virtual meeting and just so happened to spill his tea. This sucks, but he wasn't really too worried since they wouldn't be able to see the bottom half of his body on camera. This is when he started to get a little bit too wild though and took everything off covering his lower half. Once again, probably a bit too much for work, but he didn't think much of it since there was no way people could see what he was doing off camera. Little did he know, his job had security cameras. His family jewels were exposed and security guards caught him on cam. Wall Street Chicken left on good terms, but now he had to move into a spare room at his mom's since he no longer had a stable income. Despite his workplace blunder, Wall Street Chicken's mom's portfolio was looking better than ever. Up about 180% in 3 months, he felt great to be able to help out his mom. His father passed away not too long before this, so this money would definitely help give her an easier retirement. That is, hoping he doesn't end up losing it all. Wall Street Chicken is trying to get ahead using his mom's money, but Duty Calls is someone who tried to get ahead with the indirect help of his dad. On June 14th, Duty Calls was asking the subreddit how he should YOLO $100,000 he would be getting from his dad's life insurance policy. His plan was to YOLO it on spy puts. Some users would tell him that YOLOing 100k in the memory of his father was a bit rash, but Duty Calls said, "Nah, His dad worked himself into $3 million in debt anyways, so maybe it's what he would have wanted. Only 2.5 weeks later on July 2nd, duty calls would follow through with his plan. SPY was green as a jelly bean on this day, and duty calls kept on doubling down on 0 DTE puts. By the end of the day, he was looking at a nearly $18,000 loss. My Iron Lung 6 is a user who actually rebounded from a 98% drop after an insane glitch in the Matrix. Back in June, CrowdStrike was reporting their earnings. The company knocked it out the park and soared by more than 10% the following day. My Iron Lung 6 was pretty upset because he was holding puts. He spent $19.50 on 10 puts at the $290 strike price. Unlike most users on the subreddit, My Iron Lung 6 got contracts that didn't expire until several weeks later. He had time on his side, but CrowdStrike kept on rallying and his puts became more and more worthless. Flash forward to July 18th and his position was only worth $40. He was down 98% and he was soon going to be down 100% because his contracts expired the next day. Against all odds, My Iron Lung 6 was blessed with a Christmas miracle. A genie granted him a wish, and CrowdStrike let out a wicked update that caused a global IT outage. My Iron Lung 6's puts flew up 18,650% the next day, and his position was officially resurrected. He only got a 286% gain in total because these contracts were practically worthless a day before this, but he's extremely lucky that one of the biggest IT blackouts happened the day his contracts were set to expire.
I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but Halloween is coming up relatively soon. So the first person on our list is someone who lost everything due to a Halloween-themed fruit. No, I'm not talking about pumpkins, I'm talking about gourds. Yeah, you heard that right. This little rascal of a fruit financially ruined a man on Wall Street Bets. Sure, losing your life savings on gourds may sound a bit unconventional, but hey, we are talking about Wall Street Bets here, so let's get right into the story. Reddit user, the Emperor of Jenks, is a man who resides in Zealand, a not very populated province in New Zealand. This user isn't very active on Wall Street Bets, but he does have one post from 2 years ago that just absolutely takes the cake. The Emperor of Jenks starts off the post by stating that he has lost everything and simply does not know how to continue. Over the summer, this creative investor dropped $17,500 on ornamental gourd futures. This money was 6 months' salary and his life savings. So we made this move with hopes of capitalizing on a quote-unquote lucrative emerging industry. Before we proceed further, let me just say, there might be a bit of a disconnect between the US and New Zealand, cause who wants gourds, bruh? You go to a pumpkin patch, you want a good looking pumpkin, not no rinky-dink, dangly looking gourd. Ugh. Anyways, the Emperor of Jenks watched a video about Vincent Kasoga and was inspired after learning about his monopoly on onions. He conducted further research and found out that agricultural forecasters predicted that this year's gourd yield would be a lot smaller than it's been in the past. This conclusion was made because of deteriorating soil conditions in Mexico and a warmer than average spring. Although it may seem like his investment had no real merit behind it, broke haters would be proved wrong because Halloween came around and the demand for gourds was insane. Things were going great. Gourd prices were high, and the Emperor of Jenks had a great unrealized gain from his calculated purchase of the fruit. Unfortunately, the day of reckoning came only 2 weeks later on November 12th. On this very day, the gourd bubble bursted. The pandemic caused a huge drop-off in demand because less families were decorating their table for Thanksgiving. This caused the prices of gourds to tumble. However, the Emperor of Jenks invested early enough that he thought he would still be fine. This was until December 2nd, when he would get an email that caused his stomach to turn into a pretzel. The humongous gourd shipment from Argentina has just arrived, even though it was scheduled to get here around early March. He had planned on selling off his gourd futures right before this, sometime in February, but this early shipment had just ruined everything. On top of this, the gourds that came in the shipment were supposedly absolutely gargantuan. Some of them were upwards of 4 pounds each, which caused the price per pound of the gourds to drop tremendously. The gourds were now worth a measly 6 cents per pound. According to the Emperor of Jenks, he is now financially ruined. But hey, I gotta say that this is an absolutely phenomenal post. It gets points for being an international story, a story about a devastating loss, and we gotta throw in some points for creativity, cause, he invested in literal gourds. Personally, I think we started with a banger, so I'm giving it S tier. Well guys, I guess you can say this was a classic pumpkin dump situation. Anyways, let's move on to a more conventional loss. User Arkanin1 on Reddit made a post to Wall Street Bets with the title, "My Story, 100K Loss, Not Just Play Money to Me." This story was posted in 2021, so you can probably guess what stock caused this major loss. On January 15th of 2021, GameStop started to squeeze, and Arkanin1 vividly remembers this. He picked up $10,000 worth of puts just as GameStop crested the $40 mark. His puts expired 3 months out, but he was sure that GameStop would soon come crashing down. During this time, GameStop would keep rising, but initially, he would actually be up on his position because of growing IV. Unfortunately, this unrealized gain would not last forever. The expiration date was coming up pretty soon, and the value of his contracts were now only a third of their original value. At this point, he could have cut his losses and only been down about $5,000. Instead, his emotions got the best of him, and he decided to roll out his contracts. He now had a $50,000 position in the company, which is 5 times his original investment of $10,000. After aggressively increasing his position and buying more puts, GameStop would surge back up into the $200 range. Arkanin1 would sit and work and anxiously check his Fidelity portfolio. Desperate to make his money back, he decided to average down once again and increase his position to $100,000. Every single day, his position would continue to decrease. He even recalls the day where his losses amounted to $80,000, which seemingly caused him sharp chest pain. Each day would get harder and harder, and stress began to take a major toll on his body. He held on for a few more days, but he noticed the pain was getting worse, and he was literally shaking because of stress. This led him to finally closing his position at a loss of just over $100,000. Arkanin1 says that this is one of the hardest things he's ever done and admits to crying because of this financial catastrophe. It's important to remember that this was not play money to him, and he was in a very dark place in life. At this point, it's been about 2 years, and Arkanin1 says he's never gonna touch options again. He realized that he has a gambling problem and doesn't want to revisit that dark financial path. He's happy that people can learn from his story because experience is what makes us who we are. He closes out the post with the following: "To anyone who is where I was right now, I know how it feels. And I promise you, the old age adage, time heals all wounds, is true. It does get easier." Arkanin1 not only gives us a story about some insane losses, but he also provides great wisdom that we can all learn from. He admits his mistakes and wants to help others stay away from the fiasco he went through. So, for all those reasons, I'm gonna have to put him in the S tier as well. The next person on our list is a Reddit user by the name of Volt2218. This user joined Wall Street Bets sometime in 2021 and has done quite a bit of damage since then. Admittedly, this user doesn't have much on their profile, but they do have one notable post that includes a pretty intriguing screenshot of their Robinhood portfolio. In this particular screenshot, we can see that Volt2218 is down 93.34% for the past year, which equates to just over $352,000. Although he still has $25,000 in his account, we can see a nifty little notification at the bottom of the screen showing he was still holding SoFi calls. This shows us that, despite his big losses, he was still locked in and still grinding. This grinding though, I don't really know if it paid off, because Friday came around and SoFi was only worth $4, 21 bones short of his strike price. Regardless though, it's an honest entry. We get to see some great losses, we don't really get too much context or any insight into the poster's life, and on top of that, there isn't really any, creativity behind the loss, because he wasn't buying any major shipments of gourds or anything like that. So overall, I'm gonna go ahead and give it an A. There isn't really too much of a story behind it, but the loss is so massive that, it's gotta be up there on the chart. The next person on our list is a real man. Some people wake up and look at a 20% daily loss on the Robinhood app, but put that away. Unhappy Dish is a man who wakes up and says, you know what, I'm gonna lose all my money today, and then some. Unhappy Dish was looking at the company Levi and felt an overwhelming sense of bullishness. Something about that red logo and those horses had him feeling some type of way. That being said, he went ahead and purchased way out of the money calls that expired on the 16th of July back in 2021. Looking back at a good old Levi stock chart here, we can see that, the stock didn't really move in his favor. And since he was so heavily in Levi, his Robinhood account would not only be taken to zero, but down below negative $500, with his overall loss for the day being $46,646. Not too shabby. Unhappy Dish is now suspended from Reddit. Not really sure why, but that means we can no longer track their performance on Wall Street Bets. All in all, pretty good entry. He went through a pretty major loss, and on top of that, he went above and beyond and decided to get himself into some debt. For all those reasons, ding ding ding, I'm giving him S tier. The next person on our list is not actually a Wall Street Bets user, so I'm gonna sum up his story pretty fast. But here we have a person who has bet $1.4 million in hopes of winning a whopping $11,000. Yeah, you heard that right. He bet $1.4 million on a Chargers game, hoping to win 0.8% of that money. Lo and behold, the Chargers did not win that game, and he just lost $1.4 million. Pretty insane. Yeah, I know, not really Wall Street Bets related, but I mean, he was looking for index level returns, so I had to give him a spot on the list. I'm gonna give him a B because, it wasn't really an investment and he wasn't really a Wall Street Bets user, but, he gives off the same wavelength as, all these other champs on the list, so yeah. The next person on our list is a Wall Street Bets member by the name of Kobe2348. This gentleman posted a screenshot showing a nearly $1 million loss along with the caption, "Am I winning?" Not very many people on Wall Street Bets have ever made $1 million, let alone have had the ability to lose it. Kobe2348 is a man who, has done just that. He started rapidly losing money, but if you look at the chart, you might notice that he actually had a major green spike. And on top of this, the chart you see is actually misrepresenting the spike. Another, more detailed screenshot of his portfolio shows that he was up almost $1 million in this 1 to 2 week time period. However, this massive spike wouldn't last for long, and the downfall of his portfolio would continue again. This leads us to the end of the chart where he sits at an $876,000 loss. This is obviously a pretty insane loss, but I feel like I've been giving too many people the S tier, so I'm gonna put it in A. I guess we'll say he gets a point deducted for a lack of creativity, like some of the others on our list. The next person on our list is a Reddit user by the name of Lantern Fan. Lantern Fan actually came in pretty dang hot, I gotta be honest. After being a part of Wall Street Bets for only about a year, he was already boasting crazy screenshots with gains of over $1 million. Some stocks that helped him reach these goals were ICLN, BlackBerry, and most of all, GameStop. He would continue posting screenshots of his growing E-Trade portfolio and even posted a screenshot showing an app that tracked your savings. In this app, he has just over $4.2 million. That means he either has a net worth of $4 million or some type of savings in that range. Regardless, it's pretty insane for someone on Wall Street Bets. A few weeks later, he would post another E-Trade screenshot showing a massive $2.5 million loss just for the day. And of course, this was coming from none other than GameStop. He did still have $4.2 million worth of shares and calls, but some people began to worry about the future of GameStop's stock price. Lantern Fan put these worries to the side and came back the next day with a massive $7.8 million gain on the stock. At this point, he had $13 million invested into the company, and this value continued to rise, all the way up to about $24 million. This is where things take a turn once again, because he gets back to us with a $15 million daily loss, then a $10 million gain, then a $3 million loss, then another gain, and overall, it was really just up and down. Obviously, GameStop doesn't have the same hype it does in 2023, but it seems like he would still have made quite a bit of profit from this general trading period, so you might be wondering, wait, this guy actually made money, why is he on the list? Which is true, so I'm putting him in F. But at the same time, he could have sold at the peak and walked away with somewhere around $24 million. So he definitely deserves at least some place on the chart. The next person on our list is a member of Wall Street Bets with the user AdmirableSurround11. This is going to be a brief one because they mainly post about unrelated things like RuneScape and Clash Royale. However, they do have two particular posts that really encapsulate the energy of Wall Street Bets. In March of 2021, Admirable Sound would post a screenshot to Wall Street Bets with the caption, "Found out how to buy call options today." Their screenshot shows an eye-opening daily loss of $54,000, which equals about 64% of the contract's value. This is basically Wall Street Bets in a nutshell. I remember when I bought my first call options, and I didn't even know what options really were. I just blindly bought the calls and waited for something to happen. Surprisingly, I actually closed the calls for a decent profit, which goes to show that making money is all just about having that grind set, you know what I mean? Anyways, let's get back to the tale of Admirable Surround. He would return to Wall Street Bets the next day with another post. This time, it was titled, "Found out how to buy call options yesterday." In this screenshot, we can see that they went through a $91,000 loss. They were down about 98%, but obviously, this would turn into a 100% loss as the contracts would expire worthless. Overall, Admirable Surround gifts us with a pretty good loss. Once again, the loss isn't very creative. I mean, he lost money on GameStop. Not like we've seen that before. So yeah, I'm gonna give him a B because there isn't really too much to it. But like I said, it does a pretty good job at representing who we are looking at on Wall Street Bets. The next person on our list is a young gentleman who only has one post on Wall Street Bets. Sluff and Rough is a Reddit user who miraculously made $450,000 in the stock market at the young age of 19. He did this by purchasing out-of-the-money Churchill Capital and GameStop calls. Making nearly $500,000 at 19 is certainly a major accomplishment, but he wouldn't be on the list if something didn't go wrong. After his initial wave of success, Sluff and Rough's portfolio quickly dwindled due to long-term Churchill Capital calls and weekly ARC calls. He leaves us with this amazing screenshot. His Robinhood portfolio now sits at $600, which is, just a little bit below the peak of his portfolio. Yeah, $500,000 loss. Nothing major. Sluff and Rough is someone who managed to pull off an insane task. He could have invested his money into index funds and retired at 19, but let's be honest, that's too easy. Sluff and Rough was going for gold, and by doing that, he managed to make it back to the dirt. Because of this massive volatility and initial success, I'm gonna go ahead and put him in the A tier. Dumbledore Roth IRA is a user on the Wall Street Bets subreddit who has also had their fair share of success. But you really gotta look at some of the insane losses they stack up. Their first posts involve 5-figure gains from Tesla rallying. In this screenshot, we see that they make a 323% gain on their call, which is not shabby at all. They would post dozens of other gains and losses that were worth thousands of dollars. Some of the stocks Dumbledore Roth IRA traded were QQQ, GameStop, BlackBerry, and some others. Things were going relatively smoothly, but then one day, he would really take things up a notch. He posted a $300,000 gain from GameStop. This was a big step up from all his other screenshots and was his first 6-figure post. Suddenly, he would get back to us with a $1.3 million loss, which is insane compared to its previous posts. He was never trading with this much money, but hey, people weren't playing around back in 2021. Not too long after, he made the following post to Wall Street Bets. A lot of you have asked if I'm still diamond handsing. Does SEC's wife boyfriend have a large from $1.75 million gain to down $250K. Senator, I just like the stock. And yeah, basically as he said, he went from having a nearly $2 million gain to being down $250K. This would then be increased to a $310,000 loss in a post made on February 17th. From here on out, I'm not gonna lie, he does make a pretty insane comeback. He does have some red days, like the one where he lost $400,000, but it seems like most of his screenshots were green. He would make another investment in a Clover and lose hundreds of thousands, but yeah, overall his portfolio was doing pretty well. That being said, terrible job, bro. How dare you make money trading options? He's getting put in the F tier. DJ Pyro isn't really too active on Wall Street Bets, but he has provided us with the following post. Lose money enough with Fidelity, and they'll send you a letter perfect for framing. DJ Pyro includes a picture of a letter that Fidelity sent him that disclosed his $228,000 loss. Apparently, Fidelity just wanted to make sure that he was reviewing his investment strategies and his trading activity to make sure it was consistent with his investment objective. Not really too much context behind this post, but it was made in March of 2021, so you can probably take a wild guess on what caused the damage. Overall, pretty big loss, and I mean, my guy got a shout out from Fidelity themselves. I can't really read the signature at the bottom, but yeah, he got a personal letter from my boy Mr. D. And for those reasons, I'm also sliding him in the A tier. In the late 90s to early 2000s, something called the dot-com bubble happened. This involved a quick rise in tech stocks because people didn't want to miss out on the next big thing, which was the internet and online commerce. Only a small number of companies survived this bubble and continue to thrive in 2023. One of these companies is none other than Amazon. Now, imagine purchasing Amazon over 20 years ago when people thought it was doomed to fail. Reddit user, over it, all of it, is someone who actually purchased Amazon during this time for the low price of $6. He owned 1,000 shares of the company. This brings his valuation to almost $3 million today when you account for the company's stock split in 2022. Watching the company's stock price grow from $6 per share up to $2,897 must be insanely satisfying. The only thing is that over it, all of it, decided to sell his 1,000 shares back in 01. That's right, he got rid of 1,000 shares for $6 a piece and missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Obviously, this is all theoretical though, and it would have been really hard to predict, something like this happening in the first place. So that being said, I think he's deserving of a C. He did miss out on a really big opportunity, but he didn't really actually lose any physical money like a lot of the other people on this list. Control the Narrative is a Reddit user who, you know what, I think we all know what spot he deserves. Today, at 7:03 p.m., I can teach you about stocks. Though my negative 72K 2-year return isn't too green. Like, I literally have no idea what that means. Well, Reagan, this is what that means. Have you ever seen a more sharp, devastating, financially ruining, 96 cents having, rent past due, unpaid monthly bills causing, 100% whole enchilada red line before? Well, apparently she has. At least, judging by her kind response of, it's only $72,000. Cherry on the top is that he's still getting notifications for after-hours movement, despite being down 100% and only having 96 cents in his portfolio. All in all, I'm gonna put it in the A tier because I think that's a pretty fair ranking.
Raspberry Ketchup is a user who made his first ever options trade without even knowing what options were, but in the end managed to 7x his money in a day. Back on June 6th, when GameStop was going crazy, Raspberry Ketchup was feeling extreme FOMO. He decided that he should get in on some low-risk fun by buying calls that expired the next day. You might be thinking low risk and 1 DCE options don't really go together, but Raspberry Ketchup did, mainly because he didn't know what options were. He thought that options contracts were only for 1 share, when in reality they're for 100 shares. Since he didn't know this, he went and bought 100 calls at the $34 strike price. He thought this trade would only cost him $181, not $18,000. Raspberry Ketchup entered the position and somehow didn't realize he just dropped 18K. Regardless, he went about his day as usual. After coming back from a peaceful picnic and a productive day at work, he whipped out his phone and was dumbfounded by what he saw. His $18,000 position was now worth $127,000. Apparently, all you gotta do to bring in 600% daily gains is go to picnics and smash the like button and subscribe. Audience Dew 6445 is a user who used his creativity to unlock an infinite money glitch. On June 24th, Please Keep Me Focused made a post to Wall Street Bets about his interest in Nvidia. The stock fell over 6% for the day, and Please Keep Me Focused felt like the stock would have a quick rebound. He bought out of the money calls that expired only 4 days later and got ready for war. Please Keep Me Focused was off to a smooth start, gaining 10% in only about half an hour. Things started to go south again about an hour later, so he decided to double down on his position. position. He was now $40,000 deep into this trade and only had 10% of his portfolio left in buying power. His calls expired at the end of the week, and the shareholder meeting that was coming up in 2 days could definitely shake things up in either direction. This is where things take a wild turn. Audience Do left the following comment on Please Keep Me Focused post. I should get a loan against my credit card and go all in for calls to October. A now deleted user would tell him that this idea sucks. Instead, he should go buy a gold bar on eBay with his credit card and sell it to a gold shop. After a bit more squabbling, Audience Do was sold on the idea. Audience Do hasn't posted any screenshots of his position, but after questioning him about whether or not he made the trade, he said, I did. I decided to do more. Bought $35K of gold. With Please Keep Me Focused's $40,000 on the line and Audience Do's makeshift margin, Nvidia needed a speedy turnaround or else these two would be in hot water. Please Keep Me Focused finished off the day down $10,000, but little did he know, Nvidia had a prize in store for him the next day. Nvidia jumped back up 6% on June 25th, and his portfolio was up 110%. The morning after this, he morphed into a bear and loaded up on 2-day till expiration puts. The stock fell 4% in just an hour, and his puts flew up by 229%. The only problem was that Robinhood wasn't letting him sell his puts. Please Keep Me Focused was forced to hold and didn't really know when or if he was able to sell. Please Keep Me Focused got some pretty crazy gains, but Audience Do, the eBay gold buyer, never posted any of his positions. Do you think he actually hopped on the Nvidia train, or is he just blowing smoke? Just like Remarkable Argument, Leo thought it was a good idea to get puts on SPY. Leo threw $2,400 into these puts, just hoping that a miracle would happen. SPY's rough drop sent his puts flying up 5,018%. His position was worth nearly $123K. This is almost as much as Bring On the World's gain. Bring On the World bought 300 0-day till expiration puts with a strike price of $517. After SPY's monstrous crash, Bring On the World's position jumped up to a value of $150K. He was able to lock in a 30x gain in just a few hours, but the only thing is that this is not the way things actually went. Bring On the World had paper hands and ended up selling right before SPY had its major drop. He coughed up about $5,500 on these puts and ended up selling them for only $600. If he had only waited 4 more hours, his $600 position would have been worth $150K. Bring On the World was feeling pretty down in the dumps after losing out on a potential 6-figure trade, but it was okay. He was ready to make it all back. He got 10 Nvidia calls at the $870 strike price, 40 Tesla calls at the $172 strike price, and another 100 Tesla calls at the $175 strike price. These, of course, would all expire the next day. Tesla was down 1.5% at market open, which isn't the end of the world, but it's definitely not the greatest considering his calls expired that day and were out of the money. Luckily for him, he was able to sell his Nvidia calls for a $4,800 profit. He decided to take this money and throw it into some SPY puts. SPY was rallying, and his puts were down 9K. Even worse than that, though, is the fact that Tesla was having an awful day. Tesla's low for the day was $161, more than $10 lower than his strike prices. After his Tesla calls expired worthless and SPY puts started to dwindle, he was looking at a $17,500 loss for the day. With only a quarter of his portfolio left, hopefully he starts making safer investments. Whom's is someone who got $12K from his grandma and proceeded to lose it all. It was March 6th, and Whom was feeling bullish on Tesla. He felt like it was a good time to buy the dip, but little did he know, the dip was about to keep dipping. Tesla reported terrible delivery numbers, and on April 3rd, he gave us an updated screenshot of his portfolio. He's down 10.5K and things aren't looking too good. Tesla needs to fly 44% to hit his strike price, so it looks pretty darn likely that these calls are gonna expire worthless. Apocalypse showed up to Wall Street Street Bets on March 11th to let everyone know that the market had a grudge against him. And it seems like he was right because he would end up demolishing his portfolio in just 2 weeks. It was March 27th, and QQQ opened at just about $445 a share. Apocalypse decided to scoop up some 0 DTE calls that were just barely in the money. Unfortunately, QQQ fell 0.60% over the next half an hour. Apocalypse wasn't worried just yet though. He averaged down and bought some more calls. A few hours went by, and QQQ still hadn't picked back up. It was looking pretty hopeless for Apocalypse, but he still wanted to average down just in case the stock jumped back up later in the day. Before he knew it, there was only an hour in the trading day left, and his calls were still pretty far out of the money. He realized he messed up and walked away with a 70% loss. And right after selling, QQQ shot back up and these calls were in the money. Apocalypse was looking for the next genius trade and landed his eyes on Mara. He was ready for the happening and YOLO'd $5,300 on Mara calls that expired later in April. On April 3rd, he came to Wall Street Bets with sad news. His calls were down 46%. Considering this is most of what he has left, things are looking pretty iffy. But hopefully a miracle happens and his portfolio lives to see another day. Malarkish is someone who deposited $500 right in his Robinhood account and grew it by 5,500% in just a week. Malarkish threw $500 into Google calls on March 21st. Google jumped 2.14% the next day, and he quickly rolled this over into QQQ calls. This took his portfolio to a value of $2,200. He sold these QQQ calls and switched right back over to Google calls. These treated him well and brought him up to 8K. He sold these and picked up SMCI puts that would end up bringing his account value to 16K. Then, right after that, he got out of the money QQQ calls that expired the next day. In the matter of just 5 trading days, Malarkish was able to take his portfolio from just $500 into over 28K. Malarkish's story is pretty crazy, but StirChef is someone who has a story that isn't as pleasant. Back in January, he unfortunately lost his job. This led him to making risky trades on Robinhood. On February 16th, he showed us his portfolio that was down almost 90% for the week. A month later, he was ready to strike again. He climbed out of his bear den and YOLO'd 8K into puts on DraftKings. They were reporting earnings the next day, so he buckled up and got ready to make some money. He definitely did not end up making money though, because DraftKings had amazing earnings. The stock flew 15.5%, and StirChef's puts would of course become worthless. He was a bit shocked, but it was okay because Ulta was reporting earnings after hours. If Ulta came through with good news, then he would be back in the green. He YOLO'd 18K on Ulta calls and got ready to make his money back. He once again did not make any of his money back though, because the stock fell 5.2%. He was sitting on a $26,000 loss for the week. This was no biggie though, because Five Below was reporting earnings, and he felt like he would finally be able to make some money with this stock. Doing what he knew best, he bought calls, and of course, the stock dropped 15% the next day. For his final hurrah, he decided to get calls on PVH before they reported earnings. As you can probably guess, the stock fell 22% after reporting earnings, and StirChef's portfolio would be completely wiped out. StirChef is down 99.74% year to date and only has $220 left in his portfolio. EDP445 burner account, quite the name, posted a screenshot of his portfolio on March 3rd. He says, "I will always hate Carvana with a passion." He was down about 67% for the past month, and his portfolio was now only worth $1,600. EDP445 burner account was holding puts on the stock, but Carvana wouldn't stop climbing. He decided to ditch Carvana puts and move on to MicroStrategy puts. On March 27th, MicroStrategy was trading at about $1,900 a share. EDP445 burner account decided that the stock was way too overvalued, so he bought a put that expired the very next day. The stock was 8.7% above his strike price, but he wasn't worried. Thursday came along, and things weren't looking particularly promising. MicroStrategy was trading at $1,950 a share at market open, which was almost $200 above his strike price. He was a brave warrior. He was a man who would drive hours just to get a cupcake. And luckily enough, the stock fell 14% in the next hour and a half. His put was now up 1,100% for the day and gave him a gain of $10,000. He said he would use this money to pay off his credit cards, but just as he was about to set this money aside, he started to get that feeling that every Wall Street Bets trader knows too well. EDP445 burner account knew the next best trade, and why settle for a $10,000 gain when you can get a $100,000 gain? Instead of paying off his credit cards, he threw his money into puts on DJT. The stock was already down 25% for the day, so he might have been a little bit late to the party, but better late than never, right? Sometimes it seems like never actually is better than being late though, because he came back only 3 hours later, showing that his portfolio was down 47%. Goose Fraba is someone who made their first recent post to Wall Street Bets on February 21st. Since then, he's posted over $1 million worth of trades. On February 21st, Goose Fraba dropped $20K into puts on Nvidia. Nvidia was trading at about $690 per share, and these puts had a strike price of $725. So thankfully, he was already in the money. Nvidia flew up 16% the next day, but luckily for him, he already sold his puts and locked in a 60% gain. Goose Fraba walked away with $12K, but he was hungry for more. The next day, he YOLO'd $7K into 0-day till expiration SPY puts and $13K into puts that expired a week later. SPY stayed below his strike price, but his puts ended up only being in the money by 15 cents, so he definitely took a pretty hefty loss. He let his other puts ride out and even came back 4 days later to add more fuel to the fire. He dropped $12K for 40 more puts. SPY kept rallying for the week, but luckily, Goose Fraba sold his puts before they did any damage. He sold them for an $1,800 gain, and just like clockwork, he was back at it again only 4 days later. He YOLO'd another $19K on SPY puts that expired 3 days later. SPY dropped 0.60% and he successfully doubled his money. Fresh off his $20K gain, he thought it was a good idea to throw $46K into SPY calls, with half of them expiring the same day and the other half expiring the following week. He closed his 0DTE calls for a $23,000 gain and let his other calls run their course. They were still out of the money by 1.6% though, so Goose Fraba decided he had enough. He was back to being a bear. On March 13th, he threw $26K into puts that expired a week and a half later. He didn't have to wait a week though, because SPY fell 1.2% the next 2 days, and he was able to get his hands on a gain of $21K. 3 days later, Goose Fraba threw yet another $31K into SPY puts. He wasn't so lucky this time around though, and he ended up closing out at a $10,000 loss. Ready to get revenge, he dropped $33K on 2-day till expiration SPY calls and ended up selling these calls only a day later for a $52,000 profit. After this, he made a $60,000 profit on Tesla puts, an $8,000 profit with SPY puts a few hours later, a $4,000 profit with SPY puts a day later, a $51,000 gain with more 0DTE SPY puts the next day, a $29,000 gain on SPY puts the day after that, and $36K with SPY puts 3 days after that. 67 High is a user who came to Wall Street Bets with only $189. It was February 1st, and he was down over $23,000 just for the past 2 weeks. His stock trading hobby was looking pretty treacherous, but he felt like he would be able to turn things around. With the help of SPY, Mara, and SMCI, 67 High was able to do the impossible. He was locking in gain after gain. He woke up one morning with over $400,000 in his Robinhood account thanks to SMCI. The stock rallied past $1,000 and 67 High was happier than ever. He had faith that the stock would keep rocketing, but Unfortunately, SMCI had other plans. What was once a $400,000 position was now only worth $40K. In just about a day, he managed to slice his portfolio by about 90%. He dumped this $40K into SMCI calls, but never got back to us with an update. Hopefully things are smooth sailing for him. A gain like this is really no big deal though, because Sandeep4386 is a user who was able to miraculously turn $10K into $1 million. Sandeep was able to achieve this nearly 100x gain in the matter of only 45 days. But things weren't always sunshine and rainbows for the Wall Street Bets user. Back in March of 2023, Sandeep would find himself entangled in the FRC collapse. Sandeep was hoping that FRC would pump, and he bought $387,000 worth of shares. As we know now, First Republic Bank wasn't the greatest investment back in 2023. The bank was completely wiped out, and the stock proceeded to fall from $120 a share to being completely worthless in just a few weeks. Sandeep was surely disheartened, but definitely not defeated. He got ready for his biggest battle yet. It was December 28th, and Coinbase was trading just over $186. Sandeep felt like crypto's bull run wouldn't last forever, and he decided to pick up some spicy puts that would end up costing him $10K. Sandeep had perfectly timed the market and picked the literal best day to buy these puts. Coinbase dropped by about 7% the next day, and Sandeep had successfully doubled his money. Sandeep was not done yet though, and according to him, like a hawk eyeing its prey, he kept a close watch on DWAC, being able to smell the tendies cooking from miles away. DWAC was trading at $22.35, and Sandeep dropped 22K on calls after seeing the results of the Iowa caucus. In the matter of a week, DWAC's share price rocketed by 127%. This took Sandeep's originally $22,000 investment into over $700K. Sandeep acknowledged how significant this gain was, but he was not ready to cash out just yet. He was too busy dreaming of yacht parties and tendy-filled hot tubs. DWAC began to cool down though, and his portfolio dropped to a value of $440,000. He ditched WAC and funneled this money into puts on ARM Holdings. ARM was trading around $148. Sandeep had already 44x'd his money. He just needed ARM to crash to lock in the gain he had always dreamed of. He completed the trusty luck of the Irish ritual. He did an Irish jig and smashed the like button and subscribed. Luckily for him, ARM dropped 19.5% the following day. This sent the value of his portfolio all the way up to $990K. According to him, he already disabled margin and options on this account. He wants to trade only stocks and retire once his account reaches 8 figures. Hopefully Sandeep stays true to his word and holds on to this magnificent gain. Sandeep managed to get pretty lucky, but the next person in our video is someone who royally screwed up the finances of him and his wife. The user who made this post was actually his wife, and the post was made in a subreddit that was not Wall Street Bets. So for that reason, I'm gonna keep the poster anonymous on this one. Sarah and her husband got married 2 years ago. Sarah's parents paid for the reception and told her that they could keep the cash gifts that they got. They raked in $50K and put this money into a savings account. Sarah thought it would be a good idea to use this money for a down payment on a house in the future, but this would unfortunately never happen after her husband got his paws on the money. Her husband asked her if she would be fine with splitting the $50K into 2 different accounts. He had begun day trading and wanted to fund his account with enough money to get rid of the pattern day trading rule. He told her that he wouldn't use the money to buy or sell any stocks. He simply wanted the money so he wouldn't get flagged due to pattern day trading. To Sarah's surprise, a few months later, her husband would tell her that the $25K was gone. She was shook and couldn't believe what she was hearing. They just had a baby 6 months ago, and they could really use this money to help support their growing family. The worst part of this all is that he tells her he can make all of this money back. It's pretty likely that Sarah's husband is lurking somewhere on Wall Street Bets, so maybe we've already covered him in a previous video. Hopefully he gets his act together so the safety of his family isn't on the line. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Wolf of Wall Street, but word on the street is that the Goose of Wall Street is really where it's all at. Goose of Wall Street came to the subreddit with a modest portfolio of $1,500. He wanted to rapidly grow his portfolio and he had his eyes set on Nvidia. Nvidia increased 29% over the next month, and the Goose of Wall Street's investment would pay off. On February 16th, he updated us with the following: 1.5K to 125K in a month. The Goose of Wall Street presents us with a 5,500% gain for the past month. With 126K in his Robinhood portfolio, he says, almost all Nvidia calls with a splash of coin too. Not an entirely smooth ride, but overall happy. Keeping half in next week through earnings, holding other half back in case things go south. The Goose of Wall Street dropped 53.4K on calls that expired a week later. Even though Nvidia reported amazing earnings and rose 16% for the day, the stock never reached his strike price of $900. Also, he never updated us with new screenshots of this position, so it's tough to say how much he walked away with, if anything at all. Reddit user MaybeAwesome22 has been active on stock-related subreddits for over a year now. They would post about stocks that had potential to be squeezed and continued doing so for about a year. This brings us to January 27th, where MaybeAwesome makes a post regarding the rising short interest surrounding Carvana. On this day, Carvana was trading for $7.77, which is about 98% lower than all-time highs at $360. It's safe to say that most people lost faith in this company and didn't want to invest their money into them anymore. The company had just broken state laws in Illinois 2 days ago before this, and hedge funds saw a pretty intriguing financial opportunity in shorting the stock. Despite the continual downfall of the stock, members of the r/short squeeze subreddit saw massive short squeeze potential in this stock considering the massive short interest from hedge funds. Over the next few days, the unthinkable would happen. Carvana's share price had gone up more than 100% within the short period of just a week. MaybeAwesome would turn to Reddit to celebrate their success amongst the community of short squeezers. Their uploaded screenshot shows that Carvana had skyrocketed almost 40% in just one day alone. Other members of this subreddit would talk about how they thought about selling at this price of $14.20 to lock in their gains, but they ultimately decided on using diamond hands to hold their position. This seemingly proved to be a bad decision as Carvana would stop squeezing. In fact, the stock wouldn't make any other major moves for the time being as it continued to drop back to the $6 range. MaybeAwesome would slow down with the posts about Carvana as the stock steadily declined. However, they would make their return to the short squeeze subreddit after Carvana had once again jumped up 88% in just 1 week. Carvana beat earnings expectations and was finally rising again. Over the next month or two, Carvana would see nearly 900% gains at its peak. Apes were going crazy, and members of the short squeeze community were absolutely filled with glee. On July 12th, MaybeAwesome would return to the subreddit and present their 4,000% gain from the stock. This screenshot shows that they have over $52,000 worth of calls that expire in August, but MaybeAwesome confirms that they have already locked in 6 figures worth of profits. Even if Carvana tanks again and these options become worthless, MaybeAwesome will still be walking away with a pretty hefty gain from what they already sold. At the time of making this video, Carvana has dropped over 17% today, and the overall outlook of the company is now pretty bearish. I'm not too sure if the stock is going to keep squeezing, but we'll see what happens over the next few weeks. Congrats to MaybeAwesome for the awesome gains, and also congrats for actually locking in a great chunk of your profits. For every winner you see on Wall Street Bets, there's another loser. Actually, it's probably more like 10 losers per every 1 winner, but you get the point. This brings us to the tale of Legitimate Listen 72. This user is a 19-year-old who recently received a pretty nice $50,000 sum from their grandfather. Prior to joining Wall Street Bets, Legitimate Listen would be active in a subreddit for coins $100 in a subreddit for prize picks. Finding oneself in the prize picks subreddit might not bode well for someone venturing into risky options trading. Nevertheless, let's delve into how this intriguing journey unfolded for them. On June 14th, Legitimate Listen would make their first major post to Wall Street Bets, where they would post a screenshot showing egregious losses accompanied with the caption, "Am I doing it right?" This screenshot doesn't show any specific positions, but Legitimate Listen said that they didn't obtain any of these losses by purchasing options. Also, these stocks were purchased while SPY was rallying, so it's tough to say what caused this massive 42% loss. Despite the fact that Legitimate Listen lost nearly $8,000, most people on the subreddit would agree that a 41.93% loss is not nearly enough. Legitimate Listen would return to the subreddit one day later with yet another screenshot of their Webull account. This time, their loss increased by about 20% to a staggering 61.92%. Legitimate Listen was now down almost $12,000. And they wanted to know how they could get their money back. Encouraged by fellow users on the Wall Street Bets subreddit, Legitimate Listen received advice to consider embarking on a third trade, deeming it the best course of action. Well, third time isn't always necessarily the charm as shown by their post. Legitimate Listen shares a screenshot of a whopping 100.43% loss, accompanied with the caption, "Life is falling apart." This is where the situation gets pretty dark because they go on to say that they feel like they're disappointing their grandfather by blowing through the inheritance. They talk about how unsatisfied they are with their life and mention that this screenshot isn't even the worst of it. Hopefully the remaining $30,000 is still left from the inheritance, but it's kinda tough to say whether or not that's the case. If they still have $30,000 left, they can just throw that into an index fund and let it grow over the next few decades, considering Legitimate Listen is only 19. Sometimes, people take these massive, devastating losses before their 20s. On the other hand, some people don't lose a lot of money until they're 40. Apprehensive Floor 78 is a 40-year-old man who only has one post on the Wall Street Bets subreddit, but this one singular post has a whole lot of merit to it. 2 years ago, Apprehensive Floor was getting sick and tired of the rat race and wanted to start making more money. During this time, he says that he was in a bad place both mentally and with his career. He was drinking a 2-liter bottle of hard liquor every 4 to 5 days and absolutely hated his job. He describes himself as having an addictive personality, considering he started gambling and drinking more often. This is where he decided he either needed to go big or go home. Apprehensive Floor converted his 401k to a self-directed brokerage where he would get a bit reckless with his money with hopes of striking gold. He quit his job and started making risky trades. This leads us to the ultimate downfall of his portfolio. He says that he didn't want to miss out on massive gains and decided to YOLO his entire portfolio on Bed Bath & Beyond. Apprehensive Floor isn't too clear as to when exactly he entered the position, but Bed Bath & Beyond was definitely extremely volatile during this time period. This is backed up by his plummeting portfolio. He would consistently lose money throughout the remainder of 2021 and experienced a huge drop-off after some time in early 2022. Looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, this seems to be where the stock dropped 80% in just a few weeks. Apprehensive Floor's portfolio was absolutely demolished, and he definitely acknowledged this. Despite being over $400,000 in the hole, he decided to work on improving his life for the better. He quit drinking without any help, started working out, lost weight, met his girlfriend, and even told her about his past and his unwise decisions. He obtained a new job that's fully remote, and according to him, everything is going great. Although it's gonna take a while to grow his portfolio to the size that it once was, it seems like Apprehensive Floor is overall in a better place than he was 2 years ago, despite his financial loss. On the positive note, he says that his girlfriend makes 3 times more money than him, so he can just be her sugar baby. She can support him and a couple more boyfriends, according to him. But overall, it seems like Apprehensive Floor is making good progress in his life, and overall, I just wish the best for him. One thing for certain though, is that you probably shouldn't mess with your retirement funds in your 40s if you're actually trying to have a smooth retirement experience. As you can see, losing $400,000 isn't always a fun experience. But what if you're someone who has made over $10 million trading stocks? $400,000 are next ape has made almost 7 times that in just one single trading day. Fosterion18 has obtained massive wealth, starting with a respectable $600,000. Fosterion18 has been active on Wall Street Bets for over 4 years now, but his chain of insane trades wouldn't really start till about May 10th of this year. On this day, he would buy NDX calls expiring the same day. This would prove to be very profitable as NDX rose about $150 that day. His calls were up 1,000% and Fosterion18 received an $172,000 gain. Just a week later, he would return to the subreddit with a post titled "A 10x per day keeps the bears away." This seemed to be true because he included a screenshot with yet another massive gain. He profited over $106,000, which is an 800% gain of his original position. After making such enormous gains, some people would get hooked and destroy their portfolio. Fosterion was indeed hooked, but he did the exact opposite of destroying his portfolio. Only one day later from this 10x post, he made a post that discussed AI and Nvidia being in a bubble. Along with his thoughts, he includes a screenshot showing a 1,300% gain for the week and another 1,900% gain. From these two positions alone, he had reached over $1 million. He even states that it's time to sell, which clearly means he locked in his profits for these trades. Only 9 days later, he returns to the subreddit with a post titled "Another $1.3 million day. Which Lambo should I buy?" His portfolio shows that these gains came from NDX, NQ, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, Meta, and Google calls. The market was still surging during this time, and his portfolio had reached an unimaginable $5.9 million. From this point on out, his posts become absolutely ridiculous. 2 weeks later, another $1.2 million gain. One day after that, another $1.1 million. 2 weeks after that, another $1.8 million. The market continued to surge, and Fosterion18 was absolutely printing money. He would remain dormant for about 2 weeks until returning to the subreddit with his biggest screenshot yet, containing a variety of NDX calls, Google calls, Amazon calls, all the calls you can think of. He presents us with the breathtaking gain of $2.75 million just for the day. Most people never even save this type of money in their entire lifetime. Fosterion18 had just done it in a single day. On top of this amazing gain, we see that his portfolio is now worth 8 figures. Letting this sit in an index fund would result in a $500 million position in 40 years. That's billion with a B. This can, without a doubt, either make him a billionaire or make his kids billionaires. This really shows you why Wall Street Bets can be so addicting. We have people losing 100% of their portfolio, while others make enough money to retire their family in a single day. The next person on our list is a bit more like your average trader on Wall Street Bets. User Not Selling GameStop made his first post of the subreddit 2 years ago during the GameStop and AMC craze. His first post was him mentioning that he was going all in today. He doesn't mention exactly what stock he's going all in on, but judging by his name and the time of the post, I think it's pretty safe to assume that he's talking about GameStop. Not too long after, he presents us with a screenshot showing his 31% loss for the week. Despite the major loss, he declares he has diamond hands and that he's not going anywhere. After losing quite a bit from GameStop and AMC, he decides that Sundial is a great stock to quote-unquote offset his losses from GameStop and AMC. This didn't really work out for him, and of course his losses would continue. This is where he makes the most genius play in his entire career. On January 29th, 2021, Not Selling GameStop buys 1 share of GameStop for $385. His investment proved to be absolutely horrendous as GameStop dropped over 80% the next day. He bought GameStop at literally the highest point he could have ever bought it at. This user continued making these not so intelligent trades and became fascinated with the stock iTub. This community on Reddit only had 55 members, which further proves his ability to choose stocks that don't really seem to be going anywhere. He would remain relatively dormant on the Wall Street Bets subreddit until just about a month ago. In this post, he writes, "This group has been the worst thing to ever happen to me. Along with this, he includes a great picture of his portfolio. Over the course of about 2 years, he's lost almost $20,000, which is over 67% of his portfolio. 1 week later, he posts yet another screenshot with a $6 gain in his account. He says he wants help and he doesn't want to keep losing money. Other users of the subreddit would give him the advice he needed and told him to stop trading options. Despite receiving this advice from fellow WSBers, he returned 6 days later with another $800 loss, claiming that his life was over. According to him, all of the money from his portfolio was borrowed money with a very high interest rate. At this point, not selling GameStop is pretty hopeless and is looking for a way out of his financial situation. Hopefully he's learned his lesson and doesn't try dumping his remaining funds into more risky options. Losing $20,000 is no walk in the park, but Wall Street Bets is not your walk in the park type of community. Losing $20,000 is a mere drop in the bucket when it comes to some other detrimental trades posted on the subreddit. Before Poor, Now Rich is a user on the Wall Street Bets subreddit who seemingly tries to achieve the opposite of what his username is. This user has only one post on the subreddit, but the story behind this one post goes back all the way to 2016. 7 years ago, this young man was buying and holding stocks for years on end. His portfolio was growing steadily and was pretty safe. But then all of a sudden things started to take a turn in March of 2020. World conditions were getting pretty crazy at the time, but surprisingly, Before Poor, Now Rich's portfolio stayed strong. Sometime around March 20th, markets were the lowest they have ever been. SPY was only $228 and people were panicking. Luckily enough, SPY would double in value over the next year and would go on an insane rally. This sounds like great news for Before Poor, Now Rich's portfolio, but unfortunately, he decided to buy puts on SPY when it was already at the lowest it's been in quite some time. He bought puts after the stock had already dropped 33% in that 1 month period. It's safe to say that you can see how this affected his portfolio. He is down $89,000 all time and seems to be down about $130,000 from all-time highs. If he simply put his portfolio in SPY at the start of 2016, his Robinhood account would now have over $214,000 in it. Despite taking this major loss, Before Poor, Now Rich says that they're gonna come back with $1 million and buy options if his new business goes according to plan. Well, all I can say is I'm rooting for you, and I hope one day your username turns into a reality. L Walker 510 is a user who hasn't had much luck since joining Wall Street Bets. Send help, he says. Over the course of about 3 years, he managed to rack up about $250,000 in losses. Originally, he was in the green by tens of thousands of dollars. His portfolio would remain green until something switched in him on July 13th, 2021. He leveraged credit and took out personal loans. Since then, things just haven't been going so great. I've tried to move forward many times, but my confidence and will have been crushed despite joining several rooms and investing in tools provided by really good traders. I feel like I need to get even before I get ahead. Hopefully L Walker stops the risky trading and starts investing long term. On the bright side, Robinhood offers him $1 to learn about how he can retire with $1 million. Fosterion18 is someone who we've covered in the past. He's made over $10 million trading options and certainly has an insane history on Wall Street Bets. In 2024, he would return not to Wall Street Bets, but instead r/dividends. He shows off his $800,000 a year dividend portfolio that he started back in August. Fosterion shows the importance of locking in gains and quitting while you're ahead. FarmPal is a user who shows the importance of being relentless and never giving up. FarmPal has been active on Wall Street Bets for over 9 years now, but things would really take a turn over the past year. In April, he would deposit about $30K. He managed to grow his portfolio by about 25%, but this wouldn't last for long. He would make some bad investments and found his way back to the bottom. In June, he ended up growing his portfolio back to about $40K until it came crashing down to zero again in July. In August, he he deposited about $40K and really started to make some bold moves. In only a week or two, he had reached 6 figures. This was a pretty big accomplishment. He could put this money into an index fund and get some pretty safe returns for the rest of his life, but obviously, he did not want to do this. He magically made some bad investments again and brought his portfolio to zero. September rolled around and he did the usual. Deposited about $40K, made a decent amount of money, but went back to zero. FarmPal was fed up. He had already failed 4 times this year and didn't have any money in his portfolio. His only choice was to return to the usual. He deposited about $15,000 into his account. In a few weeks, he managed to take his account to $80K. He could cash out here and take the crazy gain, or he can risk losing it all again and go for gold. FarmPal, of course, decided to go for gold, and finally, it seemed like the right decision. He would end December with $539,000 in his portfolio. 5th time's the charm. Bust 4 times this year before going 45K to 600K. Story and comments. After months of selling put spreads and iron condors, GameStop had finally blessed him. FarmPal says that this account is play money. Now that he has over 500K in it, he will likely withdraw a large amount of it to lock in some gains. Hopefully, his portfolio doesn't fall back down to zero. PVS88, aka YOLO Trader, has been posting to Wall Street Bets for over a year now, but his biggest post wouldn't be made until a few weeks ago. Early on in December, YOLO Trader decided to drop $650,000 on SPX calls that expired at the end of December. SPX was trading at $4,604, but his calls had a strike price of $47.75. This was quite alright though, because SPX would rally over the next week or two. SPX was trading at $4,768, and YOLO Trader was up just about 500K on his position. At this point, selling wouldn't have been a bad idea, but YOLO Trader was already in too deep. He was going for a $1 million gain on this position. Unfortunately though, the next day, December 20th, was not a great day for SPX. The stock dropped to $46.98 and continued to move in an unfavorable manner. The morning of the expiration rolled around, and he was down 25% since purchasing these calls. Things would get even worse after about an hour into the trading day. SPX began selling off, and these calls would inevitably expire worthless. YOLO Trader says that he's at a loss for words and is mad at himself for not taking profits along the way. In total, he sits at an astounding $649,000 loss. Easy Yogurt 4939 is a Wall Street Bets user who uses Invisalign. While on the journey for straighter teeth, Easy Yogurt realized that Invisalign was a good product. That being said, he dumped $40K into Invisalign calls that expired on January 5th. Invisalign needed to jump $17 for him to be break-even on his position. On December 13th, Jerome Powell announced his expectation for cutting interest rates. Invisalign started to soar. Invisalign jumped 6.4% on December 13th and 11% on December 14th. It continued to rise 2 weeks later, which is when Easy Yogurt shares the following screenshot with us. Forgot to share my Align YOLO. Easy Yogurt is up $214,000 for the day and $287,000 all time on his short-term position. Took a screenshot when I sold, but I forgot to share this. Been wearing Invisalign for a year and a half now. Like the product. Figured I might as well make some money out of it. Didn't expect JPOW to pump my bag this soon and this much. Long Wash here, aka the Dragon of Wall Street, is someone who felt confident in the company Robinhood. On January 9th, he would purchase 600 contracts that expired only 3 days later. These calls had the strike price of $11.50 and cost him $78 each. Robinhood was currently trading at about $12.50 $2.20, so he was already in the money. The stock stayed pretty stagnant, but one day before expiration, it jumped up about 14%, which put him in the green by about $30,000. The only thing is that he was busy with something else while the stock was rallying. He decided to play Monster Hunter, and the stock would fall 7% throughout the day. Went from being up 30K to losing it all because I decided to play Monster Hunter for 10 minutes instead of selling yesterday at open. Long Washier lost $47,000 in options and also lost some money on shares too. I'm sure you all have already heard of Boeing's major blunder. Many of their Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes had many issues, the most notorious being with one of its doors being open while in the air. This would cause the stock price to plummet. Jon Snow 4525 is a user who got puts on the company right before this whole fiasco unfolded. Being up 1,000% for the month and 430% for the day, his portfolio now sits at $107,000. Job Itchy 9815 says, "Is anyone else having a very good last few weeks? Rainbow Bear." With only $432 in his portfolio on December 20th, Job Itchy really managed to turn things around. He achieved a $10,000 gain for the month and brought his portfolio to $11,000. But he also shows that he's down $5,000 for the year. Sackify is someone who we've covered in a previous video. He invested over $40K into AMC in the middle of November, and looking at a chart, we can see that he would be down about 43% by now. We don't know if he held on to this position though, because he stopped posting about AMC and started posting about SPY instead. On December 27th, Sackify posted SPY YOLO. We can see that he got a 30% gain for the day and made over $12,000. He states, "My regarded self is done trading for a while." When he said he would be done for a while, it seems like he meant a very short while, because he would place another risky trade only a few hours later. SPY rose about 0.18% for the day, but Sackify would lock in over $20,000 in gains. A 50% gain in a day is pretty darn lucky, but Sackify wasn't done testing his luck just yet. He would return to Wall Street Bets a day later with day 2 of SPY scalping. SPY was pretty calm that day, rising only 18 cents, but Sackify managed to increase his portfolio by over $10,000. Had lots of trade put in today, puts and calls, so won't be able to show all trades. Due to the volatility today, I'm done trading. So far, up 30K in 2 days. Sackify was up 72% for the week, and he said he was done. He wouldn't be done for long though, because 5 days later, he would return with day 4 of SPY scalping. Sackify was now up to nearly $82,000. He made 10K on this day, which is a 14% gain. Market's still being choppy and have been playing mostly puts. For proof of trades, check out my previous posts. Hand heart emoji. So far, I have only taken one lost day, which was day 3 of down 1.5K. Sackify was up 96% for the week, and he wasn't gonna give up just yet. 2 days later, he would give us another update within the series with day 6 of SPY scalping. Sackify had managed to grow his portfolio to over $95,000. I'm finished trading, going to cash out all and leave 1K to trade to not get bored. For everyone wondering how to scalp, a simple YouTube video will explain it. I don't use any indicators or do technical analysis for my trades. My gains were truly off pure luck and timing. If you want to see proof of trades, simply ask in the replies. With a 129% gain for the past week and a half, Sackify's portfolio is just shy of 6 figures. It's good to see that he quit while he was ahead. He definitely came a long way from investing in AMC through Cash App. Function Initial is a user who had an unexpected change in his life. He was absent from work for 2 days in a row because of a rare autoimmune disease. His boss was apparently not rocking with this. Function Function Initial would be fired from his job, and he was furious. After unexpectedly getting fired, Function Initial thought the best course of action would be to invest his money into options. This may sound like a risky thing to do, but Function Initial ended up turning a $3,400 investment into just about $16,000. He 4.7x'd his money and now has been offered a new job that he's interested in. This is already impressive, but a month before this, he was able to take 2.3K all the way up to 18K. Function Initial says, "I was fired for discriminatory reasons at my job and decided to trade, turned 3,000 into 16K, and last month 2.3K to 18K. Thanks for firing me? Function Initial debates becoming a full-time trader, which usually never ends well, but so far, he seems to be doing pretty well. Frankie Fasthands 19 is a user who shared Nike puts YOLO. In this screenshot, we see that he spent about 6K on these contracts, and they were expiring only a day later. Nike was trading at $122.53. He needed the stock to drop 7% in a day just to break even. Frankie would go to sleep and prepare for his battle on Friday. Frankie woke up on Friday to amazing news. Nike reported earnings and they were not looking so hot. Nike would fall 11.82% and Frankie's portfolio would take off. Frankie seems to be a humble investor. He didn't follow up with a gain screenshot after predicting Nike's plummet, but it's safe to say that he secured an amazing profit. This all sounds like amazing news, and it is, but on the day right before his Nike YOLO, he also YOLO'd some money into some other puts. Frankie pretty much matched his Nike YOLO and invested about 5.7K into Micron Technology puts that expired on Friday. Micron Technology was trading at 78.73, and he needed the stock to drop down to 74.95 to break even. Frankie says, hoping MU crashes after earnings. Wish me luck. Pimp Vic 3 approaches and says, I'ma buy calls because of this post. Pimp Vic boasts a screenshot of a $20 YOLO into calls on the company. Both users were confident in their decisions. The earnings report would come out a few hours later, and to the dismay of Frankie, Micron Technology had beaten expectations. The stock rocketed 8.6% the next day, and Frankie's puts would be obliterated. 6K would go down the drain with this trade, but hopefully his gain with Nike covered his losses with Micron Technology. IR God says closed Mara position today, approximately $500,000 gain in the last 30 days. IR God achieved a 65.27% gain for the past month, which brings his portfolio to nearly 1.3 mil. What's up, boys? I GTFO of everything today. Year-to-date gains well over a mil. Made roughly 500K with Mara options, plus about 100K from Riot options. See my last post for Mara positions. Tried to post about my position yesterday, but it got taken down. Was up approximately 250K at the peak. Market closed up about 80K yesterday. Got out today, up about 75K for the day. After making a 7-figure gain with crypto-related stocks, he decided that it was time to flip the switch. He transformed from a bull to a bear and acquired 100K worth of puts on Mara. After holding these puts for about 2 weeks, he started to get worried. It was January 8th, and Mara was still trading at $25.98. That being said, he decided to sell these puts for a $30,000 loss. 2 days after selling, the Bitcoin ETF acceptance news got out, and the price of Bitcoin would begin to fall. Mara fell 32.4% within 5 days of him selling, so it's safe to say he should have waited a bit before letting go of his puts. Regardless though, he still made an insane profit overall. Mr. Krusty Socks is someone who has quite the history on Wall Street Bets. 2 years ago, he turned $69 to $4,600 in just 1 week. Back in June, he got a $44,000 gain with Adobe. In July, he got an $11,000 gain with Robinhood, and overall, his account history shows a whole lot of green days. This would take a turn in 2024. On the first of the year, he posted 20K save calls. He invested nearly 25K in calls on the company's Spirit Airlines. The stock was currently trading at $16.39, but he needed it to go up to $27.91 to break even. Mr. Krusty Socks wasn't too worried though, because there was a rumor that JetBlue was going to buy them out. 3 days before the expiration of these contracts, news would come out. JetBlue's $3.8 billion buyout of Spirit Airlines blocked by judge, citing threat to competition. This was horrendous news for Mr. Krusty Socks. Spirit would go from $15.36 to just $5.86 in 20 minutes. That's a 61.85% decrease. It's safe to say that Mr. Krusty Socks won't be breaking even on these contracts. Speaking of Spirit Airlines, let's move on to the tale of Stolen Shoelace. On November 29th, he would share the following to Wall Street Bets. 15K gain so far from Save. When this deal goes through, this position will be worth a cool 88.6K. Hindsight is always 20/20, but obviously, Stolen Shoelace wouldn't be up on his position for long. On January 16th, he would return to Wall Street Bets with sad news. Nothing can save me now. From being up 24K to being down 13K. Instead of his position being worth 88K like he said, it was now worthless. Well, it was a fun ride. I think we all knew that the Spirit Airlines deal was a coin flip from the start. Just sad that it didn't go our way. Also, these stupid spread have no liquidity, so it is impossible to close this position. Perfect Software 4358 is someone who managed to achieve an insane gain with only $26. On January 16th, Perfect Software would purchase a call on SMCI. Supermicro Computer Incorporated would report earnings pretty soon. His call had the strike price of $345 and would expire on January 19th. The stock dropped 12% over the next 2 days, and things were looking horrendous. He originally spent $900 on the call, but it was now worth a measly $26. At this point, he was looking for a miracle. Luckily for him, it was January 19th, and the stock price started to turn around. AI computer maker Supermicro hikes outlook, stock soars. SMCI rose a whopping 36% that day, skyrocketing his call to a value of over $6,600. Perfect Software went from being down 97% to being up 618% in the matter of just 3 days. Perfect Software's gain is outstanding, but he's not the only one who got lucky with SMCI. PCC Brown is someone who originally had a mediocre portfolio. With just about $100, things weren't looking entirely promising. PCC Brown had his eyes set on SMCI and YOLO'd $95 into the company on January 16th. 3 days later, we all know what happened. Up 8,675% for the day, PCC Brown managed to take $95 to over $3,900. Thank you, SMCI. My first one. Whoa, it feels so good. $95 into 4K. Sword High is someone who hasn't been as lucky as these two. Lost near 25K in the past month. The thought of it makes me want to move to Alaska and quit life. Sword High is down $25,000 over the past month and obviously isn't too happy about it. Old-time lurker around here, before WBS got mainstream. If you think you have an edge, think again. Lol, nobody does. Only on SPY 1 day till expirations. Oh, let's not forget the thousands of dollars in commission fees over the past few months. Poor again. Not that those 25K makes you rich, but it does when you think now much more wisely you could have used it. Confident Curve 4672 takes all this information and throws it out the window. He had $44 to spare and wanted to turn it into a small fortune. Humana was trading at $450 a share, and Confident Curve felt like this was outrageous. That being said, he used the $44 to purchase a put that expired on January 26th. This put had a strike price of $420, so it was pretty likely that this put would expire worthless. Suddenly, news would come out in Confident Curve's favor. Humana stock falls after reporting higher costs, dragging down other Medicare Advantage providers. Humana would drop over 12% at market open. This sent his put flying to a value of $30.90. Confident Curve wouldn't wait too long and ended up selling this put for $29.51. Typical Buffalo 1878 was not your average trader. 2024 just started and he was looking for a way to lock in consistent profit. He had just under $200K in his Robinhood account, so he could easily make some pretty good passive income by putting that into an index fund. But obviously, no one's gonna do that on this subreddit. Typical Buffalo would trade 0-day till expiration SPY options with tight strike prices. SPY was a bit rocky during this time period, but Typical Buffalo managed to grow his portfolio to $559,000. A 186% gain is insane. Would Typical Buffalo call it quits with over $500,000? Would he throw it into an index fund and ensure a safe retirement? Obviously not. Determined to continue his streak of luck, he opened up Robinhood for another day of risky trades. Little did he know, this day would mark the end of his streak. Typical Buffalo was feeling like a bear and opened up some puts. SPY kept rising, and he decided to buy more puts. SPY was rallying and showed no signs of slowing down. Typical Buffalo would buy more puts, but eventually he faced reality. His portfolio was down 56%, and he had lost over $314,000 for the day. He says, "I thought we would see a pullback at some point, but this rally today was just too strong. I gave up, and glad I did, or this would be a lot worse. Writing this here as a reminder to myself that a win is a win and a loss is a loss, but chasing anything is a loser. Only good news is that I'm still up 25% year to date. Still determined to see this account hit $1 million, but clearly need to slow down and regroup. Hopefully Typical Buffalo stops the risky trades, but only time will tell if he implements a safer strategy to his Robinhood portfolio." Brendog324 is a member of the WallStreetBets subreddit who shared the following screenshot along with, "Lost nearly all my money day trading the daily movers list, then gained it all back by trading options. What else could go wrong?" As you can see by the screenshot, Brendog's portfolio definitely was going through some increased volatility during this time period. His portfolio was in the green and he was up almost $14,000, but Brendog was not happy with this. This would lead him to making the following post only 6 days later. "I bet my entire life saving on Meta calls that expire in 3 days. Brendog includes a screenshot showing that he had 180 calls that expired on December 8th. Meta was currently trading at $332.75, so Brendog's calls were already in the money. If Meta continued to rise, he could lock in a pretty sweet profit. However, it's safe to say that he did not achieve this sweet profit. He would return only a day later with this monstrosity, along with, update, yesterday's Meta YOLO. His portfolio now sits just under $29,000, even though it was at about $52K a week ago. For those of you unfamiliar, yesterday, I YOLO'd my entire life savings on Meta options that expire this Friday. Why? Because I thought Meta would go up, but apparently stocks can fall too. Well, today, the stock opened high at 9:30, then fell for the rest of the day. So right now, I'm sitting at around a 10K loss after selling in the afternoon. Apparently, I'm not allowed to post a certain ticker on this sub, but here's a screenshot of me dumping my remaining money into a certain stock who had their earnings call today, and it's not looking good. The stock that Brendog dumped the rest of his money into was GameStop, and GameStop would end up trading sideways by the end of the day. At this point, Brendog's portfolio sits at only $5,000, and things are not looking bright at all. He would return to WallStreetBets the next day with, "Final update, what after YOLOing my life savings? Appreciate everyone who was rooting for me. It's certainly been a wild ride. For those of you new here, I YOLO'd my life savings of 38K into Meta calls on Tuesday that expire this Friday. I ended up selling my Meta calls yesterday for a 10K loss. Then, like a true regard, YOLO'd the rest into GameStop options that became near worthless overnight. I currently have only 5K left from the original 38K. To make things worse, I woke up from my sleepless night to see that Meta rocketed this morning, and if I had just held one more day, I would have been up to 140K at today's peak. Brendog's YOLO went pretty much as bad as it possibly could. Only a day or two after this post, both Meta and GameStop would significantly rise in value. This means that he would have obtained a profit with either stock if he didn't have paper hands. If he simply just held his original Meta position, he would have been up to $200,000. Instead, he's down below 10K. Despite this, he reiterates that he's gonna be okay financially. He lost about 90% of his life savings, but he doesn't have any debt. He also has some money in his checking account and currently has a part-time job. He's only 20 years old, so obviously he still has quite a bit of time to secure his financial future. Supposedly, his ACT score was so high that he got a full ride to a private university, so he doesn't have to deal with any student loans. He points out that academic smarts don't always translate to financial smarts. He's always considered himself to be a hard worker and doesn't really spend money on things that he doesn't need. This money he lost was money he saved up during his teenage years from various jobs like food delivery, working at a fast food restaurant, and internships. He knows that it's time to save up again and move on from this loss. He isn't doing all that great mentally, but he appreciates all the support he's been getting. He takes full responsibility for his actions and knows that he got himself into that trade. He's been wanting to do something exhilarating, so he thought this was the time to do so. He notes that, after all, we only get one shot at life. Why not do something insane? This insanity doesn't stop here though. In his latest trading post, he includes the following screenshot along with "trying to recoup my loss, day 1. Brendog doesn't give up on his portfolio and collects a $3,000 profit for the day. It's unknown if Brendog was able to take his portfolio out of the trenches because he stopped posting about stocks and started posting Brawl Stars content to Reddit. VennyViddy is a user who would make the following post: X gain 1.3K to 78K. Not much, but worked out. Moneybags. VennyViddy managed to take someone's paycheck and turn it into nearly 6 figures. United States Steel Corporation went on an insane run during the week of this post, jumping over 36% in just 4 days. Real Stock Near is a user who shared the following clip. Mark Minervini is a man who went on CNBC to talk about stocks. He talks about being up 25% on Upstart, but when asked about what the company does, he seems to blank on it.
Very powerful, very strong earnings. These stocks are
What do they
acting
do?
really
I don't even
well.
know them. What do they do?
Excuse me?
What does Upstart do?
Well, I'm sorry.
Mark Minervini is the author of Trade Like a Stock Market Wizard and Think and Trade Like a Champion. Upstart dropped to $13 at its lowest and now only trades at $44. A pretty steep drop from $390 2 years ago. Kevin FOMO the DGen is a user who started posting to WallStreetBets about 5 months ago. He would post amazing 5- and 6-figure gains, but his craziest trade wouldn't be made until December. Update: 20K to 1.2 million in 1 day, thanks JPOW and Solar. A day before this post, he would purchase 1,000 calls for the stock First Solar. The stock would rally, and Kevin FOMO the DGen would lock in a 7-figure gain. User Yeah This Was Bad would share the following screenshot, along with finally got to 25K. Over the past week, Yeah This Was Bad managed to obtain a nearly 1,100% gain and increased the size of his portfolio by over $22,000. According to him, he deposited $2,800 a while ago, but lost most of it. After this loss, something must have snapped inside of him. Trading SPY calls and puts and Tesla puts, he miraculously managed to make his portfolio look like this. Some people would respond to his success with snarky comments. Still a long way to go until zero. Get to work. Fake. Rope emojis. And gamblers, not investors. Yeah, this was bad says, I'm gonna take a break from trading for a bit and come back with a clear head. He must have forgot to take a break though, because he would return only 2 days later, posting a screenshot of a $16,000 gain for the day. Yeah, this was bad is up over 66%. And his account has just about $42,000 in it. He says, was just testing if I could actually day trade more than 3 times. So I made 10 trades. Only 2 out of 10 were unprofitable, and I cut them before I lost more than $1,000. I also cut the winners around $2,500. I wasn't trying to go big. My goal today was literally just to do 4 trades, but things went damn well. Yeah, this was bad was quote unquote testing out this strategy, and he just so happened to use his whole account to do so. This doesn't matter though, because he was successful. At this point, yeah, this was bad was looking for gold. He was cooking, and he did not want to step out of the kitchen. That being said, he would return 3 days later to inform us that his portfolio now sat at $60,000. Going from $2,000 to $60K is already an insane milestone. But things would get even crazier when he would make his return to the subreddit 2 days later. 25K in a week. Final update, 100K. Yeah, this was bad had done the impossible. Up 88% for the day and over 6,600% for the month. He now had 6 figures in his Robinhood portfolio. It was a harrowing journey, folks. All day today, I was down $12,000. Until, of course, the wizard of the markets entered his tower. My 0 day till expiration SPY calls went to being up $35,000 in the blink of an eye, and I sold. Then, I frantically traded up to the all-powerful 6th digit I've been dreaming of for so long. Tomorrow marks a fortnight since my journey began on November 30th with a mere $1,250. I will now be withdrawing it all in preparation for the next great fight. The IRA approaches. Thank you all, and I wish you all the best. Skibbity out. I'm not sure what that whole skibbity part is about, but we definitely can't downplay how impressive his gain was. He hasn't made any new posts to Wall Street Bets, so let's just hope he didn't end up losing it all. Heartdeer is a user who only has 1 post on Wall Street Bets, but this 1 post definitely holds some weight. 1,000 to 16K 1-day SPY puts. On December 20th, SPY was trading pretty consistently. For some reason, Heartdeer thought it was a good idea to buy puts. This trade was really just a shot in the dark, and there was only about 2 hours left in the trading day. Suddenly, SPY started crashing, and Heartdeer's portfolio would go through the roof. SPY dropped from almost $476 to just about $468 in only 2 hours. A 1.5% drop in SPY is obviously gonna be good news for your puts that expire the next day. The user Voganator is someone who hasn't had very much luck over the course of his trading career. I'm an idiot, Rainbow, Bear. Voganator includes screenshots of 4 different accounts that are all red. On Robinhood, he has $0 left and has lost over $62,000 all time. On Webull, he's lost $10,000. On another Webull account, he's lost $1,700, and he's lost $9,000 with Moomoo. I will provide mods with any proof if needed. These are all my losses since 2020, which have been 90% of my life savings. Congrats, Bulls. Money printer go. My 5th account is someone who has had a bit more luck than others. I've pretty much just been buying SPY calls. My 5th account is up 352% for what seems like the past month or 2. This 352% gain brings his portfolio right up to $98,700, just shy of that 6-figure mark. My 5th account buys a mix of both SPY calls and puts, mostly calls though. He enters and exits these trades daily. He says he chooses his trades by staring at SPY for half an hour and jumping in when he thinks it's about to go up. He isn't greedy with his trades. All it takes is a 20-cent jump for him to be satisfied. His account was pretty deep in the red before this, but he's now up 46K all time. He only has $6,300 in buying power though, so hopefully he locks in those gains. T-Dogger88 is a user who managed to get a diabolical trade without any options. Stocks weren't doing so well in December of 2022. A stock like Meta, which is now $350, was only worth $90 a share. Amazon was only $84. T-Dogger88 felt like this was totally uncalled for. He decided to make a big move, and it definitely paid out over the past year. Maxed out on margin at 8% interest on Robinhood and caught the bottom. No options. Lol. In just under a year, T-Dogger achieved a 292% gain, which brought him a whopping $865,000. T-Dogger has 7 figures in his Robinhood account, and it's a mystery what he's gonna do with it next. Letting all of it ride for 10 years. Bitcoin for 20. Will retire in 10 years. Expect it to at least 5x from here. Regardless of what happens, T-Dogger already got a crazy gain. And here's a picture of his current positions. User MJBooth40 shared the following to Wall Street Bets. House money. He's up $129,000 all time, which is a 78,000% gain. Deposits and withdrawals were surely made, because if not, he would have taken $200 to 130K. He obtained this crazy gain mainly through Intel calls and shares. His current YOLOs are Robinhood and, again, Intel. Creda SCR is someone who really hasn't been doing so well this past year. In debt now. Chart says down 250K realized losses. Statement is down 430K. Creda SCR only has $9.09 in his portfolio. He lost an astounding $257,000 in 2023. Went short QQQ early this year with selling options. Borrowed money to keep holding on for dear life longer for anticipated market crash. Now I have huge debt, and even worse, I still have to pay 80K taxes from capital gains in 2022. Wish me luck, guys. Things aren't looking too good for Creda SCR, but hey, he still has $9 in his account. Maybe he has what it takes to recoup his losses. Lost Regard is a user who has high hopes for the future. This time will be different. Over the past year, he has lost just over $10,000 and only has $6 left in his portfolio. He says, 0 day till expiration for calls tomorrow. Right? I think he's spot on. All he needs is a 1600x gain to break even all time. Dirty Sprite 2 says, started in October, at least I found a community. At first, his portfolio may not look too bad, but that only lasts up until he switches over from value to performance. He was initially in the green, but started getting options with closer expiration dates for higher potential returns. This obviously didn't go as planned. He's down over 83% year to date and only has 1,300 euros left in his account. OneMall4203 is a user who shared the following to Wall Street Bets. 10K to 100K, and then blew it all on a single trade twice in 2 months. Post-mortem, next steps, and bonus photo from when I met JPow below. OneMall started trading during college. He was able to turn a few $1,000s into just about 300K by making risky trades with margin. He then decided that margin simply wasn't cutting it. He wanted bigger gains, and we all know what he turned to next. After discovering options, he blew his $300,000 account in the span of about a week. However, this did not deter him. This was just a slight inconvenience. He began reading books and increasing his knowledge. He then tried out a plethora of new trading strategies. He notes that Friday was a tough day for him. He was up at 4:30 in the morning looking at pre-market activity. He had Uber puts that were about to expire and things were looking good for him. But suddenly, everything started to reverse upward as markets began to open. For about 10 seconds after market open, OneMall's portfolio was in the green. After this peaceful moment, things weren't looking so well. Conveniently, he already has a job at Wendy's, so his trip to the dumpster won't take too long. OneMall gives us some more information, but it's quite the lengthy read, and I've already gone over what's important. Here's a screenshot of one mall's massive loss with Uber, and here's a picture showing him plotting against Jerome Powell. Dazzling Prize 1231 is someone who knows that it's important to start off strong. My first year investing. Over the past couple months, Dazzling Prize has racked up a $6,100 loss, which is 80% of the portfolio. One Tooth Dan is a user who shared the following screenshot, along with the simple title, Emergency. One Tooth Dan is down $6,000 on Pfizer, which has been taking quite the tumble since the end of 2021. One Tooth Dan can also be found in the Daniel Larson subreddit, so I don't know how skilled of an investor he is. Scuttle Trash is a user who had a portfolio that was looking just like his username. Since opening his Robinhood account, he was down somewhere around $20,000. Things would change in August of 2024 though. This prosperous month would let him not only break even, but finally dig out of the hole for a 42% all-time gain. It sure did take him a while to finally turn green, but who cares? He did it. Until he completely dropped the ball the following day. Never felt more alive. He was down $32,000 for the day, and his portfolio was obviously back in the gutter. Ficken is a user who has stuck with ASTS through thick and thin. Ficken first posted about the company over 3 years ago. He was doing spectacular and turned $40,000 into $120K. At this point, TD Ameritrade personally called Ficken and asked him if he wanted a financial advisor. He told them to get lost. Yeah, I'm 100% in one stock, but get out of here, I know what I'm doing. This would come back to bite him as he lost 60% in practically a day. The stock kept dropping month over month and Ficken's portfolio dwindled down to just $18,000. He cried in the shower and hid the account logins after realizing his money was likely gone for good. Little did he know, the stock would go on a monstrous run literally just a few weeks later. His portfolio was now worth $301,000 and his wife was finally talking to him again. Glittering Acadia 774 is a user who has an investing strategy that is pretty unorthodox, and it seems like things are starting to finally hit the fan for him. On August 5th, Glittering Acadia was talking about how he couldn't fathom the idea of investing in dividend stocks. Only 1 week later though, he showed off his 50% loss in Shrek movie royalty rights. This $8,000 was flushed down the drain, but Glittering Acadia was ready to flush some more. On the same day, he decided to short the entire bronze market with the rest of his life savings. You might think he was getting a little too ahead of himself by dissing dividend stocks, to getting dunked on by Shrek, to now shorting bronze, but Glittering Acadia is a man who is fine with getting ahead of himself. He thought the negative talk on social media about the quality of the bronze Olympic medals was wildly bearish. He also thought it was a good move since more and more government officials were pushing for the abolition of the penny. Glittering Acadia put his money where his mouth was and bought $6,700 worth of Southern copper puts. Other users on the subreddit were quick to hate on him, but he was ready to prove everyone wrong. Or not. Glittering Acadia came back on August 30th with horrendous news. Long story short, Southern Copper was up and his puts were kaput. But this isn't even the worst of the news yet. Glittering Acadia reveals that after copper started rocketing in price, he took out margin and doubled down on his position. You know, the responsible thing to do. This trade didn't pan out as expected, and Glittering Acadia's puts were down by about $8,500. Ready to make it out the gulag, he took the last $400 of cash that he had left in his portfolio and bought some 0 DTE SPY options. The only problem was that Glittering Acadia's portfolio was a little bit glitchy, and his knowledge about how options worked was iffy at best. He woke up to see that he was down $56,000. This wasn't really the case, but Glittering Acadia didn't know that. He revealed that he was only 19 years old and had no idea how he could ever repay this, or even tell his parents. Jersey Nate is a user who has a story that's a bit different than most others on the subreddit. On Monday, August 5th, Jersey Nate was playing some online blackjack. He loaded up $470 and got to work. Miraculously, he was able to work his way all the way up to more than $11K. At this point, he was done testing his luck playing blackjack. He was ready to move on to risky options. That being said, he quickly threw his money into Robinhood. He bought meta calls before the market closed and hoped that his lucky streak would continue. value. Meta flew about 4% the next day, but Jersey Nate didn't even wait to completely see it through. He sold his Meta calls for a $3,400 gain and quickly YOLO'd his portfolio on Tesla calls. Tesla wasn't moving the way he hoped it would, so he hopped out and bought 13.5K worth of Nvidia calls. Later that day, he sold these Nvidia calls for a $3,000 gain. After this wild day of trading, his portfolio was sitting at 17.2K. This was a 41% gain, but Jersey Nate wasn't ready to hang it up just yet. He had his eyes set on a $30,000 price tag, and according to him, it wasn't too far-fetched from where he was. Jersey Nate had his eyes set on the prize and decided to YOLO his money on even more trades the next day. On August 7th, he added on even more Nvidia puts to his portfolio. He had now thrown 15.9K into puts on the stock, and luckily, Nvidia was having a rough day. Jersey Nate exited his position for a $4,000 gain. He then bought $8,700 worth of calls, but he would go on to regret making this purchase. He tried contacting Robinhood to get rid of his PDT restrictions so he could sell his Nvidia calls, but Robinhood was not going to let him off the hook that easy. No biggie though, because Jersey Nate was still up $1,900 for the day and even broke past 20K. The next day, he sold his Nvidia calls and bought Nvidia puts once again. His portfolio hit 25.5K, and now he was only $4,500 away from his goal. And this is where the story gets a little bit rocky. He says he made it to 30K and withdrew his money, but he never posted any screenshots to the subreddit. I'm gonna take his word for it since it does seem like he exited his positions, but it's up to you to decide. Either way, he went back to his regularly scheduled programming on Friday, August 23rd, and loaded up on Meta puts. He started with 3K in the morning, but Meta's drop brought his portfolio to $8,900. He then got Nvidia calls and worked his way up to 12K. This is where things started to go bad though. His calls fell from a value of 12K down to just $4,900. He then revenge traded some Nvidia puts, which lost him another $1,000. After it was all said and done, his portfolio went back down to just about break even for the day. The next story is about a user who we're all probably pretty familiar with at this point, but what most people don't know is that it involves more than just one guy losing his inheritance. Sad Nefarious 10, or Intel Guy, is a user who stumbled upon a fortune as a junior in college. Unfortunately for the young scholar, his grandma passed away about 3 months ago. Of course, rest in peace to his grandma, but there was one small light in this sad situation, and that was that he inherited $800,000. What a lucky duck. Intel Guy was a bright person. He's a math major in college, and luckily doesn't have any debt since his parents are paying his tuition for him. He heard about all the goofy stories about people living lavishly and blowing their inheritance, but he knew that this would not be him. That's why he decided to throw $100,000 into a high-yield savings account and the other $700K into an individual stock of his choice, which was, of course, Intel. Intel Guy had a solid amount of due diligence, but there's no way to sugarcoat it. We all know his portfolio is completely chopped. After day one, he was already down $33,000. The company's earnings report came out, and he was down another $173K. Intel Guy got back to us and let us know that he still planned on holding for a decade. These were the scariest days of his life, and his parents didn't even know that he already lost a third of his inheritance. He was stressing out, but ended off his post with, "Some of you have been really mean, but it's okay. I know I deserve it, but I'm holding. Forever, Intel will succeed." Since then, he's down another 43K, but hopefully Intel picks back up for him. DC Chilling 17 is a user who saw Intel Guy's posts and took it as a personal challenge. He wanted to one-up his trades, and that's exactly what he did. He loaded up on nearly $1.1 million worth of calls that mostly expired pretty far out. This might seem impulsive on DC Chilling's end, but he had actually been posting about Intel for over a year now. It's just that he was finally kicking it into high gear. DC Chilling is confident that the stock will 4x by the end of 2026, and even says that Intel Guy didn't make a bad trade, he just bought a bit too early. You might think DC Chilling was jumping in hot, but he wasn't even done yet. Later that day, he posted a screenshot that showed he bought another $626,000 worth of calls that he was already down 57K on. He was now 1.7 million deep into Intel, and he wasn't even worried about it. One of his boys Muse was in for $570K as well. This wasn't his first rodeo either. He said he bought XOM Leaps when it was $39, Meta stock when it was $89, and now he was gonna go 3 for 3 with Intel at $19. One day later, he showed his approximately $68,000 gain for the day on Fidelity. According to him, investing in Intel is investing in America, and not investing in the company is un-American. By August 20th, he was up almost $200K on Fidelity and claimed that the horse was about to leave the stall. Since then, Intel has fallen about 6.5%, so it's safe to say the horse is off to a bad start. There are so many other users that made crazy Intel trades that it would just take up too much of the video, so I'll just give you a brief rundown on only a handful of them. Efficient Deer 8605 also bought $700,000 worth of Intel and is currently down 5.7K. Because I Was Inverted bought $1.5 million in shares and lost over $200,000 so far. The Joking Joker 123 bought puts before earnings and got an 1100% gain. And Fox as in the Animal turned $488 into 48.5K with puts as well. Everyone involved in the Intel situation is out of their minds, to put it simply. But Circa Muse is a user who set his $1 million fortune on fire. Circa Muse started getting buck wild back on July 10th. He only had $1,300 in his IRA, but he was ready to risk it all. After only 3 weeks of wildcard plays, his portfolio was sitting at an astonishing $250,000 value. Circa Muse 200x'd his portfolio in less than a month, but the craziest part was that he wasn't even done yet. On Monday, August 5th, he returned to the subreddit to let us know that he officially achieved his first $1 million day. Carvana Puts sent his portfolio flying by 1.1 million a day when his portfolio was only worth $1,300 not even a full month prior. He was now up by $1.5 million and honestly felt pretty numb by the situation. Circa Muse was set on continuing his streak, and surprisingly, he would lock in yet another crazy gain. Just kidding. He lost everything literally within 4 days. Circa Muse went from $1,300 to 1.5 mil back down to 23K in less than a month. He realizes he made a pretty big blunder and wishes he would have maxed out on QQQ shares instead. This money was in an IRA, so it's not like he would have been an advantage to take it out early anyway. The President 94 is a user who also YOLO'd his IRA, but unlike Circa Muse, it seems like he got the good ending. It all started on July 31st. The president had 27.8K sitting in his Roth IRA that was waiting to be YOLO'd. Jerome Powell was gonna rattle off in a few hours, and the president felt like his chitter chatter was bound to crash the market. He dropped 6K on put spreads that expired a month and a half later. Luckily for him, the market did indeed start dropping the next day, and he decided that he was gonna load up on even more puts. Except this time, he wasn't gonna get contracts that expired in a few weeks. He spent $18,000 on SPY puts that expired the very next day. Pretty much 100% of his IRA was tied up in SPY puts at this point, so the president was hoping for another catastrophic day. He woke up on Friday, August 2nd, to spectacular news. SPY fell by $11 and his 1DTE puts were up by $37,000. The president had more than doubled his portfolio from 27K, and it was Friday. You would think that it would be time to relax, but that's the opposite of what he decided to do. He threw another 27K into even more 1DTE SPY puts. The weekend came and went, and Monday would bring a humongous surprise for the president. Japanese stocks fell the greatest they had fallen since Black Monday in 1987. That being said, SPY also fell 2.91%, and the president's puts flew up 160K. SPY fell over 6% in the past 3 trading days, and he managed to capitalize every day. The president suddenly turned into a bull and bought 48K worth of 1DTE SPY calls this time. Somehow, someway, he went 5 for 5 and was right yet again. He profited 26K and now had a portfolio worth a total of $260,000. The president got an 835% gain, but No Giraffe 3252 is a user who traded himself into debt. After getting cooked with Meta back in April for 35K, he felt like he needed to turn it up a notch. He turned it up a notch alright, maybe even a few too many notches, because he had a loan and was ready to make it all back. Things just flat out didn't go his way though, and he lost another $40K. He's now in debt $45,000 and warns others on the subreddit that getting a loan to fuel your YOLO is not wise. Perfect Places is a user whose portfolio is barely clinging on to life. Perfect Places' portfolio initially had $286K in it. Things quickly fell apart though, and after about 2 years of intellectual investing, his portfolio was sitting about $70,000. His portfolio was down about 75%, and he needed to act fast if he wanted it to stay around any longer. Perfect Places decided that the perfect stock for his struggling portfolio was Affirm. He was holding it back in November, and luckily for him, the stock went up 191% in just 2 months. His portfolio was finally green again, and now worth somewhere around $330,000. Unfortunately though, he held the stock throughout 2024 and got sent back down to $50K after the Japan sell-off. Perfect Places loaded up on calls, and just like that, the stock went up 82% in a month. His portfolio flew all the way to $377K, going from $286K to $70K, back up to $330K, back down to $50K, then back up to $377K is pretty ridiculous. But Scary Stories 115 is a user who actually went through something pretty similar. Scary Stories 115 invested his life savings into bonds, which is very peculiar for someone on Wall Street Bets. No worries though, this issue quickly resolved itself as he got bored of the 5.5% yearly returns. He tried options with small amounts of cash in the past, and he decided that he should try putting more on the line. Scary Stories threw his life savings into puts at the end of last year. Unfortunately, this was a bad time to be a bear, and Scary Stories ended up losing $210,000, which was most of what he put on the line. Flash forward to July of 2024, and Scary Stories was starting to get that feeling again. He needed capital to get his real estate company going, so he might as well start up round 2. After losing most of his life savings, he decided to throw the remaining funds into short-dated SPY puts. Japan's sell-off played a role in yet another trade, and Scary Stories' portfolio was officially saved. After it was all said and done, his portfolio was actually in the green by $50,000. Aggie Clams is a user who almost financially ruined themselves. On Wednesday, September 11th, Aggie Clams was feeling extremely bullish. So bullish in fact that he full ported into short-dated at-the-money QQQ calls. Aggie Clams started the day at $8,400, but found himself down to $3,100 just an hour into the trading day. Losing 62% of your portfolio in just an hour is rough, but he wasn't gonna sell yet. Only 20 minutes later, he was down another $1,200. He was down 77% for the day, but things were about to take an unexpected turn. The market quickly shot back up, and Aggie Clams was back to break even an hour later. An hour after that, he was up 85% for the day to 15.6K. Another hour after that, and he was at 33.8K. An hour and a half later, the trading day was over, and he was up nearly 500% for the day. Aggie Clams went from $8,400 to $1,900, back up to $50K in just one trading day. Aggie Clams says that this was the best day of all time. Not only did he 6x his portfolio, but he also just got married 2 days before this, and also may have a baby on the way. While most people on Wall Street Bets are hoping for the day their portfolios finally turn green, Longwash here is someone who was able to quit his job to trade options and play pickleball all day long. Things weren't always this lavish for the Dragon of Wall Street though. Longwash here was originally a software engineer working in the financial tech industry. He's been trading options for 7 years, but didn't really start making noise on Wall Street Bets until 2023. On June 17th of 2023, he was able to roll over his Palantir gains into TQQQ. He then rolled these gains into Adobe and walked away with an $80,000 profit when it was all said and done. About 2 weeks after this, he dropped $53K on a stock that he would become very fond of over the next few months. The company in question was Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, aka TSM. Not only did he get calls on TSM, but he also coughed up an additional $53K on Microsoft debit spreads. All of his calls expired in a few weeks, but he was already down almost $20K. 40K. Long Washier said, made some money on Palantir, now I'm ballin'. AI pump round 2, please God. Every company I know has been onboarding to Azure OpenAI in the last quarter to release to production. TSMC will raise guidance in anticipation of AI chips productions for Nvidia. Inflation going to come in low for CPI next week on the mere fact that last July, CPI was by comparison. As long as China stops playing chicken with their boats with other countries, then we Gucci. His TSM calls would not be in the money by expiration, and his Microsoft spreads were just about break even. The Dragon of Wall Street didn't give us updates on this trade, so we don't know how big of a loss he took, or if he maybe even sold before his calls took a hit. Flash forward a few months, and Long Washier would return from his hiatus. It was December 9th, and Robinhood was trading at 11.73 a share. He thought this was a good buy, so he loaded up on shares and hoped for the best. Long Washier didn't really have a good feeling about Robinhood after seeing Bitcoin drop, so he offloaded his shares. Monday morning came along and he was feeling locked and loaded. With 2,100 TQQQ calls and 1,000 Robinhood calls, he had about 300K on the line. These calls all expired at the end of the week, but of course, being the Dragon of Wall Street, he would not have to wait a week. TQQQ and Robinhood both had a decent day, and Long Washier locked in an $80,000 gain. He got out of his position, but he was already ready for the next trade. Now that I proved that I'm not a back to the original programming of Hood shares. At this point, I'm just doing it for the lols. On the same day of getting out of his calls, he dumped 1.2 mil into Robinhood shares. He was getting ready for CPI, and after being pretty unimpressed, he decided to sell covered calls on his shares. He got 0 day till expiration QQQ debit spreads, and he got his hands on a $7,000 gain with Robinhood and a $14,000 gain with QQQ. The day after this, he would bet 100K on QQQ before the Federal Open Market Committee. Only a few hours later, he would walk away with a $30,000 profit. Right after locking in this profit, he spent another 130K on weekly TQQQ calls. TQQQ went up and Long Washier would profit more than 40K. Only 3 days later, he threw 1.6 mil into Palantir because the CEO's head looks like his grandpa's. Haven't lost in so long, I'm forgetting how it feels. Will this end my streak? Sold my last Hood position for 30K before the drop. The Dragon escapes again. Unfortunately, this trade would end his streak, but not by too much. He sold his position at a 50K loss and got 30K in covered call premiums. Overall, a 20K loss on a $1.6 million trade isn't that bad. 2 days after this, Long Washier was still hungry for more. That led him to dropping 78K on QQQ debit spreads that were just barely in the money. Luckily for him, QQQ's momentum kept the share price up, and he was able to get his hands on a $38,000 gain. Only 1 day after this, another user would post, "My entire net worth betting against Meta." Long Washier took this one personally. He fired back by betting double his net worth on calls to inverse him. Meta kept on pushing, and the Dragon of Wall Street walked away with a $35,000 gain. Unfortunately for the other user, he was down over 30%. 3 days later, he made another 64K on Coinbase debit spreads. Only 5 days later, coincidentally enough, he made another 64K profit on Coinbase, this time with straight calls instead of spreads. Later that day, he dropped a $250,000 on USO calls. Unfortunately, things didn't really go his way, and he would close out his position for a 50K loss. 2 weeks later, he hit us with, "Went from up 30K to losing it all because I decided to play Monster Hunter for 10 minutes instead of selling yesterday at open." Long Washier took a $50,000 loss because he was too dialed in on the Monster Hunter grind. 5 days later, he got a 16K gain with USO, and 8 days after that, he got an $8,000 gain with PayPal put spreads. All of this was nothing compared to the trade he was getting ready to make. Longuashire YOLO'd 500k on Amazon calls that expired in only a few days. Amazon was trading at about $156 a share, so his calls were at least slightly in the money. The Dragon of Wall Street even made the claim that he would buy a pizza party for Amazon employees if the stock hit $160 before the end of the week. Amazon was a bit up and down, but by the end of the day on Thursday, the stock was trading at about $158. He sold 400 of his calls for a $40,000 profit and had an unrealized profit of $122k in his calls that had the strike price of $152. This was great, but Amazon had to jump $2 in a day for him to bless everyone with a pizza party. Lo and behold, Amazon hit the magic number on Friday. Longuashire closed out the rest of his calls for $750k and made a total profit of $490,000. The Dragon of Wall Street said ordering couple grand worth of pizza to Amazon Lab 126 on Wednesday in Sunnyvale. If you know some that know someone that works there, let them know. It was January 31st, and in a now deleted post, Longuashire showed some of the pizza that he dropped off to Amazon. Longuashire was doing better than ever, but this extra attention would end up getting him the ban hammer. No advertising / self-promo. Please review the rules. And soon after that, the Dragon of Wall Street would be banned from the subreddit. He was banned for having his Patreon in his bio, but many users would say that this ban was pretty unfair. According to him, mods asked if he was a millionaire, then why did he need a Patreon? Which implied that they thought he was faking his posts. This is a valid question, but at the end of the day, why not make extra money on something that you're already doing anyway? Comment whether or not you think there's any substance to the mod's suspicions. Even though he got banned from Wall Street Bets, he wasn't ready to give up. He started his own subreddit, Wall Street Dragons, which currently has over 400 members. He regularly posts million-dollar trades that he makes in his Robinhood portfolio. Longuashire is a man who 9 years ago was broke and hungry looking for free food. I know we like to joke around with risky options trades, but he was able to turn his life around with hard work at his job and good old due diligence. Making this much money with options is a rare occurrence, but you can make good gains for yourself if you work hard and let it grow in an index fund. If you want to support Longuashire, you can join his Patreon or tune into the Wall Street Dragons subreddit. A Artista is a Reddit user who made the following post to Wall Street Bets. 1 year ago, I turned 21 with $280,000. Today, I turned 22 with only $44,000. It was wild. A Artista has only been active since April of 2022, but he really had things figured out. When he was 20 years old, he started with $3,500. So this means at $44,000, he is still well above what he started with. According to him, it all started in July of 2022. He was bored and didn't have anything to do, so he wondered what would happen if he dedicated his time to trading the NASDAQ with a leverage of 20 until university started again. This is exactly what he did. From July 22nd to August 2nd, he turned $3,500 into a whopping $20,000. This is already insane, but he would manage to make his way all the way up to $100,000 by the end of August. He withdrew everything because he thought it was just pure luck, which is true, but he decided to go back in with $40K just a couple days later. The money popped into his account and he was looking at the NASDAQ. He felt like it was pretty darn high for pre-market, so he went all in on shorting it. Just a few minutes later, the consumer price index came out and it was looking pretty bad. This brought his portfolio to a value of over $70,000. He continued trading based on this strategy and ended up finding his way to Wall Street Bets. He started posting on the subreddit and things were looking pretty good. He was well above $200,000 and was easily making more than $10,000 a day. University was starting on October 3rd and he felt like it was time to put an end to his risky trading. The only thing was that he had to go out with a bang. One last trade and he would call it quits. At 2 in the morning, he put $350K on a 20x short on NASDAQ futures. He went to bed and his position began to rise. his position reached $400,000. But a couple hours later, he woke up to a 30% loss. Although a 30% loss is pretty harsh, he was still up hundreds of thousands of dollars on his original portfolio value, and he thought the Nasdaq would go back down. That being said, he held on to his position. Unfortunately though, the Nasdaq rallied 6% in the following 2 days, which really took a hit on his portfolio. The Nasdaq didn't drop back down, and his portfolio continued to dwindle in the following days. Although he lost almost $300,000, he still has $44,000 remaining. He started with just $3,500, so that puts him at a 12.57x gain, which is still pretty outstanding. Let's be honest, guys, losing such a large amount of money can be pretty overwhelming. At the end of the day, we're all hoping for the best and chasing success. Reddit user Loving Nature Bia is a user who made the post to the r/futures trading subreddit with the caption, "Is 25K a day reasonable?" This Reddit user was wondering if it was possible to make $25,000 a day by investing $70,000. You might be surprised that this was posted to the futures trading subreddit instead of Wall Street Bets, but don't worry, because it would find its way to the subreddit after user Robtions reposted it. It might be tempting to make fun of Loving Nature Bia, but let's cut them some slack, alright? You gotta admire the pure ambition they show. They are expecting a massive 36% gain every day, but let's just hear them out for a minute. I haven't actually traded futures before, only done some simulated trading before, and put some effort in. Didn't do my strategy for this just messing around. When I traded stocks last time, I traded for a few weeks. I was getting 85% plus win rate and very small losses, getting tops and bottom swings of leveraged ETFs. So I am moving into futures this week. Gonna move about 70K. I believe in just to have buffer and margin excess. I've been really good at having no emotions and being in the zone last time I traded. In your opinion, is it reasonable to make 25K a day with futures, and is 20 to 35 contracts too much? As expected, people wouldn't react too kindly in the comments. Yes, losing 25K a day in futures markets is very doable. This is comical, and buddy, if you trade that many contracts with 70K, there is 100% you go bust. Save yourself the 70K and do something else. Everyone was doubting Loving Nature Bia, but hey, maybe he's gonna prove everyone wrong and actually get these monstrous gains. As you can see, there are some people out there who are expecting 36% daily gains. But on the other hand, there are some people who have come to terms with what the stock market really is. I don't want to get too far into the tinfoil hat type of discussions, but let's face it, isn't it weird that every prediction you make somehow turns out to be the exact opposite of what actually happens? Sundial Go Up Please, also known as I Like Crypto, is a Reddit user who made a post to Wall Street Bets with the caption, "I think I need to turn down the difficulty." Not only is he down over $26,000 all time, but he is also in an account deficit. His total portfolio has a value of negative $212.57, which is pretty darn good. He can easily make that back after a day or two at Wendy's. Although he is now down quite a bit of money, I Like Crypto's post really represents what Wall Street Bets is all about. Lord Keen is a Reddit user who shared the following to Wall Street Bets. Lost $35,000 in 3 months and $8,000 in 1 day, but I'm going to get out of this. Judging by his screenshots, it doesn't look like he has very good risk management. And when you consider he claims that he is going to get out of this, it isn't hard to see that Lord Keen is in a little bit of a predicament. Lord Keen decided to explore options back in May or June with about $250. According to him, he made tens of dollars and saw potential. He proceeded to deposit $2,500 into his brokerage and doubled this amount within 2 weeks. His portfolio was at $6,000, but he just wasn't satisfied with this dollar amount. That being said, he made a few risky trades and managed to deplete the profits over the next few days. Despite losing this money, he was not done. At the start of his second trading month, he deposited $20,000 into Robinhood after realizing that he needed more money to play with to achieve greater profits. At this point, he already understood how to set up options, but he didn't have the psychology part down. Once he got the psychology down, he gradually became profitable again with Microsoft swings. Everything went downhill from this point on. According to him, he lost more than $10K in Microsoft earnings, and his account saw more red than a Manchester United jersey. In less than 2 weeks, his account went from $30,000 to just $10,000. He tried to get his money back with the good old 0 day till expiration strategy, but he had no luck doing this. His portfolio was now down to $800, and his mental health was in the gutter. Despite this, he believed this downfall was all just a part of the process, so he dropped another $10,000 into his portfolio. He decided to bet on Nvidia, and this unfortunately also flopped. He would try a variety of other strategies, but he goes on for quite a bit. The most important bit of this post is where he says, "I refuse to let the market defeat me. I'm down over $30,000, but I still have $2,500 to make that back. My biggest hurdle is ignoring my previous losses and treating this account like a brand new one. Making $300 a day is hard to appreciate when you know you're down more than $30K. I might do monthly updates or just post when I make $1 million bucks. Depends on what y'all say in the comments. LMAO. So despite his portfolio's history, Lord Keane is still confident that he can make this money back. I'm not gonna hate on another man's grind, but it seems like he might have to switch up his strategy because his portfolio hasn't been doing so good for the first 3 quarters of 2023. This post was made only a few days ago, so I'll have to follow up with Lord Keane in a future video. As quoted by SN200GB, my mental health was in the trenches, but I knew this was part of the process. All I can say is good luck, and I'm excited to see how this all works out for you. Reddit user, best auditor of all time, is someone who made a bit of an interesting post to the WallStreetBets subreddit. Although he already has quite the history on his account, we're going to be specifically looking at a post they made a couple days ago. The title of the post is Costco is selling 20K signed Babe Ruth cards. He starts off the post by saying, Costco, without a doubt, is the strongest stock in the discount store sector. The way he starts off his analysis, you would think he's bullish on Costco. However, Best Auditor of All Time's post has nothing to do with purchasing Costco stock. He continues on, it's not even close since Target shit the bed this year. It's probably the closest thing to owning a Chick-fil-A stock if they were public. Now, don't get me wrong here, you still have to pay attention to prices because not everything is truly a discount, like the ice cream. This sparked a debate of the signed Babe Ruth Gem Mint 10 index card selling for $20K and whether or not it was really a good deal for a potential flip. Forget the flip, because here is what you do. Remember, Costco has a 90-day return policy, so if you have $20,000 available on your credit card, you should probably buy it to collect the points and then immediately use those points before returning the card for a refund. Plus, you get to hold it in your hands for 90 days, which will probably never happen again. This plan literally can't go up. So yeah guys, this post has nothing to do with analyzing Costco as a company. Instead, it involves using a loophole to cash in on some rewards points at Costco. For those of you who aren't exactly sure what Best Auditor of All Time is talking about, here is a summary of his plan. Costco recently listed $20,000 Babe Ruth cards. Theoretically, he suggests buying one of these cards to get 2% back in rewards, which equates to about $400. After using these rewards, you would then return the card and keep the items you bought with the rewards. Obviously, this isn't really a good idea because you would only get to legally keep the rewards points if you didn't return the card. On top of this, Costco may deny your refund, and if you're not the biggest Babe Ruth fan, you might not be too happy about being stuck with a $20,000 baseball card. I don't really think this plan is such a good idea, but I gotta give Best Auditor of All Time points for creativity. OK Yogurt Closet 8305 is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot to WallStreetBets. As you can see, he is down quite a bit on his original position, but he actually was up a pretty insane amount a few years ago. OK Yogurt Closet says, At one point, I was up 130K and I didn't sell. Sigh, just some of my losses. This shows the importance of taking profits when you can, especially when those profits are in the six-figure range. IBFlying676 is a WallStreetBets member who made the following post to the subreddit. Sick to my stomach, lost 23K. IBFlying says, I started with about 8K investing at the beginning of this year, had made it to little over 40K by the end of September. Today, I disregarded all my stop-loss rules and personal limits and paid for it dearly. My mind was so set on chart patterns, Vs, and inverse Vs from all these days of trading, I was too confident that at some point there would be a drop, and I kept buying puts on top of puts. Let this be a lesson, bulls and bears. I am really sad, angry, and upset today. We'll see about Monday when Monday comes along. Although he is still up 50% for the year, it's hard to ignore the fact that he missed out on retaining his $40,000 portfolio. Infected Toe made a post to the WallStreetBets subreddit with the caption, about $1,000 a week over 3 years. He includes a screenshot that shows his $122,000 loss, which equates to about 99.51% of his portfolio. His portfolio is now only worth $597, and things aren't looking too bright. Mr. Doms inquires about his loss and asks why he never reconsidered his strategy. Infected Toe would reply to Mr. Doms with the following, well, that's because I had no strategy. I just picked a direction with 0 date till expirations and hoped for the best. Roulette is not my game. I'm more of a blackjack guy. This reveals that Infected Toe was using the good old trusty flip of the coin method to determine his daily positions. This style of trading would seemingly continue as Infected Toe kept on losing money. This brings us to the 14th of September when he said, just put the last bit in Facebook 305 puts for tomorrow. I know it might not be a good look that he continued this very risky investment strategy, but let's be honest, he already lost over $120,000, so an additional couple $100 is just a mere drop in the bucket. His portfolio depended on this one last play, and he hoped for the best as markets opened the next day. Unexpectedly, Meta rose over $6 the next day, and Infected Toe's puts would be demolished. Well, that is really unfortunate, and according to Infected Toe himself, the money he loses is about a third of his income. Hopefully, Infected Toe learns from his portfolio and puts the risky investments aside. Muddy Spartan 117 is a user on the WallStreetBets subreddit who posted this absolutely mind-boggling screenshot. The title of this post was 2100 to 232K in 1 month. Muddy Spartan managed to get a 100.47x gain in the short span of just a month. For reference, he would have had $1 million portfolio if he started with just $9,051. A 100x gain is nothing to play about. It would take over 49 years to get a similar return in the S&P 500. You may be wondering, how exactly did Muddy Spartan manage to make such an insane amount of money? According to the man himself, he obtained this jaw-dropping gain by trading a lot of QQQ and SPY 0 date till expiration and 1 day till expiration, and meta puts on most Fridays after Hive Day. So he did have some form of strategy, but a gain like this just boils down to pure luck. Some would say it requires too much luck. People began to hate on Muddy Spartan and left comments like, you forgot to Photoshop the percentage in there too. This makes no sense. Bro is selling puts, making money while the stock is going down. And there ain't no fucking way, dude. Positions or ban. The most incriminating comment of them all was made by OKConfusion2368, where he points out a so-called Photoshop mistake within the screenshot. If you zoom in really close to the screenshot, you can see a pixelated box around the gain amount, almost like he cut out the gain from another picture and photoshopped it into his screenshot. Another user by the name of Patriots317 would say that this box was not necessarily 100% a result of Photoshop and may have just happened because of screenshot quality. I don't really know if that's true though, because I actually tested it with my very own portfolio, and as you can see, there is no box surrounding the numbers. On top of this, it seems like Muddy Spartan edited out the gain percentage from his screenshot, which is a little bit suspicious. why would he edit out the percentage if he already disclosed the amount he started with? He was being so open about the amount he started with in the title of the post. So why would he decide to manually remove it from the actual screenshot? Overall, things didn't really seem to add up. And let's be honest, when we're losing our life savings in the stock market, the last thing we want to see is some other hooligans 100xing their money on Reddit. Despite all this, Muddy Spartan would do the unthinkable. He would return to Wall Street Bets and post this outrageous video. He provided a clip that seemed to be definitive proof of his monstrous gain. This video proved that he really did get that 100x gain in 1 month. However, some people still doubt the validity of his claims. Some people are thrown off because of the poor quality of the recording. Other people think that he edited the HTML of the page to simulate these amazing gains. And some others think that his gain was just too far-fetched to believe in the first place. According to his Instagram bio, he shorts tech stocks for a living. So really, it's up to you if you want to believe his success or not. People are pretty much 50-50, so let me know what you think down in the comments. In spirit of the upcoming holiday, Reddit user DJK1812 is a Wall Street Bets member who is quote-unquote back from the dead. But before we go over how he's back from the dead, we first have to dig deeper and look at his history on the subreddit. DJK's first notable post on Wall Street Bets is from over a year ago. He says, "I should probably give up," and includes a screenshot of a 99.41% loss. DJK has lost over $32,000, but that isn't even the worst of it, because he clarifies that he is actually down $85,000 from his peak. This means his losses are nearing the six-figure mark. Despite this, other members of the subreddit would come to the conclusion that he hasn't lost enough money just yet. He still has 0.59% left to go. Why would he give up now? His next post shows that he listened to this advice because he now only had 83 cents left in his portfolio. He includes the following with his screenshot: "Lost all my money again trading meme stock weeklies and SPY weeklies. Honestly, don't think I've really learned anything. I'll probably do the same strategy when I save up enough money to trade/gamble again." That last sentence really hit different because he was a man of his word and stuck to his strategy. He returned to Wall Street Bets in a good mood and shared the following screenshot. Some SPY call gains from today: 1,100 to 11,110. DJK pulled off an astounding 909% gain and was now a happy camper. His luck would continue as he came back with another 153% gain. This time, he says, SPY put gains, 11,100 to 28,100. I'm back in the green for the year. Surely, his insane luck wouldn't last for long, right? Well, he returned 1 day later with the following screenshot of his portfolio. He had a 34% gain, which equates to about $9,500 for the day. He says, coin call gains, 28,100 to 37,600. I should probably stop YOLOing my whole account with every trade, but I'm up over 3,000% over the last 3 trading days. His next post shows another $7,000 gain with the title, I'm back in the green. He returned 4 days later with yet another gain. This time, he was up over $32,000 for the day. According to him, that rally on Friday totally saved my portfolio. These SPY calls went from $51,000 down to $9,000, then back up to $53,000 all in 2 days. This shows that his insane luck continued, but it was starting to get a little bit iffy. His portfolio was down to $9,000, but SPY luckily bounced back up. Well, this iffiness would be brought to the forefront in his next post because he came back with this diabolical screenshot. He was down to $800, which is a lot less than the $53,000 he had 5 days ago. His title reads, and it's gone. I set a new personal high score last Friday, only for it to all disappear in a week. I'll see you guys again when I save up a couple $1,000s. I will be back. But I'm sticking to SPY weeklies next time. Meme stock weeklies have brought me nothing but pain. He follows this up with, I was able to turn 1K into over 50K in a week, so I feel like I should be able to do it again once I save up enough money. It would seem like DJK's story ends here. He has a problem, and he constantly makes trades that are way too risky. But what if I told you he wasn't playing around about that comeback? DJK would be cooking up in the lab and finally return to Wall Street Bets 2 months later with the following screenshot. 683% return with SPY weeklies today. I'm making a comeback. This is great and all, but let's be honest, a $7,600 gain isn't bringing his portfolio back to where it once was. This is until he came back the next day with another $10,000 gain. He was now back over $19,000, and it seemed like he had a bit of luck on his side again. This luck wouldn't last forever though, and this is shown by the following post. 0 day till expiration lotto trades gone wrong. Not sure how I'm gonna recover from this. DJK includes a screenshot of his portfolio that displays a more than $82,000 all-time loss, which equates to about 100% of his portfolio. He ended up in the same situation he was in about a year ago. He only had $3.42 left in his portfolio, and things were looking pretty grim until he came back with the following post. On October 6th, he says, back from the dead with a solid 600% day, $800 to $5,700. DJK managed to get a 620% gain in a day. Most people doubt his ability to retain his portfolio balance in the comments, but hey, judging by his history, he should still be good for another month or two. Live Life started investing with only $990. He was sick and tired of SMCI and felt like they were due for a drop. SMCI's share price was hovering around $1,000, and Live Life decided to scoop up some puts on the stock. Luckily for him, SMCI dropped a whopping 20% the next day. This led him to making the following post. $990 to $42K. Caught puts at the very top, SMCI. Live Life's portfolio is now worth $43.5K. Hopefully, he didn't invest this money in other risky plays. Fosterion 18 is staying consistent and still going strong. We've already covered Fosterion 3 times at this point, but each time he returns to the subreddit, he has groundbreaking news to share. The last time we talked about him, he was sitting on a $6.4 million gain for the year and a $20 million gain since April. Making $6.4 million trading options in the first 3 weeks of the year seemingly wasn't enough for Fosterion. On February 21st, he would present his 20x gain on 0 day till expiration NDX puts. This gain brought him an impressive $3 million. This means he was now up about 10 mil for the year, and it was only February. An 8-figure gain in 2 months might sound impressive to some Wall Street Bets users, but Fosterion was just getting started. With the help of Nvidia and some other options trades, Fosterion grew his portfolio to over $20 million. This meant he was up more than $18 million year to date. Not to mention, this was a new account he had recently created. Combining the gains on this account and his original account, he is now up $32 million since April of 2023. I asked this question in the last video, but really, where do you think Fosterion is going to end up in the next few months? Not everyone is going to have a portfolio that looks like Fosterion's. Loud Pineapple 4294 is someone who is in the exact opposite situation. Robinhood has ruined my life. Since creating his Robinhood portfolio, he has racked up a loss of $87,000. This is nearly 97% of his portfolio, but everything is a-okay because he still has hopes of recovering his losses. Retirement has been postponed. I bought puts. Stocks went up. I bought calls, stocks went down. What the heck is wrong with the stock market? Why can't I be right once? Retail traders like myself will only lose money if they keep manipulating the price. It's totally rigged. My future is dark and contemplating on filing bankruptcy. I deposited another $5K yesterday and casually lost $2,500 today by being a bear. With $2.7K left, how can I make it back to $87K? What's the next earning play I can YOLO my money into. Loud Pineapple was looking for advice, but other users on the subreddit weren't being so helpful. Do the opposite of whatever you're thinking. Loud Pineapple came to the realization that he was losing a lot of money, but it wasn't his fault. Robinhood must have been rigged against him, so he decided to make the move over to Webull. In his new Webull account, he's already obtained a modest $1,500 gain. Switch to Webull. I'm so fed up with Robinhood. I only need Lunar to quadruple to make my all-time back to green. Mixmaster Meat 1 is someone who ended up taking his investing journey a bit too far. Mixmaster Meat has supposedly always wanted to be a day trader. He was able to win his 7th grade computer class stock competition by completely YOLOing his whole paper account into Sony stock. This strategy would carry on into his later years. Mixmaster Meat was now 30 years old and he was done paper trading. He was trading real money. In the summer of 2023, he says he had the bright idea to ask his girlfriend for $25,000. He said he wanted to put this money into a trading account so he could enable margin, but he told her that he would never actually trade with the money she gave him. He also threw in $5,000 of his own money to actually fund the trades he was going to do. Things started off pretty good for Mixmaster Meat. By day trading SPY and Tesla options, he was able to go from $5,000 to $25,000. This boosted his confidence and made him feel like a quote-unquote master trader. Like every other master trader, he began losing thousands of dollars per day. He got to the point where he lost $35,000, with $10,000 of that being from his girlfriend. Mixmaster Meat was a bit shaken up, but he wasn't completely discouraged. With only $15,000 left, he decided to YOLO his whole portfolio on Tesla calls. Luckily for him, Elon Musk came through and took the value of his portfolio back to $30,000. His girlfriend never even knew that he had briefly lost her money, but that didn't matter to him. He was back in the game. Being back in the game, he started to lose thousands of dollars again. Just before his portfolio came completely crashing down, he YOLO'd his portfolio into Target. This YOLO took his account to 6 figures in the matter of a day. Feeling overjoyed, he threw $30,000 into out-of-the-money 0-day till expiration SPY options. He also took out enough money to pay back the amount that his girlfriend had initially lended him. This turned out to be a pretty smart idea, because he would end up completely blowing his account. With $0 left, he made the decision that any master trader would make. He took out a high-interest personal loan to start day trading in a whole new account. He borrowed $25,000 and YOLO'd it on 0-day till expiration options. The master trader ended up destroying his account a second time, only this time, it wasn't even with his own money. He now has to pay over $1,300 per month to pay off his debt. Let this be a lesson to never become a master trader. People are undoubtedly going to keep making risky trades, but once you've gone master trader mode, that's when you know you should take a step back. Quiet Storage 5376 made his first relevant post to Wall Street Bets on February 1st. He showcased his $15,000 loss for the week, along with the humble title, "Yes, he had $39,000 in his Robinhood portfolio, and he was willing to get risky for some options gains." He decided to throw his portfolio into Nvidia and Meta. Meta shot up 20% after reporting their solid earnings, and Nvidia was just an unstoppable force in February. These calls took his portfolio from $39,000 into nearly $73,000 in the matter of just a week. This was already pretty impressive, but as we all know, any old Wall Street Bets trader isn't going to be happy with a 2x gain. Instead of locking in his gains and walking away, he thought it was a good idea to throw his portfolio into Nvidia, SMCI, and ARM. ARM holdings flew 104% in only 4 days. On top of this, Nvidia and SMCI continued their rally. On February 14th, Quiet Storage returned to the subreddit with his portfolio now being worth just under $160,000. He was up $40,000 for the day, and $80K year to date. A 100% gain for the past month and a half still wasn't enough for this optimistic investor. He decided to take his metaphorical eggs and throw them into a very speculative basket, that basket being SMCI. This basket seemed to be a great idea. The very next day, SMCI rose 14% and broke past the $1,000 mark. Quiet Storage's portfolio was now worth $230K. This is not shabby at all, considering his portfolio was only worth $39K 2 weeks before this. Things were smooth sailing until Friday came along. It was February 16th, and SMCI was at all-time highs. The stock peaked at $1,069 5 minutes after market open. Right after this moment of bliss, SMCI came crashing down. Only 25 minutes later, the stock had already dropped by $186. By the end of the trading day, SMCI was trading at $803. The stock had fallen about 25% from its peak at market open. Quiet Storage's basket had fallen, and 47.17% of the eggs were cracked open. He was down $107,000 for the day, and $164K from the peak of SMCI's stock value. Let go, don't worry is someone who has been having a rough time. Back in January, he was forced to resign. He cashed out his 401k because he didn't have very much savings. On the bright side, he had 2 different job offers on the table. He negotiated for more money with one of these firms, but they ended up backing off from the offer. He tried to go back to his other offer, but now they laughed him off. After feeling like he had nowhere left to go, he decided to boot up Webull. With his bare senses tingling, he bought 0-day till expiration SPY puts that were out of the money. SPY ended up closing down for the day, but it never ended up hitting his strike price. His $9,700 portfolio was cut down to just $1,300. Luckily, he lets us know that his rent is paid for the month, and he has 3 interviews coming up this week. Hopefully, he gets things back on track. Watt Eugene is someone who came to Wall Street Bets with an initial $20K and managed to work his way to being able to afford a Lamborghini. ARM was reporting earnings after hours on February 7th. With the hype surrounding semiconductors, Watt Eugene made the decision to buy calls. He put $6K on the line and hoped for the best. The company beat revenue expectations by 8%, and the stock rose by 48%. His $6,000 investment blossomed into $28K. Watt Eugene was feeling like a financial genius. Coincidentally enough, Coinbase was reporting earnings only a week later. He decided to throw another $10K into the pot, hoping to go 2 for 2. February 15th rolled right along, and Coinbase also did stupendously well for the 4th quarter. His $10,000 investment turned into $60K. These 2 trades combined sent his portfolio flying to $91,000. On the same day of making this post, he threw $42K into calls on Dell. The company was reporting earnings in a week and a half. According to Watt Eugene, if SMCI can do it, why not Dell? With due diligence this intense, there was no way Dell could possibly fail him. Watt Eugene made it to February 29th, and Dell, in fact, did not fail him. Dell jumped 31% on this day, and 48% since he bought it. On the 1st of March, Watt Eugene would update us with, "Dude, I'm getting a Lambo. 20K to 315K in a month." He's up 300K for the past 6 months, but most of this is from the past few weeks. He's still holding his Dell calls, but the scariest news would come when he shared the following. "And before you tell me to stop being a hootenanny and put my stuff into some safe stocks or whatever, this amount doesn't materially change my life. Now, if I run this into a 7-figure account, then maybe it's a different story. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going full hootenanny." Watt Eugene successfully 17x'd his portfolio, but he still wasn't satisfied. Buying a Lamborghini, like he joked about, would actually be a safer investment than continuing his options trades. Hopefully, he keeps his account afloat. Tripster is a user who has had his fair share of experience on Wall Street Bets. Back in 2021, he managed to take $200 into $950K. He took what some people make in a day and turned it into nearly $1 million. After this heroic rise, he ended up losing most of it. Flash forward to 2024, and Tripster got back in the game. He started playing block leaps and successfully turned $3K into $17,000. Block was reporting earnings on February 23rd, and Tripster wanted to see if he could continue pushing his luck. Block's earnings were magnificent, and his $17,000 investment turned into $58K. Tripster 19x'd his money, but of course this wasn't enough for him. Tripster was a leprechaun searching for a pot of gold, and he was willing to try his way to the end of the rainbow. He took this $58K and threw it all into Dell calls that expired a month out. As we already know, Dell's excellent earnings sent the stock price rocketing. Tripster's portfolio was no longer worth $58K. It was now worth a whopping $304,000. An 8,200% gain for the past month is pretty impressive, but it's nothing compared to the portfolio of 2 would for you. He says, "Hit the pinnacle of my investing career." His portfolio was worth $69,420. Harold King 20 is a user who hasn't been as lucky as some of the other hotshots we've been talking about. I hate options. Harold King 20 is down $26,000 all time, and it doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to turn things around anytime soon. He says, "I have now lost over 25K and continue losing. Just doesn't make sense to me at all. I suck at this, and just can't believe I am so lost after trading for 5 years. Good luck to all, but this my last post, because I am done with this stuff." Hopefully Harold King 20 stays away from the stock market, or at least stays away from options in particular. 0 Day Till Expiration Spy Calls Mistake is a user who has been sitting on the bench for quite some time. He deleted Webull back in 2021 and decided to re-download the app in 2024. He only had $45 in the account, but he was determined to do the best he could with it. Uber was having their investor day in February, and 0 Day Till Expiration Spy Calls Mistake was feeling bullish. He picked up some calls, but didn't really know what to expect considering he only had $45 in his account. Uber rose 18% after their investor day, and things were starting to look interesting. He took this money and reinvested it into QQQ. He bought calls the day before Nvidia reported their earnings. Nvidia skyrocketed after reporting earnings, and QQQ went up as well. After this, he saw SMCI crack $1,000 and he felt like it was overvalued. He got some puts, and luckily for him, the stock dropped about 20% that day. This spree of trades took his $45 portfolio to a respectable $9,200. That's a 204x gain in just 15 trading days. 0 Day Till Expiration Spy Calls Mistake isn't done just yet though. He has IWM calls expiring in June and won't cash out till his account reaches 50K. Unlucky Chocolate 379 is a user who, despite his name, is pretty darn lucky. He picked up 528 calls on Nvidia that expired on February 16th. He dropped 70K and waited to see what happened. Nvidia was an unstoppable force in February, and Unlucky Chocolate's portfolio would make its way up to $1.1 million. This is great, but hopefully he ended up selling because Nvidia would only briefly hit the strike price before February 16th, and the calls would have ended up expiring worthless. He never updated us with a post showing his portfolio after selling, so let's just hope he locked in his gains while he had the chance. Coinbase Corner is someone who had faith in Coinbase and crypto. On December 8th, he informed everyone that 2024 is the year coin leaps print. He was already up 86K on his position, but he felt like Coinbase still had some time to run. It seems like he was right, because he would come back on December 22nd with a pleasant update. He was now up by 138K, but of course, he still was not done. Flash forward to March 4th, and he was now up by 223K. Coinbase Corner is still not done holding. He says he wants to hold until November, so only time will tell if his investment will pay off. Mr. Man 404 is a user who was eager to begin his options trading journey. He deposited $2,000 into his account. He immediately put that money into Nvidia shares while he was waiting for the money to settle. Once the money settled, he rolled that over into calls with the $560 strike price that expired on February 9th. He didn't want to sell his Nvidia calls, but he was ready to place some more trades. He deposited another $2,000 into his account. He put this money into SMCI shares back when the stock was trading at $436. When this new deposit was settled, he sold these shares and bought calls that expired on February 2nd. SMCI's earnings were through the roof. He rolled these into calls at the $540 strike price that expired on February 23rd. He then sold his Nvidia calls and rolled them into ARM calls a day before they reported earnings. Once again, their earnings were incredible. Mr. Man 404 was able to take 2K into $148,000. In this post, he says he's still holding Nvidia and SMCI and was waiting for Nvidia to report their earnings. Nvidia jumped 16% after reporting earnings, so Mr. Man 404 probably made a respectable amount from his position. WSB Swimming Pool is a user who managed to strike gold by taking 3K to $250,000. But things are starting to look a little bit rocky for him. After making insane gains with SMCI, he decided to stick to his roots and continue his risky investments in the company. At the beginning of March, news came out that SMCI would be replacing Whirlpool in the S&P 500. WSB Swimming Pool thought that the company was overvalued, so he scooped up some puts. As the day progressed, things weren't looking so good for his portfolio. SMCI kept rocketing, and the value of his puts was taking a hit. When the trading day was finally over, he was sitting on a $52,000 loss for the day. This didn't discourage him though, because he was still very much so holding. WSB Swimming Pool's patience would pay off in a big way. On the very next trading day, March 5th, SMCI took a nosedive. The stock bottomed out at about $980 an hour into the trading day, but jumped back up to $1,100 after hours. This didn't bother WSB Swimming Pool though, because he had already sold his puts. SMCI 100K YOLO results. He was able to secure a six-figure gain early on in the trading day. According to him, he got out pretty much 100%. So it's good to know he didn't push his luck with this trade. WSB Swimming Pool still isn't completely satisfied though. He says he's only 1/3 of the way to $1 million. Hopefully he stays on the winning side of his future trades. Bulky Lies 6570 is someone who came to Wall Street Bets with a pretty small portfolio, but Bulky Lie didn't let this stop him. On December 20th, SPY was gradually moving up for the day. SPY was up 5% for the month, but something fell off. Bulky Lie's spidey senses started tingling, and he decided to buy $250 worth of SPY puts that expired the same day. $250 might not sound like much, but his total portfolio was only worth about $1,000, so this was a pretty big risk. There were only 2.5 hours left till his puts expired worthless, and SPY was still standing strong. That was until the unexpected happened. SPY would quickly go from $475 down to just about $467. A 2% drop in SPY was great news for Bulky Lie, and his portfolio would go through the roof. An originally $250 position turned into more than $13,400. His total portfolio now sits at about $14,000. Let's just hope he didn't end up losing it though, because he wouldn't make any more posts reports to the subreddit. Spread Open Seuss is someone who shared a now deleted screenshot from another subreddit. Woke up to my 21-year-old female landlord and police enforcing eviction. Boyfriend, 24 male, didn't tell me he didn't pay rent. Seems like he lost everything on crypto and meme stocks, and I'm at a loss of what to do. Although it's fun to joke around with others in Wall Street Bets, this particular story is no laughing matter. The original poster deleted her post, and her username is blocked out. So, for the sake of this story, we'll refer to her as Emma. As previously stated, Emma woke up to an unpleasant surprise. After finding out that her boyfriend failed to pay the rent, she decided that it was time to do some investigating. Luckily enough, her boyfriend used the same username on all social media platforms, so it wasn't so hard to find him online. Emma's boyfriend would tell her that he was going to work, when, in reality, he would just chat with others on Discord and Reddit. He said that he was going to make, quote-unquote, wife-changing money soon. Emma's boyfriend would write DD on Twitter and Reddit and gained quite a bit of notoriety. However, Emma says that this due diligence was insane. He was someone who was studying children's books to look for supposed clues on upcoming plays. Before Thanksgiving, he told Emma that he lost his job, when, in reality, he really quit and put his life savings into crypto altcoins. He then told Emma that he was going to a job interview in Florida. This might sound like a step in the right direction, but this was another lie. He was actually going to a meme stock convention that would end up costing them $1,800 collectively. On top of all of this, Emma would find out that he would post rude comments about her online. This is all just a really messed up story, and it gets even crazier knowing that he's likely still somewhere making posts to Reddit. This shows the importance of 1. Don't listen to random DD on the internet when they might be doing things like this behind the scenes. And 2, if you're gonna be irresponsible with money, make sure you're not harming someone else while doing so. Elson Bro is a user who was a little bit too confident in AMD. On December 28th, he would drop over $14,000 on AMD calls that expired the next day. AMD was worth about $149, but he needed the stock price to rise to $150 to break even. AMD had risen about 10% over the past 5 trading days, so Elzenbro was hoping AMD would continue rallying. Unfortunately, AMD would not continue its rally. In fact, it started dumping. He would share the following screenshot and informed us that his trade was made using his Roth IRA. Lost just about $14K in my Roth IRA Friday on my AMD YOLO, kicking myself because this was worth a little over $22K at open, but decided to hold during day. Next thing I know, boom, I let them expire worthless. $14K is a pretty big loss, but a few weeks before this post, he would share the following screenshot informing us that he made $20K in 1 week. Hopefully his portfolio is still green after the miscalculation with AMD. Love Sosa 21 is a user who is willing to get risky. Put my actual rent money for February on SoFi earning calls. Am I about to be evicted? SoFi was reporting earnings in 3 days and they were currently trading at $7.62. If SoFi's share price didn't spike, Love Sosa would be in a sticky situation. Love Sosa says, "This is actually my rent money for February, and that is not a joke." Love Sosa buckled up and got ready for his big day. Monday came around and earnings were reported. Luckily for Love Sosa, SoFi's earning report was spectacular. The stock jumped over 20% for the day, and Love Sosa wouldn't be put out on the streets. He shares a screenshot showing his 141% gain for the week, so it's good to know he ended up on the winning end of this trade. Risking your rent money might sound crazy, but really, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Sora1274 is someone who began their public journey on Wall Street Bets at the end of December. Sora had what some would call beginner's luck. With just $1,500 in his account, things weren't looking particularly promising. Sora felt like crypto was due for another run, and he had his eyes set on Mara. He decided to put this $1,500 into calls on the stock that expired only 1 week later. Mara began rallying, and Sora's portfolio went through the roof. This initial gain wasn't enough though. He felt like crypto still had more room to run, so he would repeat this process 3 more times. For a whole month, he bought Mara calls that expired 1 week later. Using this strategy, he managed to grow his portfolio to a whopping $73,000. This was a 48x gain on his originally $1,500 position. Flash forward a month, and Sora would return to the subreddit. This time, his post wasn't as positive. "I'm dead inside, but thank God it's Friday." Sora includes a screenshot that shows he's down an astounding $54,000 just for the day. His portfolio was now only worth $8,000, which is a pretty steep drop considering it was worth $73K a month before this. Thought it would be a good idea to get some coin daily call options. AMD position was very minimal. Sora made an impressive amount of money with crypto-related stocks and proceeded to lose it all with crypto-related stocks. At this point, you would expect Sora to be all out of luck. His portfolio was down about 90% and crypto's run took a pause. Sora decided it was time to ditch crypto. Coincidentally enough, Meta would be reporting earnings soon. Inspired by Mark Zuckerberg's gains in the gym, he decided to YOLO his portfolio into Meta calls that expired at the end of the week. Friday came along, and Meta reported their earnings. The company did stupendously well for the fourth quarter, and the stock rose just over 20% for the day. Sora's portfolio had been saved. Last Friday, I went from $62,000 to $8,000, but today, I got it back. Hopefully, Sora locks in his $60,000 gain with the company and stops spending his money on risky options. A $60,000 gain is pretty awesome, but what if you're someone who has made $20 million trading options in the past 10 months? Fosterion18 is someone who we've already covered twice before, but he recently made a post so insane that I just couldn't pass it up. 8 million / 2,500% gain in 2 months. 20 million / 5,000% since April 2023. We've already covered Fosterion18's insane 8-figure run in 2023, but apparently $12 million just wasn't enough for him. He wanted to prove his marvelous trading spree wasn't just luck. That being said, he restarted his trading journey just 2 months ago and already made another 8 mil. After gaining 3,000% last year and reaching 12 million by August, I stopped trading and split the money into dividend stocks, see Schwab account, some real estate, and half of it went to pay estimated taxes to the IRS. Got bored and restarted trading in November with about 350K I had left in my trading account that was sitting on NVDY. Hit around 2 million by the end of the year and quadrupled it since the new year. I wanted to prove it wasn't just a fluke. Fosterion18 has had the craziest run we've ever seen, but can he really keep achieving these insane returns? Considering he's someone who has made $20 million in less than a year, where do you think his portfolio is gonna end up the next time he returns to Wall Street Bets? DeBuck95 is someone who ended up with a pretty sizable gain despite only investing $400. DeBuck95 had just been hit with a devastating $4,000 loss. His portfolio was worth less than $1,000 and he needed to work some magic to stay afloat. That's when he decided to YOLO $495 into SMCI. $495 may not sound like a whole lot, but at this point in time, this was more than half of his total portfolio. These calls expired in 2 days, and it was looking like these calls were gonna add to his losses for the week. However, SMCI ended up rocketing over 12% for the day, and DeBuck95's portfolio would be saved. He's sitting at a 634% gain for the day, and now has over $7,200 in his account. In his post to Reddit, he says, "Time to gamble on Amazon earnings. Wish me luck." If DeBuck followed through with this and bought Amazon calls, then his portfolio would be looking better than ever. Amazon's earnings were phenomenal and the stock rose almost 8% on February 2nd. Chris Wynn is a user who initially had a humble $5,000 before making a crazy investment. Chris says, $250,000, Boeing, diamond emoji, 1 week. Rocket emoji. For the past week alone, he's made over $232,000, which is almost an 1,100% gain. This is a very nice gain, and Chris could definitely put this into an index fund to ensure some pretty safe returns over the course of his life. However, Chris is not the type of guy who likes to settle for 10% annual returns. He says that in the matter of a month, he will take this account to about 1.5 mil. Chris did get his hands on an 1100% gain for the week, but to reach this new goal, he would have to 6x his account again. Is he really up for the challenge? Apparently not, because 3 days later, he would update us with a screenshot showing that his portfolio was now down to 155K. On Christmas Eve, he would provide us with his latest update showing that his portfolio is now down to $85,000. I'm sure this is because he withdrew money though, not because he lost the rest of it. Either way, Chris is still up over $160,000 over what seems like the past 2 or 3 weeks. Chris Wynn's story might sound like a roller coaster of events, but honestly, these stories only get crazier and crazier. Boeing did wonders for Chris, but X Gon Give It To Ya is someone who took it to a whole nother level. 1K to 350K on Boeing. Congrats if you understood the assignment. Haters stay chasing my bags. X Gon Give It To Ya is up $141,000 for the day and $356,000 for the month. This is an insane gain to have considering he started with only $1,000. And it's even crazier when we pair the 2 Wall Street Bets users together. Chris and X Gon Give It To Ya both achieved breathtaking gains. But what if you're someone who made a trade so absurd that it landed you on the news? Peter Dolger is a man who did just that. Dolger started investing with JP Morgan with a humble $50 million. Dolger wasn't a man who was going to be satisfied with index-level returns. So, he suggested putting $33 million into energy-based securities called Master Limited Partnerships. JP Morgan highly advised against this. Master Limited Partnerships, or MLPs, were very risky, and he wanted to dump 2/3 of his portfolio into these securities. Despite the words of discouragement from JP Morgan, Dolger knew what he wanted. He knew that he would have to make bold trades if he wanted to make impressive returns. JP Morgan would let him go through with it, and Dolger would sign a document that made it clear that JP Morgan would not be responsible for his losses. Apparently, Dolger was not as great of an investor as he thought he was. His $50 million portfolio shrunk down to only $1.5 mil, which is pretty concerning considering he was in his 80s and needed the money. Dolger suddenly hits everyone with a plot twist. He questions where his money went and says he had dementia this whole entire time. Dolger is mad at JP Morgan, but the money is long gone. Some Redditors would go on to blame his wife. User RCB whatever points out, "I didn't want to volunteer to people that my husband has dementia. We don't want to talk about it," she said. Regardless of who you think is guilty in this situation, Dolger is $48.5 million broker, and he now lives with his relatives. D. Krasny is a user who did not believe in Santa Claus, but instead believed in Elon Musk. Only took me 9 days to lose 290K YOLOing on Tesla calls. From November 29th to December 7th, this user lost 85% of his portfolio, which is an almost $300,000 loss. It's unknown if he was blessed with a Christmas miracle after this, but he has not updated us with any new screenshots of his portfolio, so it's tough to say. Similar to Peter Dolger, the next trader is someone who managed to literally make headlines after his trading catastrophe. SEC charges ex-LPL broker in Connecticut over $6.9 million free riding scheme. Andrew M. Camaro is a former LPL financial broker who was involved in quite the scheme. This all started just over a year ago in October of 2022. Camaro orchestrated a series of transfers to 4 different firms. The only thing is that these transfers were really unfunded. One especially bold move by Camaro was when he transferred $2.4 million from a bank account that only had $100 in it. You might be wondering why someone would do this. Obviously, the firm is going to realize that he doesn't have enough money in his account, and the transfer is going to be canceled. Camaro knew this, but he also knew that it would take the firms a few days to realize that he had insufficient funds. In this few-day buffer, Camaro decided to use these unsettled funds to trade high-risk options. These trades were not the brightest, and he would lose $3 million that he didn't even have in the first place. Somehow, he even managed to withdraw $615 $15K before one of the brokerages noticed. This wouldn't matter though, because the brokerages would eventually find out, and his career in finance would be over. Kamaro would of course be charged by the SEC, and things weren't looking too good for him. He would go on to say that this was all just incredibly unfortunate, and that he was inspired by the good old Wall Street bets. When asked about why he would do something like this, he humbly replies with, "I don't have the funds. I do not know what I was thinking when this happened." According to the article, Kamaro started his career at Prudential Financial and worked there for 5 years from 2010 to 2016. While affiliated with LPL, Kamaro had positioned himself as a financial planner with autism, a neurological and developmental condition, and specializing in serving individuals with disabilities and their families. Unfortunately though, this would all be put away after his bold scheme. Speculating Farmer is someone who started posting to Wall Street Bets only about 2 weeks ago. Pomegranates are bullish for airlines. Speculating Farmer would arrive with pretty impressive due diligence, pretty similar to the time when we discussed the Emperor of Jenks losing his life savings due to ornamental gourds. Regardless, Speculating Farmer had faith in pomegranates, and surprisingly, it seemed like he was right. He would return only a day later with "It's pomegranates or nothing." UAL. Speculating Farmer was already up almost 134% on his calls. This was a $4,300 gain on what was initially $3,250. Unfortunately, these gains wouldn't last for long, and he updated us not even 24 hours later, showing he was down about $6,600. Financially ruined thanks to weak pomegranate demand. UAL. Speculating Farmer was up over 100% not too long before this, but he didn't lock in his profits and ended up losing it all. No Face the Ghost X is a user who has a portfolio that's been on quite the roller coaster. What 2 glimmers of hope before eventual defeat looks like. $42,850 to $115,000 to $0. No Face the Ghost X seemingly wasn't doing so bad at first. After some luck, he grew his account to $115,000, which is 2.68 times his original portfolio. He says, "I only have $2.50 left instead of $0 because I'm holding on to the last dollar I put into Shiba Inu for the live chart. Options almost made me rich. Then, almost saved me a couple times before taking it all. We'll be back to them as soon as I can save up another couple grand." So despite the ultimate downfall of his portfolio, No Face the Ghost still believes in his trading ability. Snoo56029 is someone who stayed strong and ended up being rewarded for his perseverance. It was January 29th, and Snoo56029 was betting that SPY would go up for the day. SPY was trading pretty sideways throughout the day, but Snoo still felt like SPY was gonna make a big jump. Throughout the day, he would throw another $100 or $200 into SPY calls. Markets were closing in less than 2 hours, and SPY still had not made a major move. Snoo threw a few $1,000 into these calls, and he was hoping to strike gold. Luckily enough, SPY jumped about 0.5% in the last hour of the trading day. This rocketed the value of his calls and helped him snag an $11,000 gain for the day. I finally got a worthy one to post. Kept averaging down all morning. SPY 500 end of week. 2FTC is a user who was a bit too confident in their ability to choose winning stocks. I called my wife an idiot when she told me to sell BABA at $220 for a small loss. What do I do now? 2FTC is down over 6 figures, mostly due to Alibaba and NEO. Considering the stock is down 76% from its all-time high and down 31% just for the past year, it's tough to say if 2F2C is ever going to recoup this money. I think 2F2C should sit on the sideline and let his wife manage the portfolio instead. Add Me on Dota 2 says, "Don't gamble, 40K loss in 2 days." Add Me on Dota 2 has made a string of sour investments. All my savings hovered around 25K until I decided to day trade 0 day till expiration XPX options this month. At first, You think you have an edge, then when things don't go your way, you will take more and more risk trying to make back the losses until this happens. Likely 4K account tomorrow and nothing Friday unless a miracle happens. Fortunately, this was only a year's worth of work, so it's not the end of the world, but damn, it makes me sick to my stomach. It must not make him that sick to his stomach though, because only a day later, he would return with, "Update, maybe gamble." Admion Dota ditched the Tesla and Baba calls and shifted his money over to Walmart. Luckily for him, Walmart rose about 2% for the day, and this would give him a gain of over $12,000. This put his portfolio at about $19,000, and Admion Dota 2 was officially back in the game. A day later, he would return to Wall Street Bets yet again. Update number 2. Revenge trading sometimes works. In just 1 week, this user went from 47K down to 8K, then back up to 34K. He said he learned his lesson, but who knows if he's actually telling the truth. Long Washier is another user who we've talked about in a previous video, but we gotta talk about his recent post because he's done something that has never been done before. Long Washier was looking at Amazon and started feeling unexpectedly bullish. It was trading at about $156, but Long Washier felt like the stock could jump $4 before the week came to an end. He took nearly $500,000 and yellowed it on calls that expired in a few days. This was a very risky play. He decided that if these calls paid out the way he thought they would, he would throw a full-on pizza party for Amazon employees. The stock was trading at $160.43 Friday afternoon, and Long Washier locked in a $400,000 profit. Last week, I made $400K on Amazon calls and promised a pizza party. Yesterday, I delivered that party to Amazon warehouses and offices. Long Washier made an insane amount of money and followed through with his promise. Unfortunately, though, some mods on Wall Street Bets decided to permanently ban him from the subreddit. He did have a Patreon in his Reddit bio, but he never promoted this in his posts. It's sad to see a Wall Street Bets legend be shunned from the community. Stock27 is a user who began investing with only about $2,000. United Health Group was trading at about $514, but he felt like the stock wouldn't be able to sustain this price. He bought puts at the $510 strike price and hoped for the best. Only a day later, the stock would drop about 4%, and the value of his puts would skyrocket. With a nearly 1,000% gain for the day, his portfolio was now sitting at $25,000. Stock27 wanted to see if he could keep this up and decided to get some puts on Trade Desk. He returned to the subreddit with day 1 of trying to lose my UNH gains. He seemed to be off to a bad start with this challenge because he was up $1,000 on his Trade Desk puts. This wouldn't last for long though, because he came back 1 day later with his second post of the series. He now only had $7,900 in his Robinhood account. That's almost $18,000 lower than it was 5 days prior. We don't really know if he withdrew some money from his account, but on day 2 of the challenge, he shows us that he's down $2,700 for the day. Stock27's portfolio went from 2K to 25K, now back down to 7K in just a few days. Stock27 had to gear up for his next trade. Feeling like a bear, he decided to get some puts on UPS. Lo and behold, UPS reported earnings for Q4, and things were looking treacherous. The share price fell 9.5% for the day, and he provided us with his latest update. Up 52% for the day, his portfolio was worth 5 figures again. Even though it's not the 25K he once had, he still managed to 6x his money in less than a week. Remote Impression 605 is someone who shows that the first is usually on the house. Put the little savings I had into this first thing Monday and was afraid of losing it all. Isn't it supposed to always be red? Starting his day with just about $1,200, he put his trust in AMD. Luckily enough, he was gifted a 500% gain. Pretty crazy for his first trade. Nvidia is my god is someone who had just about 4K a few weeks ago. He was miraculously able to take this 4K to $17,000 pretty quickly. As we all know though, most people on Wall Street Bets aren't satisfied after getting a measly 325% gain. Some users would tell him to quit while he was ahead, but Nvidia is my god knew that he wasn't done yet. DWAC reported stellar earnings, and the stock would jump an unbelievable 88% for the day.
day. At the same time, he was also holding Tesla puts. Tesla dropped 1.6%, and this of course added to his overall gain for the day. He made a whopping $13,000 combined, but this still wasn't enough, of course. He took this $13,000 and YOLO'd it on shorting Tesla's upcoming earnings. Elon didn't come through with good news for Tesla shareholders, and the stock proceeded to drop over 12% for the day. This sent Nvidia's My God's portfolio flying up to $60,000. He had successfully taken $3,000 to over $60K, but of course, he still was not done yet. He would return exactly 1 week later with a shocking update. He had lost $10K in a single trading day. Even crazier than that, his portfolio now only has $8,600 in it. Assuming he didn't withdraw previous gains to his bank account, this means he lost $51,000 in just 1 week. Microsoft had stellar earnings and decided to dump. Jerome Powell finished the rest of my positions off, going all cash and back to the grind. Choo Choo Bear is someone who made enough money to buy a house despite having less than $3,000 2 months ago. Choo Choo Bear took $2,900 to $4,400 with plain old AMD shares. This was a pretty strong gain for just shares, so Choo Choo Bear was feeling pretty hot. FedEx was nearing all-time highs, and things were looking pretty good for the company. Choo Choo Bear stepped in and decided it was time to get puts on the company. FedEx's earnings were horrendous, and the stock dropped 12% in just 1 day. This brought Choo Choo Bear's portfolio to a staggering $27,000. Nike was reporting earnings in 2 days, and Choo Choo Bear decided to live up to his name once again. Disregarding the bulls, he acquired puts on Nike. Nike's earnings were just as bad as FedEx's. Choo Choo Bear doubled his money and now had $58,000 in his account. He then switched from being a bear to a bull and got calls on Coinbase. Only this time, he was on the losing side of the trade. Crypto was starting to cool down, and Coinbase was crashing. Choo Choo Bear lost $31,000 and now only had $21K in his account. This was no biggie though, because he had high hopes for Netflix. Netflix had splendid earnings, and Choo Choo Bear's portfolio rose from $21,000 to $61K. At this point, he had already 21x'd his money. $2,900 to $61K in just about a month is pretty impressive, but of course Choo Choo Bear wasn't done yet. With his eyes on Tesla, he decided it was time to give up his bullish ways yet again. Tesla was reporting earnings on January 25th, and Choo Choo Bear was locked and loaded with his puts. And of course, Tesla came through and blessed him up. Taking $61,000 to $173K, Choo Choo Bear had successfully 60x'd his original portfolio. I'm smart enough to realize I just got incredibly lucky, so I'm going to just buy shares with this money and say goodbye to options. I took out $6,000 to my Roth IRA so I can justify myself for full porting. Hopefully Choo Choo Bear sticks to his word and holds on to these sweet gains. Trying Spy 123 is a user who bought 0 day till expiration SPY calls and hoped for the best. On January 29th, he bought 11 calls on SPY for about $23 each. He needed the stock to jump 0.25% just to break even on his position. SPY ended up trading pretty sideways throughout the day, and things weren't looking all that great for his calls. Markets would close in an hour, and SPY was still 31 cents short of his break-even price. Against all odds, SPY shot up about 0.5% over the next hour. His calls went from being nearly worthless to $214 each. With an 800% gain, he was sitting on a $2,000 profit for the day. Unfortunately though, trading SPY 123 had another trade running that completely wiped out his profits. Tesla was up 5% for the day. That's not something you want to hear if you're holding Tesla puts that expire in a few days. Trading SPY 123 was down 61.52% on Tesla, which equates to a $4,800 loss. PatWright333 is a user who has ultimate diamond hands. He owns 4,400 shares of Nvidia at an average cost of $11.64 a share. Prices haven't been that low since 2016, so it's safe to say that his patience paid off. This screenshot from January 18th shows that his shares are worth $2.5 million, but assuming he's still holding, his position is now worth $2.9 mil. Not shabby at all for plain shares. Ban Third Time's a Charm is someone who comes to the subreddit to give us wise advice.
He says, "Learn from my mistake." He managed to lose $2,000 from a slight blunder. "I had 28 call options with 400% gains this week. I meant to sell to close at the peak, but I didn't check the drop-down box and ended up buying another 28 calls at peak price. Now I'm down 50%. Live and learn. Always check your order type. I'll update here with my final gain/loss. My only hope is that GDDY rips today." DK Rich responds with, "Don't buy options when you mean to sell them. This is the sage advice I come to this sub for. Thank you, OP." Because I Was Inverted is a user who decided he wanted to make some quick money by day trading SPY. On February 5th, Because I Was Inverted would get pretty deep into calls on the stock. 2 hours into the trading day, and SPY was already down 0.2%. He was also holding some puts on the stock, but SPY started to rebound at this point. Because I Was Inverted was down about 140K, and these options expired in 3 days, so it would be pretty risky holding until expiration. He recognized it was time to lock in, and he spent the rest of his day trying to recoup his loss. He didn't take any breaks and didn't even eat lunch for the day. This dedication definitely paid off because he was somehow able to crawl his way out of the 6-figure hole he had gotten himself into. When it was all said and done, he walked away from his computer with a $6,000 gain for the day. Being down 140K to ending up green for the day is definitely a pretty lucky turn of events. Some traders get hooked and constantly chase unlikely gains, but some actually know when it's time to step away. Opalivian saw the hype surrounding Nvidia and didn't want to be left out. The stock was already up 37% year to date, and he felt like the company would keep rolling. He got calls that expired a week later and hoped for the best. Luckily enough, he wouldn't have to wait a week to lock in a monstrous gain on his trade. The stock was up 3.15% at market open, and Opalivian's calls were up tremendously. With a variety of calls, maybe even some on other stocks, Opalivian obtained a 481% gain. That put him up 35K just for the day. Opalivian says that this is life-changing money and lets us know that he will be stepping away. His wife is happy and he wants to treat his kids to a nice surprise. Overall, it seems like this trade was a net positive for his family. Allergic to Monies is another user who got pretty lucky betting on Nvidia. On January 31st, he bought 9 calls at the $650 strike price. These contracts expired on February 2nd. The stock was only trading at about $615. He would need the stock to rise to over $650 to just break even on these contracts. Given how risky these calls were, he was able to scoop up all 9 of them for a total of just $324. Over the next 2 days, Nvidia magically rose 7.64%, and his calls would bring him an insane $13,500 profit. That's a 4,200% return on his investment in just 2 days. On top of that, he was also holding SPY calls that brought him another $12,000 in profit. These trades combined made him an impressive 25K. DP Dude 007 is a user who is in a bit of a pickle. We are only 1 month into the year and it's already time to dig out of a hole. Year to date, he has lost $111,000, which is 74% of his portfolio. Rivian collapsed and Intel made 100K disappear. Hopefully DP Dude is able to dig himself out of this hole, but it might be pretty hard to do considering he only has a quarter of his portfolio left. I Did It for the Lols is someone who was initially pretty down on his luck. He invested $5,000 into Safe Shares with hopes that the merger with JetBlue would go through. As we all know now, this merger in fact did not go through, and the stock proceeded to drop 61% in only 20 minutes. A drop this severe was terrible news for I Did It for the Lols. He had his entire portfolio on the line, and now it was only worth $1,700. Shocked but not defeated, he got ready to get revenge. He dumped what remained of his portfolio into Tesla puts and hoped for the best. Tesla's unsatisfactory earnings report helped boost his portfolio. Along with TRV and QQQ calls, I Did It for the Lols was able to take his portfolio from $1,700 to nearly $27,000 in just about a week. He achieved a 1,500% gain, but this wasn't enough. He scooped up some SPY calls, and it's safe to say that these paid off pretty well. I didn't hear no bell. $1,700 to $50,000 in 3 weeks. I Did It for the Lols successfully 30x'd his portfolio in less than a month.
On January 27th, Captain New Boy would hit Wall Street Bets with, am I doing it right? He lost almost $1,000 in his Roth IRA. But let's be honest, guys, a 10% loss is not worthy of a Wall Street Bets post. Captain New Boy knew this, so he returned 3 days later with some good news to share. He was able to completely erase his loss, and he was now up $2,100. A 24% weekly gain isn't too shabby for a retirement fund, but Captain New Boy still wasn't done just yet. With the use of Tesla puts, he was able to obtain a $2,700 gain for the day. His Roth IRA was up to almost $18,000 now, which is pretty impressive considering it was only worth about $9K a week ago. Captain New Boy prepared for another day of sophisticated investing. His day started off normal enough. He was feeling pretty bullish and bought some SPY calls. He purchased 320 contracts that expired later that day. SPY was trading at about $493, but he needed the share price to rise to $494.64 in order to break even. Unfortunately, SPY did not want to reach this break-even price. The stock would drop after opening and continue to trade sideways throughout the day. Captain New Boy returned to Wall Street Bets with down $14,000 today. He had lost $14K for the day and only had $3,900 left in his Roth IRA. Only 78% done till I hit my goal of $0. Guess calls weren't a move midday. Puts on Jay was able to take his $4,800 portfolio into nearly $21K. Definitely tried to do way too much the last 2 days. Ended up only holding 2 Nvidia calls throughout the day, sold 1 at open and 3 yesterday. Tried to get in on the SMCI dip and got burned $500. FOMO'd back into Nvidia right when it started coming back down and lost another $150 or so. Totally wish I just didn't look at my phone the last 2 days, but it is what it is. Profit is profit. Can't be mad at a 15K gain in a month. Probably gonna lose $1,000 on this SMCI call that I kinda got stuck holding, but whatever.
Jesus Nados is someone who became an overnight millionaire on an options trade while in college. Jesus wasn't always rich though. He was able to go to college for free since he qualified for financial aid. He also had $18K in his Fidelity portfolio that he was ready to let grow. Overall, things were looking pretty good for Jesus. But his life would soon take an unexpected turn. Like a true Wall Street Bets associate, he ended up failing all of his classes, which led him to dropping out. This is pretty rough, but Jesus still lived with his parents, so he didn't have to stress out about paying for food or rent. After realizing his future was on a bit of a decline, he decided to put all his efforts into learning how to code. After 2 years of this academic grind, he finally landed a coding job. He worked until he saved up $70,000. All of this hard work was already starting to get to Jesus though, and he was ready to start making risky trades. He wasn't quite ready for options yet though. He took this hard-earned $70K and dumped it all into Bitcoin. Bitcoin's rise in 2024 brought his portfolio to $100,000, and Jesus had successfully achieved a 6-figure net worth at 18. But he wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. He took his whole portfolio and YOLO'd it on Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu's rally in early March sent him up all the way to $250K. Jesus realized he had gotten insanely lucky and decided it was time to stop being so risky. That's until 3 months later when he saw the bull break out of its cage. GameStop's crazy rally had Jesus worried that he was gonna miss out on a legendary trade. On one hand, he already had a $250,000 net worth in his 20s, but what's $250,000 when you can have $250 gazillion? He saw GameStop was up 60%, and that's all he needed to see to make his decision. He fired up Robinhood and YOLO'd his life savings on AMC calls. Jesus was instantly on edge. AMC was trading at about $3.50, so he needed AMC to jump about $1 for his calls to be in the money. He had 2,037 calls that all expired at the end of the week, so this was definitely a very high-stakes trade. AMC climbed its way all the way up to $5 by the end of the day. Jesus was sick and tired of all the stress and wanted to quickly get out of his position. If he sold, he would have secured a $100,000 profit, bringing his portfolio to $350K. The only issue is that the day flew by and it was already after hours. Jesus was glad that his position was in the green, but now he had to hope and pray that the stock wouldn't come crashing down by the time the market opened. Jesus was worried. AMC kept rising, but he felt like it was due for a crash any minute. He knew that there was nothing he can do about it, so he got into bed and got ready for some much needed rest. Except he was not able to sleep. He was up until 1 a.m. when finally he peacefully hit the hay. Until he bolted up from his sleep at 4 in the morning. Jesus was only able to catch about 3 hours of peaceful Z's before AMC woke him back up. He knew that all he could do now was wait, and that's what he did until the trading bell rang at market open. Jesus opened up Robinhood and was greeted by his now $1.2 million portfolio. $1 million gain in college is unbelievable. Almost too unbelievable. Users on Wall Street Bets would immediately doubt that any of this ever happened. First of all, his screenshot has an awfully suspicious, funky border around it. Second of all, his story meant that he already had $250,000 saved up at the age of 23. And third of all, his gain just seems too good to be true. Despite all of this, Jesus was able to prove these doubtful Wall Street Bets members wrong. OSRS Karma, a mod on the subreddit, said, "This is somehow real. I am as shocked as you are. Unreal timing." Despite having nearly $1.3 million ready to invest, Jesus makes the responsible decision to keep working his job and go to college. After making a post to the FIRE subreddit, he revealed his plans on meeting with tax and financial advisors. He still lives with his parents and doesn't have any debt. He would like to invest his fortune to make even more money. He says that he doesn't want to retire yet and wants to keep working for now. As of now, he's torn between real estate or dumping it into the S&P 500 for passive income. Patrid Liu is a member of the Wall Street Bets subreddit who made the following post. "You may not strike it rich, but at least you can break even." He includes a screenshot of his portfolio, which shows he's up 138% for the month, and has finally turned his all-time chart from red to green. After years of consistently losing, he managed to rack up somewhere around $15,000 in losses. After this lucky month, he recouped that loss and is now up almost $900. He says he's done with options and wants to begin investing in a more traditional way. I'm Schmacked 21 is a Reddit user who has an insane monthly gain chart on Robinhood. For the past month, I'm Schmacked has made just over $16,000, which equals to be a 1,600% gain. He says, mostly puts timing the top with 0 day till expirations. And it doesn't end here, because looking on his Reddit account, we can see that 5 days after this, he shares yet another crazy screenshot. He bought SPY puts that blessed him with a gain of almost 140%, which is just about $13,600. The market value of these contracts is $23,500, so assuming he didn't go completely all in, his total portfolio is probably worth somewhere around $30,000, which is pretty insane considering it was worth less than $2,000 just a month before this. JWW2124 is someone who got pretty nasty gains with Snowflake. With this stock alone, he has made nearly $400,000 over the period of just 7 days. He says, hate the cold, but love the snow, plus 368K. He seems to have a pretty monstrous portfolio, because scrolling on his Reddit account shows you multiple 6-figure gains. Stock Ocean is a Reddit user on Wall Street Bets, but we're not going to talk about a specific gain that they got. Stock Ocean says, Netflix director loses $11 million trading options, makes $20 million trading crypto, ... Carl Eric Rinch was a director of Netflix's eagerly awaited sci-fi series, Conquest. Netflix gave Rinch a budget of $55 million for the show, and to this day, this show is nowhere to be seen. All thanks to Wall Street Bets. Initially, Rinch didn't really know what to do with the $55 million, so he began rushing through it. He would then put $11 million into his own personal Charles Schwab account and proceeded to lose millions in a few weeks trading Gilead Sciences stock. At this point, I could imagine Rinch was pretty worried. Netflix gave him $55 million to produce a highly anticipated series, and he just has nothing to show for it, not even the money they gave him. This is where Rinch taps into his Wall Street Bets way of thinking and decides to deposit $4 million into a Kraken account to buy Dogecoin. Rinch has wasted millions of dollars. His future depends on the one and only Dogecoin. Lo and behold, Dogecoin would go on an insane rally back in 2020, and Rinch cashed out nearly $27 million. Rinch, quote-unquote, borrowed $11 million and turned it into this insane amount. So overall, he didn't actually do so bad. The only thing is that, well, this $11 million was not meant for trading Dogecoin and penny stocks. It was for the production of the series. Rinch allegedly spent about $9 million on extravagant purchases like designer clothing, 5 Rolls Royces, because why would you only need one, a Ferrari, a $380,000 watch, and luxury furniture. This information is only known because after all of this happened, his wife wasn't too happy and she wanted to get a divorce. She hired a forensic accountant and all these details came to light. This isn't the end of it either, because at the end of the day, there is no series produced, Rinch's wife divorced him, he seemingly misused some funds, yet he did get a 6x gain with Dogecoin. Feeling a little bit bittersweet from the whole situation, Rinch decides that he's sick and tired of everyone. Yeah, he may have borrowed $11 million from Netflix, but now he is the one suing them. Rinch says that Netflix breached their contract and he's demanding $14 million from the company. Netflix sees this as an attempt to extort money, and they aren't really going for it. I gotta be honest, this is definitely one of the best Wall Street Bets moves of all time. Considering he got his money in a pretty fishy way, in my opinion, it makes his $27 million Dogecoin gain even crazier. Third Legatron is someone who shared this screenshot to Wall Street Bets about a year ago, along with the caption, "Account gone." Third Legatron went all into Tesla puts and got wrecked. His portfolio fizzled out with GameStop calls and more Tesla calls. In total, he experienced a nearly $30,000 loss. Fast forward a year, and he's back. He returns to the subreddit to let us know that he's been working 2 jobs, and he currently has about $2,000 to YOLO. He wants to know, WTF do I do with my newfound wealth? He makes 6 to 8K a month, working 6 days a week, and says he's pretty much ready to retire. He's done with the rat race and wants to know how he can 10x his money. Don Corleone sums up Third Legatron's story pretty well. Made easy money, gambled it, and lost it. Worked hard for more money, eager to gamble it and lose it again. Yeah, it's safe to say Third Legatron isn't all that safe when it comes to finances. Dark Passenger is a Reddit user who posted the following to the Wall Street Bets subreddit. Scalping 0 day till expiration, 100K gain done till year end. ... maybe. Dark Passenger shares 2 screenshots. The first one shows a pretty good play on QQQ. He got puts that expired the same day, and luckily, he ended up profitable. A 15% gain isn't anything too crazy for Wall Street Bets, but Dark Passenger really takes it up a notch in the next screenshot, because we see he's up 784% just for the week. With a $114,000 gain, this means he started the week with less than $15,000 in his account. This is already insane, but one day after this post, Dark Passenger would return with not an actual 20-bagger, because I withdrew 30K, 100K today, and 200K in a month. This screenshot shows a nearly $100,000 gain, which is just over 94% of his portfolio. Over the past month, he's up over $193,000, which is almost 2,600% of his portfolio when you account for the $30,000 withdrawal. When asked about his strategy, Visual Mod would inform everyone that it was a gamble, but I had faith in my ability to predict the market. Dark Passenger would confirm that statement. Lee Bombed is a member of the Wall Street Bets subreddit who shared the following. Best day of my trading life. Bought $441 calls expiring 11/17 at close yesterday. Sold throughout the day for a $270,000 gain. Lee Bombed bought 500 SPY contracts that totaled him $128,000. If CPI missed, Lee Bombed would have been in some hot water. Luckily though, he ended up profiting $270K instead. Playing with Monopoly Money is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot along with the caption, 10K Tessiboo. Playing with Monopoly Money achieved a nasty $9,500 gain for the week, which is about a 2,060% gain. After successfully being a professional reguard at the age of 18 and losing all my money at the time during the pandemic, Tessie Babe gave me all of it back, quickscoped the bottom after the 5% drop, and rode my 3 contracts from 142 to 2365 for an insane 1,665% return. Playing with Monopoly Money would sell these calls and lock in his gains. He still has shares in Tesla, but he hasn't given us any other updates, so hopefully he didn't lose his gains trading risky options. Nico Skin is a member of the WallStreetBets subreddit who shared the following screenshot along with $527 to 30K in 2 weeks. This user was originally down $1,500 for the month, which was 73% of his portfolio. Luckily, he turned things around and managed to nearly 58x his money. This was done through a mix of SPY 0 day till expiration, 1 day till expiration, 2 day till expiration, and weeklies. When asked about whether or not he cashed out his gains, Nico Skin responds with, "I actually did. It feels weird." Perfect_places is someone who began trading on Robinhood in May of 2020. With $250,000 in his account, he was probably pretty excited to make some money. Unfortunately though, things started falling apart pretty quickly. After trading weekly options and betting on earnings, Perfect Place's portfolio would be drained to only about $62,000. This was just over 72% of his portfolio, and he had only been trading for about 2.5 years. Perfect Places was done trading weeklies and betting on earnings, and decided it was time to stop burning through his money. With Coinbase, SoFi, and Etsy, Perfect Places was able to miraculously grow his portfolio by just over $164,000. Perfect Places has now recouped all of his losses and is now up $2,300 all time. Vibe@Zero says, maybe don't put your entire account into weekly earnings. Literally zero size management. Perfect Places responds with, this is Wall Street Bets. Joey Sell is a member of Wall Street Bets who has a portfolio that is extremely rare to see on Wall Street Bets. Joey does not invest using options, but this doesn't even matter because he's up just over 51%. With nearly $82,000 in his account, Joey says, felt good to share my W. Stocks only for the win. Joey says he has all of his money in Google, Amazon, and AMD, with 50% of it being in Google. Joey is still a college student, so it's safe to say he's doing pretty darn good for someone his age. He admits that he lost $4,000 on ICLN calls on his mom's account a few years ago, but he used his own money to make up for that, and obviously he has made much more than that at this point. Demon Goddess is someone who shared the following screenshot along with the caption, 100K in a day. She's up 21.48% for the day and says that this year has been fire. It gets even crazier because for the past year, she has a gain of just over $434,000, which is just about 270%. When asked about her trading strategy, she says, lol, I just YOLO, dude. If I was this good all the time, I would be a hedge fund manager. According to her, she doesn't even trade options, so it makes this 270% gain even crazier. Some people would question where her original money came from. Sure, she has about $600,000 in her account right now, but that means she still had about $160K a year ago, which is obviously a pretty sizable amount of money to have sitting around. According to her, she lives a cheap lifestyle, and this money originally came from a smaller investment. She says, I don't feel like it's my money. Since I don't really withdraw, I feel like it's not real money and just like a video game or something. People are astonished in the comments that someone can make such a large amount of money and not want to spend it. Demon Goddess says that she grew up really poor and she's afraid to go back to it. She's happy without needing luxurious things and thinks it's because she never had them in the first place, so she can't really miss them. Terminally Chill shared the following screenshot to Wall Street Bets, along with the caption, after losing it all on Alibaba, Walmart bringing me back from the depths. Terminally Chill shows an insane 613% gain for the day, which is about $111. According to him, his due diligence included him going to Walmart and thinking about how much better HEB is. Terminally Chill is still down $38,000 for the past 3 months, and has some work to do if he wants to break even. Order Top 3873 was shocked that Terminally Chill would buy puts on Walmart, but Terminally Chill says that he simply strapped on his helmet and risked it all, not really caring much after losing the $150K on Alibaba. MNT Oak shares the following screenshot to Wall Street Bets and says, guess where I started playing options? 62K to 6K. They say the first one is free, and that definitely seems like it was the case here. After making what seems like a 5-figure gain, MNT Oak would go on to consistently lose money every day. The positive thing is that MNT Oak paid off his truck and credit cards after the first profitable gain, so at least he got rid of some debt that he would have had. Tempo Anon 6364 is a member of the Wall Street Bets subreddit who says 80% win rate ain't bad. $55 gain with Tesla, $5 gain with Ulta, $13 gain with Etsy, $40 gain with Square, then, a $13,000 loss with Square. Some_current 1841 is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot along with the caption, I'm starting to think I might not actually be good at this. With only $6.44 sitting in his account, it's starting to look like it's over. 99.99% all-time loss and over $70,000 down the drain. I think he may need a new investing strategy. I Won Everything is someone who seems to be a fan of Burlington. With an almost 100% daily gain, I Won Everything is able to indulge in a $151,000 profit. I Won Everything says, I like shopping here. Bought calls that expire in December yesterday for $7.20 a contract. Sold for $22 even. Taking applications to be your wife's boyfriend for the week. I Won Everything noticed that luxury brands were down, so more people would be shopping at places like Burlington. Also, the stock was close to its 52-week low, so he decided that getting calls on the stock wouldn't be such a bad idea. Mr. Switchit is a Wall Street Bets member who shared the following screenshot, along with SQ calls plus 100K in 1 month. He purchased calls with a $45 strike price that expired next June. This was a relatively safe play, and it definitely seems like things worked out. Mr_Lonely_ shared the following screenshot to the Wall Street Bets subreddit and says, thanks WSB friends. Hi friends, today I sold my June 24th $480 calls in Netflix for a 20% return. And with that, I've managed to save enough cash to fully pay off my mortgage. Just wanted to say thanks to everyone on the sub for the laughs and advice. When I started in July with options, all that I knew was that you can lose 100%. Smiley face. I've managed to turn 7,000 pounds into 24,000 pounds since July. Yes, it's not a 1,000% plus return, but I'm not sorry to disappoint. I only focus on US tech and monthly leaps. 24,000 pounds sterling equals just over 30,000 US dollars. Mr. Lonely seems to be doing pretty well, and it's good to know that he'll be able to pay off his mortgage. He says that he also coded a day trading bot, but he admits that the bot is not performing so well. Panasysma shares a few screenshots with us and includes the following caption. Meta, $121,000 gain, plus 211%. Without using any options, Panasysma was able to achieve a 211% gain for the past year, and managed to get in Meta at what seems like the absolute bottom of its dip last year. Panasysma says, first time back in the green at plus 20K in 7 years after YOLOing, and promptly losing all of my life savings into Mankind circa 2015. Sold Meta and would like to say I've learned my lesson, but the regard is strong here, ... After making a pretty sour investment years ago, it's nice to see that he's been welcomed back with an extremely monstrous gain. Adventurous Cost 591 is a Reddit user who came to Wall Street Bets with some pretty sad news. Lost most of my savings on Nvidia calls. Adventurous Cost is down almost $32,000, but just a day before this, they were up 10K on the position. Adventurous Cost says, went all in on Nvidia calls for earnings, was up 10K before earnings, so I sold 1/3 of the calls. Earnings went to shit, and I woke up with a 30K loss. Doubled down and bought some more calls expecting a comeback. Lost another 5K in minutes. My luck has finally ran out, and I'm never touching options again. I'm going to Vegas instead. If he had only cashed out a day before this, he would have secured a 5-figure profit. But as we can see, FOMO really stabs us in the back sometimes. Trader 2021 is someone who shared this screenshot to the Wall Street Bets subreddit. Finally broke even year to date. Another screenshot shows us that he's up over $26,000 just for the past month. This seems like a pretty wholesome and positive post. But when we take a look at the third screenshot he shared with us, we see that he's actually down 85% all time. With over $150,000 in losses, some users would tell Trader 2021 to cash out and leave forever. But we'll see how things go over the next couple weeks for him. Ordinary Course 3254 is a Wall Street Bets member who has recently lost half of their life savings. I started trading on September, and at the beginning of November, I lost 50% of my savings, which is decent amount, 100,000s. Some people here advised me to use prop firms, and I did that. I met an account manager, and he suggested to buy 5 challenges, and actually he was just a scammer and ended up with blowing up 2 accounts of them. Now I have to manage the challenges myself. Today I was doing well, but it ended up with losing 5K from the balance of the challenge. I feel I am so exhausted, stressed, and worried to fail again. It's very hard to give yourself hope. Then you get disappointed again with every trial. My losses stress me so much, and my failures stress me too. If you have any advice, please share it, and thank in advance for guys who will offer accounts management. It's not an option for me now. Ordinary Course has actually made an appearance on the channel before. In November, he made a post to Reddit stating that he lost $230,000 in only 3 months. It's been a few weeks since then, and it doesn't seem like he's been able to recover that so far. Doing the math, Ordinary Course still has over $200,000 left, so it wouldn't be such a bad idea to just let that money sit in an index fund. But Ordinary Course trades Forex, not stocks, so there's no telling if he'll ever be able to make his money back. Sackify is someone who really believes in the company AMC. He's also someone who trades stocks on Cash App. A few weeks ago, Sackify would throw $30,000 into AMC shares. The company was down over 12% for the day, so he decided it was a good buy. A week after that, AMC continued to fall in price, so he threw another $11,000 into shares. Over the past week, AMC has fallen nearly 10% and is currently worth $6.80 a share. This means he is now down over $6,000 and has lost about 15% of his investment. Mathematician Hole 29 is a Reddit user who shared the following screenshot to Wall Street Bets, along with the caption, "My mom's Christmas bonus and weekend pay. Gonna surprise her on her birthday." In this screenshot, we can see that Mathematician Hole has purchased 629 contracts of IWM calls with a strike price of $210. He has already lost about 7% of his mom's money, but IWN is currently trading at $178. If the stock doesn't jump 17.6% over the next month or two, then these calls are going to be worthless. It may seem reckless for Mathematician Hole to make these trades with his mom's money, but a month before this post, Mathematician Hole would share the following screenshot along with, "My dad let me borrow his Lexus 2019. Sold it, gonna buy him a 2020 instead." Surprisingly, these calls actually worked out and were in the money by the expiration date. Let's see if Mathematician Hole blesses up his mom the same way he did with his dad. I'm Schmacked 21 is a Reddit user who we've actually already covered in this video. I'm Schmacked 21 has given us some breaking news and has updated us with the following post. Lost all my gains from 0 day till expiration on 0 day till expirations. I'm Schmacked 21 is down over $17,000 for the past week, which is just about 75% of his portfolio. He includes another screenshot that shows he managed to make his way up to $32,000 at the peak of his trading spree. You all called it out on my last post that I'm gonna lose it all. Well, congrats to you, regards. I did. For my final play, all-in spy calls expiring today since Charlie died, and for him to rest in peace, markets need to rip. I'm Schmack21 shows the dangers of 0-day till expirations, and he also shows that you can lose it as fast as you make it. Potato111A is a member of the Wall Street Bets subreddit who shared the following screenshot along with the simple caption of 4,000%. Potato111A was able to rack up an astounding gain of over $254,000. Just like the caption of the post says, this is more than a 4,100% gain. Starting the month with only about $6,000 in his account, he was able to amass more than $250,000 with the help of CleanSpark, Nvidia, and spy calls. I, Yummers, made a pretty good trade myself. On November 11th, I posted that it may be time to buy some PDD. Over the next 2 weeks, the stock went up 33%. On the day they reported earnings, it peaked at being up almost 20% for the day. I discussed stocks that I think have potential on my Patreon, so make sure to check that out in the description if you're interested. Diamond D is a Reddit user who seems to have some sort of advanced trading strategy. He's up a whopping 2,300% for the week and has over $2,700 in gains. He says, "My strategy is simple. I buy weeklies every day. Normally, they expire worthless. But today, cheers." He's definitely right about these weeklies normally expiring worthless, because he shares another screenshot of his portfolio over the past year, and that screenshot is not looking so great. He is down over 56% even with his recent gain. More interesting than the loss, I think it's pretty insane how consistent he is with losing money. This line looks straighter than a ruler.